Chapter 401. The first student to go on stage was quickly confirmed through rock, paper, scissors. The other students watched enviously as he was the first to lie in the gaming capsule. Then, his figure quickly appeared in the virtual battlefield scene on the screen. This gaming capsule was clearly specially custom-made by Star Cloud Academy. After this student called Fan Xiu entered, his image was exactly the same as in reality. There were no changes. As soon as he appeared, a white light flashed and a burly young man with the appearance of the Vig Republic appeared. This student from the Sharam Academy glanced at Fan Xiu and laughed. "These guys from your Earth Federation are all so weak. How can they be our match?" Hearing his words, the Earth Federation students who were watching the battle were immediately furious. "Damn, this guy is too arrogant. So what if he is thin and weak? The strength of a martial artist does not depend on their size." "That is right. This stupid, bear-like guy still dares to be so arrogant. Fan Xiu, kill him." "Yes, Fan Xiu, deal with him well. Make this guy shut up." Looking at the agitated students around him, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fan Xiu was lying in the gaming capsule now, so how could he hear the cheers of his classmates? Teacher Manjika smiled and did not stop the students from shouting. He only looked at the situation on the virtual screen with an imperceptible nervousness. On the screen, although Fan Xiu was also a little angry because of the other party's words, he was a descendant of Huaxia like Chu Nan. His reservedness, inherited from Chinese culture, kept him from showing this trace of anger. He calmly cupped his fists and bowed to the other party before saying in a low voice, "I am the 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist, Fan Xiu. Please enlighten me." The stupid, bear-like student of Sharam Academy did not seem to expect Fan Xiu's reaction to be so calm. After being stunned for a moment, he casually cupped his hands towards Fan Xiu. "4th stage internal breath martial artist O'Neill, please enlighten me." Seeing O'Neill's reaction, Chu Nan could not help but chuckle. It seemed that this guy was not stupid. He knew very well that he was representing the first official martial arts competition between Sharam Academy and Star Cloud Academy. If he did not even abide by the basic rules of a fair martial arts competition, he would only tarnish the reputation of Sharam Academy and the Vig Republic. Right, speaking of the Vig Republic, I seem to have encountered a guy from the Vig Republic in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. What is his name? Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment. With his powerful data ability, he quickly pulled the name out of his memory. Oh, right. His name is Rodman. I wonder where this guy lives now. If he is also in Sharam Academy, or maybe he is among the students preparing to fight opposite us, it will be fun. While Chu Nan's thoughts drifted away, Fan Xiu and O'Neill had already officially started fighting after bowing to each other. At first, the two of them were still very careful and only tested each other a few times. However, after exchanging a few moves, both sides had roughly tested the other party's standard, and the battle gradually became intense. O'Neill's martial technique was the same as his body size. It was rough and imposing. Every move seemed powerful, as if a casual punch could shatter the air. The momentum was extremely shocking. Fan Xiu was completely different from him. Having cultivated the internal breath cultivation method, Willow Dance Heart Art, since he was young, coupled with an elegant movement technique and palm technique, his entire body seemed light. Under the pressure of O'Neill's fist, he was like a willow branch in a violent wind, swaying wildly in all directions. At first glance, the situation looked dangerous, but in fact, he was not touched by O'Neill at all. After the two of them fought for a period of time, O'Neill could not land an attack. He became anxious and increased his attacks further, but it also revealed more flaws. Finally, Fan Xiu grabbed an opportunity and slapped his armpit. This palm strike looked light, but when his internal breath erupted, the force was more than 500 kilograms. O'Neill spat out a mouthful of blood and his huge body flew back. Fan Xiu did not show mercy. He pounced forward and slapped him again and again, causing O'Neill to be exhausted just dealing with him. There was no room to counterattack. O'Neill was clearly not the type to be good at defense. In the end, he could not endure it anymore and was slapped twice by Fan Xiu before turning into a white light and disappearing. This was because he had been judged by the martial soul system to have died. The students of Star Cloud Academy immediately cheered. Haha, Sharam Academy is called the best martial arts academy in the Vig Republic. It turns out that it is only SOSO. That is right. They even dare to challenge our Star Cloud Academy. Let us teach them a lesson. How can you send out such a weak guy? Are you not afraid of losing face? Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the surrounding students. He thought to himself, Sharam Academy has always only called itself one of the 3 great academies of the Vig Republic. What is wrong with you forcefully turning it into the #1 academy? As for saying that O'Neill was weak, in fact, from his performance just now, O'Neill was not weak at all. Whether it was his internal breath cultivation method or external martial techniques, he could be said to have cultivated them deeply. At the level of a 4th stage internal breath martial artist, he could definitely become a powerful expert. The reason why he lost to Fan Xiu was firstly because he had underestimated his opponent and was arrogant, and secondly, it was because Fan Xiu's style happened to completely counter his bold and straightforward style. Even so, it took Fan Xiu a lot of effort to defeat O'Neill. If he was not careful in the middle, the person who turned into white light and disappeared would have been Fan Xiu. Soon, Fan Xiu exited the game. After leaving the gaming capsule, he received praise from his classmates. On the screen, teacher Ronka appeared again with an ugly expression. Cough. We lost the first round. Next, we will send out a 4th stage internal breath student. Manjika, what about you? Then it is the same for us. Manjika smiled and agreed, letting the 4th stage internal breath students play rock, paper, scissors again. Soon, another student was confirmed. This student stepped into the gaming capsule confidently and appeared in the virtual arena on the screen. However, only 3 minutes later, he was kicked in his vital points by the student from Sharam Academy opposite him. He turned into a white light and instantly disappeared. Seeing this student leave the gaming capsule covered in dust, the other students of Star Cloud Academy fell silent. From the looks of it, Sharam Academy was not as weak as they thought. Next, Star Cloud Academy and Sharam Academy sent students of the same level. The results of the battles were mixed, but in short, Star Cloud Academy lost more. After about an hour, another Star Cloud Academy student was defeated. Teacher Ronka appeared on the screen again. He did not announce the next competition right away, but instead revealed a trace of doubt. Manjika, there should be a student called Chu Nan on your side, right? Why has he not gone up? Chapter 402. Teacher Manjika and the other students of Star Cloud Academy looked at Chu Nan in shock. It was true that Chu Nan was famous, but when did his reputation become so great that even an academy teacher from the Vig Republic, more than 1,000 light years away, knew about him? Which Chu Nan are you talking about? Teacher Manjika asked. Nonsense, are there many young people called Chu Nan in your Earth Federation? Teacher Ronka waved his hand and tilted his head as if he was asking someone. Then, he continued, the one who became famous in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. I heard he entered your Star Cloud Academy now. This time, everyone confirmed that the Chu Nan he was talking about was indeed the Chu Nan beside them. Teacher Manjika waved at Chu Nan and gestured for him to walk to his side. Look, are you talking about him? Teacher Ronka nodded. Before he could speak, a tall man suddenly squeezed over and revealed a bright and straightforward smile to Chu Nan. Heh, Chu Nan, long time no see. How are you now? Rodman. Chu Nan was stunned. This guy who suddenly appeared was actually the Rodman he had just thought of. You are in Sharam Academy now? Chu Nan asked. Yes, after I lost to you in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, I worked hard to cultivate after returning. Then, I was very lucky to enter Sharam Academy. Let me tell you, my current strength is much stronger than half a year ago. If you are still at the level you were half a year ago, you definitely cannot defeat me. Chu Nan laughed. Half a year ago, Chu Nan was not even an internal breath realm martial artist, but he was already able to defeat Rodman in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Now, it was true that Rodman's strength had increased, but Chu Nan's strength had increased even more extraordinarily. How could he not defeat him? Speaking of which, you told Teacher Ronka my name, right? How did you know I was in Star Cloud Academy? I was very unwilling to give up after being defeated by you back then. After returning to the Vig Republic, I often paid attention to your news. You are a famous person, and I can often see reports about you. Therefore, not only do I know that you entered Star Cloud Academy, but I also know that you broke through to the internal breath realm, Rodman replied. You got it backward. I broke through to the internal breath realm first before entering Star Cloud Academy. Otherwise, with just the Overlord body realm, I probably would not have been able to enter this academy. Teacher Manjika and the other students around him could not help but nod. That was right. If Chu Nan was not even an internal breath realm martial artist and could actually enter Star Cloud Academy, that would be too ridiculous. Yes, in short, you have improved too. Rodman rubbed his hands excitedly. How about it? Let us fight. All right. Chu Nan shrugged and looked at Manjika. Teacher Manjika thought for a moment and asked Rodman about that. Student Rodman, what level are you now? Rodman chuckled. He clenched his fists and brought them together, emitting a muffled bang. I have not slacked off for more than half a year. I am already at the 5th stage internal breath realm. Hearing this answer, many of the surrounding Star Cloud Academy students revealed a trace of worry. Teacher Manjika also frowned slightly. Logically speaking, since Chu Nan could obtain 8th place in the entrance examination and had even displayed his powerful martial arts comprehension to everyone in the ultimate arbitration, his strength should be extremely strong, and he should not have to worry. However, when Chu Nan became famous in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, he was only a low-level martial artist at the 3rd stage Overlord body realm. No matter how much he improved in the past half a year, it should not be too exaggerated. Many people believed that he had the ability to win against ordinary 4th stage internal breath martial artists. However, this Rodman was at the 5th stage internal breath realm. Could Chu Nan still win? Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but Star Cloud Academy had already lost 3 consecutive rounds. If Chu Nan lost again, it would be too embarrassing. Seeing Teacher Manjika signal him, Chu Nan smiled and walked towards the gaming capsule. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Chu Nan not to fight. Teacher Manjika and the other students could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan entered the gaming capsule and lay inside. A moment later, the familiar Martial Soul login interface appeared in front of Chu Nan. However, he did not enter his personal account space like when he usually entered Martial Soul. Instead, he directly entered a new virtual space. As soon as he entered, a battle invitation appeared in front of him, showing that the target was Sharam Academy of the Vig Republic. Chu Nan understood that this should be a battle space specially customized by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce for Star Cloud Academy and Sharam Academy. Or perhaps, they had specially created a new system to provide a platform for such a battle exchange between academies. He chose to accept the invitation and quickly appeared in the virtual arena where the other students had already fought. Looking carefully, Rodman was already standing opposite him. When he saw Chu Nan appear, he grinned at him. Heh, Chu Nan, although it is not in real life, I still have to say that it has been a long time. Ha, long time no see. Chu Nan smiled and nodded at him. At that time, in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, Rodman was the first foreign martial artist to show him kindness and friendliness. Coupled with his cheerful personality, it left a deep impression on him. Alright, let us cut the crap and start fighting. Rodman directly waved at Chu Nan. Yes. Chu Nan replied and assumed a posture as he stared at Rodman. In the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition more than half a year ago, Rodman was probably only a second-stage internal breath realm martial artist. In the end, after not seeing him for more than half a year, he had actually increased to the 5th stage internal breath realm. This increase was too huge. Apart from cultivating diligently in the past half a year, there should be some other fortuitous encounters. Although Chu Nan was confident in defeating any 5th stage internal breath martial artist, it was never a bad idea to be careful. Outside the virtual screen, the students of Star Cloud Academy were gathered. As they watched the two people preparing to fight on the screen, they discussed enthusiastically. Hey, do you think Chu Nan can win? The other party is a 5th stage internal breath realm martial artist. It is hard to say. Although Chu Nan seems to be only at the 2nd or 3rd stage internal breath realm, I heard that his strength is not even inferior to Angie Prairie. He should be able to win, right? No way. It is one thing for him to beat those who are 1 or 2 levels higher, but this time, he is going to fight someone 3 levels higher. If he can still win, will the martial artist level not be a joke? It is indeed a joke to some geniuses. It is not like you do not know Chu Nan's performance in the ultimate arbitration. I believe he has the ability. That is only because his understanding of martial techniques is strong. Moreover, they are only F-rank martial artists. What can that prove? Tisk, you do not understand. Alright, stop arguing. They have already started fighting. All the students immediately shut up and focused on the virtual screen. On the screen, Rodman's figure moved, and he threw a punch at Chu Nan. Chapter 403. When he saw Rodman punch, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile. The moves are quite exquisite, and his internal breath is very strong. Moreover, it has fused with the moves very well. However, he did not mobilize spatial energy. Chu Nan gave an evaluation in his mind. He took a step forward and slapped out. His internal breath was naturally activated, and the spatial energy in the surrounding space gathered. It was the modified first move of the March God Killing Palm. Bang! This palm struck Rodman's fist squarely. On the surface, Rodman was tall and strong. Just his fist was almost the size of Chu Nan's head. The aura of this punch was shocking and the force was extremely huge, but Chu Nan's palm was so light that there was not much force behind it. However, this collision caused Rodman's body to tremble. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps back. Clearly, he had already suffered internal injuries. Whether it was the students of Star Cloud Academy or the students of Sharam Academy who were watching the battle, they were in an uproar. Before the battle, not many people thought that Chu Nan could win. Even the students of Star Cloud Academy who were confident in Chu Nan would at most think that he was on par with a 5th stage internal breath martial artist like Rodman. At most, he would have the upper hand. However, they did not expect that Chu Nan would heavily injure Rodman in the first exchange. Rodman finally stabilized himself and raised his head to look at Chu Nan in surprise. Although he had lost to Chu Nan in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition more than half a year ago, he did not think that his strength was insufficient. Instead, he felt that the main reason was that he had underestimated his opponent. Secondly, Chu Nan's attainments in external martial techniques were very profound, causing him to not be at a disadvantage in terms of moves and lose the most miserably. In the past half a year, he had been fortunate enough to receive guidance from a master. Not only had his internal breath greatly increased, but he had also become much more proficient in external martial techniques. He originally thought that if he fought Chu Nan again, he could rely on external martial techniques to win. However, he did not expect that Chu Nan would fight him head-on in the first move. What surprised him even more was that in such a head-on collision, Chu Nan had actually slapped him until he had internal injuries. How was this possible? Chu Nan, could it be that you have cultivated a new internal breath cultivation method? Rodman could not help but ask. From Chu Nan's palm earlier, he felt that it seemed to contain a special force that his powerful internal breath could not block, causing him to be forced back. This force was different from the internal breath he had felt when he fought Chu Nan previously. Therefore, he felt that Chu Nan must have had a fortuitous encounter and grasped a new special cultivation method like him in the past half a year. Hearing this question, Chu Nan confirmed again that although Rodman's internal breath had already reached the strength of a 5th stage internal breath martial artist, he should not have comprehended spatial energy. At most, he could be considered an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the 5th stage internal breath realm. This is not a special internal breath cultivation method. You will know when you ask teacher Ronka later. I will not explain it to you here. Chu Nan waved his hand and interrupted the conversation before slapping out again. This palm was the same as before. It was the March God Killing Palm that he had successfully modified yesterday. Although there was no problem in practicing this palm technique himself after it was modified, he had not experienced actual combat and did not know its true power. Now that there was an opportunity to test it without personally fighting, it was a good opportunity to try. He slapped out and felt a familiar internal breath surge as the same familiar spatial energy gathered. Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred and he felt a trace of doubt. He was now in the virtual space constructed by Martial Soul. Here, he could perfectly simulate human data, movements, and even the circulation of the internal breath. How could it simulate the circulation of spatial energy? If the technology of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce could do this, did that not mean that their research on spatial energy had also reached an extremely profound level? If that was the case, why did they still cooperate with a martial artist like him to collect data? Ha! A shout interrupted Chu Nan's thoughts and woke him from his daze. Looking over, Rodman had already thrown a punch. All right. Chu Nan shouted in a low voice, and his powerful data ability instantly determined the trajectory of Rodman's punch. He flipped his palm and changed the second move of the March God killing palm to the sixth move, accurately blocking the punch. Boom! Although he was a little distracted, Chu Nan's palm still displayed the characteristics of the March God killing palm. He fully mobilized the spatial energy. The momentum of his palm looked light, but the force was still shocking. Not only could he easily block Rodman's attack, but with the surge of spatial energy, he also forced his opponent back again. This time, Rodman did not ask any more questions. After taking a few steps back, he attacked again without a word. Facing Rodman's ferocious attacks, Chu Nan struck out palm after palm. Every palm fully displayed the powerful might of his modified March God killing palm. It perfectly fused with his internal breath and spatial energy. Not only did he completely suppress Rodman in terms of external martial techniques, but he also nearly crushed him in terms of the force of his internal breath. After dozens of rounds of battle, Rodman was sent flying by Chu Nan's palm again. He barely landed on the ground and stabilized himself, but he did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood on the spot and frowned as he looked at Chu Nan in defeat. I thought that my increase in strength in the past half a year had already surpassed most people and could completely wipe away the humiliation of being defeated by you. I didn't expect that your increase would be greater than mine. I have to admit that Chu Nan, you are really a genius. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. What, do you still think it is a humiliation to be defeated by me? Rodman snorted softly, of course. At that time, I was a second stage internal breath realm martial artist, and you were only an overlord body realm martial artist. How could it not be shameful for me to be defeated by you? Then, if I calculate according to the strength of my internal breath, I am not even at the third stage internal breath realm. Isn't it a humiliation for a fifth stage internal breath martial artist like you to be unable to defeat me? Chu Nan asked in amusement. This is different. Rodman shook his head. We are all internal breath martial artists. There is only a difference in the strength of our internal breath, but you are clearly much stronger than me in other aspects. It is normal for me to be unable to defeat you. In addition, Chu Nan, could it be that you have already comprehended spatial energy? Chu Nan was slightly stunned before he smiled and nodded. It seems that you are not as stupid as you look. Rodman was furious. How do I look stupid? Then, he reacted and said in surprise, you actually comprehended spatial energy? How is this possible? How long have you been an internal breath realm martial artist? Chu Nan spread out his hands and smiled annoyingly. It cannot be helped. This is talent. Rodman could only be speechless. After a while, he nodded and said, all right, you are indeed talented and I am inferior to you. However, Chu Nan, this does not mean that I will always be inferior to you. Even if you comprehend spatial energy now, your internal breath is insufficient and your body is unstable. It is impossible for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in a short period of time. It is even very likely that you will not be able to break through in the future. As for me, I can break through at any time. Perhaps I will already be a void break martial artist soon, but you will still be stuck at the internal breath realm. Thank you for your concern. Chu Nan smiled indifferently, however, say this after you become a void break martial artist. I hope that the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists is wrong. If a martial artist with such talent cannot even break through the cosmic heaven's gate, it is really a pity, Rodman said. Do not worry, I will definitely break through. Yes. Rodman nodded at Chu Nan again and chose to admit defeat and leave the arena. Chu Nan immediately left. Chapter 404. As soon as he walked out of the gaming capsule, a group of students had already surrounded him. Their faces were filled with excitement and curiosity. Chu Nan, you have already comprehended spatial energy. That is right. That guy said that you comprehended spatial energy. Is that true? Chu Nan, are you not too impressive? Are you not even at the third stage internal breath realm? How can you comprehend spatial energy? Hearing his classmates' questions, Chu Nan was a little amused. It seemed that although school had started for more than a month and his classmates did not know much about his strength, his abilities had been exposed because of this competition. Yes, I did comprehend spatial energy. As for how I comprehended it, this is because the cultivation method I cultivate is relatively special. Chu Nan, are you not cultivating the 9 revolutions technique? How is it special? A classmate immediately asked in surprise. No, the 9 revolutions technique is quite special to begin with. However, I have never heard of it being so special that one can comprehend spatial energy before reaching the 5th stage internal breath realm, another classmate said, puzzled. About that, the 9 revolutions technique is indeed not that powerful. I only cultivated other, relatively special cultivation methods, Chu Nan replied. Hearing this answer, the students could only look at each other, speechless. It was a huge taboo to inquire about the cultivation methods of other martial artists. Now that Chu Nan clearly did not want to say, they naturally could not ask. Alright, students, stop surrounding Chu Nan. We are still in class. Teacher Manjika clapped his hands and called away the students surrounding Chu Nan. The spar with Sharam Academy will end here today. However, as you can see, with this gaming capsule, we can realize that we can spar with the young martial artists of other countries and academies. Therefore, at this point, Teacher Manjika paused and looked at the surrounding students before suddenly changing the topic. How many of you have played Martial Soul? The students looked at each other and raised dozens of arms, including Chu Nan. Teacher Manjika smiled when he saw this. Since you have played so much, it is simple. I will reveal a piece of news to you in advance. In 5 months, it will be the biannual Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. In this competition, everyone will encounter students from other countries on the Orion arm. They are all martial artists around your age. In order to obtain good results in this competition, it is best for you to come into contact with the young martial artists from other countries in advance and familiarize yourself with their martial art styles. So, teacher, you mean to let us all play Martial Soul? A student asked. Yes. Other than through the Martial Soul combat platform, it is usually very difficult for you to come into contact with martial artists from other countries. In Martial Soul, as long as you advance to a certain level, you will be matched with martial artists from other countries. Therefore, it is very helpful to play Martial Soul more. Teacher Manjika nodded and replied. Teacher Manjika, why do you look like you are here to do sales? Teacher Manjika laughed. The Nottem Chamber of Commerce did not give me money. Moreover, this thing costs 49,000 Federation coins. It was not cheap. I do not recommend you to buy it yourself. Of course, in order to let you have more contact with foreign martial artists and increase your chances of sparring with them, the Academy should buy a batch of gaming capsules and open them to you. Therefore, you do not have to worry that you will not have anywhere to play if you do not buy them. Really? That is great. Hearing this good news, the students immediately cheered. Chu Nan looked at the gaming capsule in surprise. Star Cloud Academy was indeed the #1 academy in the Federation. Such a gaming capsule that cost 49,000 Federation coins was actually bought in a batch just like that. It was only to give the students a chance to come into contact with foreign martial artists. Of course, Chu Nan believed that this was also an investment because the Academy hoped to obtain good results in the next Orion Martial Arts Alliance competition. However, why had he not heard of this so-called Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition when he was at West Cloud Academy? It must be because West Cloud Academy was not qualified. Just as he was thinking about this, a communication request notification suddenly sounded from his personal terminal. Chu Nan lowered his head and discovered that it was from Elvy. Why is she calling at this moment? Chu Nan frowned slightly and rejected the communication request. He sent a message saying that he was in class and could not answer the call. After a while, Elvy replied with an "oh" and fell silent. Chu Nan was a little puzzled, but when he recalled that if there was anything important, Elvy would definitely tell him. Since there was no urgent message, it meant that it was not a big deal. It was the same if he asked after class. After putting down his wrist, Chu Nan continued to pay attention to the class. Teacher Manjika analyzed the long-range competition between Star Cloud Academy and Sharam Academy and summarized it. He chose a few rounds to emphasize. The last match between Chu Nan and Rodman was the focus of Teacher Manjika's explanation. This was because Rodman was one of the only few 5th stage internal breath martial artists sent by Sharam Academy, but Chu Nan had easily defeated him. In order to explain clearly, Manjika even got Chu Nan to explain some of the details of the battle in public. However, to Chu Nan, there was really nothing to say about these details. This was because he had relied on his data ability to gain the upper hand in external martial techniques. Secondly, he had relied on the special March God Killing Palm to drive spatial energy and suppress Rodman in terms of strength. This method of winning was too special and there was almost no reference. Even if Chu Nan explained it clearly, the other students could not learn anything from it, let alone apply it. Therefore, he could only analyze Rodman's martial technique characteristics. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan analyzed Rodman extremely thoroughly and even described the characteristics of his cultivation method, adding a lot of understanding for the other students. After the class ended, it was already close to noon. As Chu Nan walked towards the canteen, he opened his personal terminal and planned to send a message to Elvy to ask about the situation. As soon as he raised his hand, Angie Prairie suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After seeing Chu Nan, she grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the academy. Hey, Angie Prairie, why are you in such a hurry? I have not eaten yet. You will know when we get there. Angie Prairie threw out this sentence and continued to pull Chu Nan faster. Chu Nan was puzzled, but he could only follow behind her and leave the academy. Chapter 405. It had been mentioned before that a small city had already formed around Star Cloud Academy. In the periphery of this small city, there were actually similar suburbs like all other cities. After Angie Prairie pulled Chu Nan out of Star Cloud Academy, she headed straight for the suburban area in the southeast. After passing through a large, luxurious area in the center, the shanty town composed of low and even dilapidated houses appeared in front of them. The environment here was much worse than the center. The people lives here were clearly not as well dressed as the people in the center. If one had to compare, this could probably be considered the slum of Star Cloud Academy. Chu Nan was very curious why Angie Prairie had brought him here, but she did not explain much along the way. She was only busy traveling, and Chu Nan could only follow silently. After passing through this for a period of time and walking around a small river filled with a stench, Chu Nan heard faint moans and wails ahead. There was also a trace of blood in the air. Chu Nan cursed in his mind. Could it be that there was a large-scale bloodshed incident? As expected, after walking around 2 houses by the small river ditch, an empty space surrounded by houses appeared in front of him. It was like a square. At this moment, this square was filled with people lying everywhere. Many of them were covered in blood, and many of them had their limbs broken, revealing shocking wounds. Their auras were weak, and they looked like they could die at any moment. Seeing this miserable situation, Chu Nan could not help but be shocked. It was really surprising that such a scene would appear less than 5 kilometers away from Star Cloud Academy. Heh, Chu Nan, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and save them. Angie Prairie patted Chu Nan's shoulder and pointed to the right. I will be in charge of this side, and you will be in charge of that side. After saying that, Angie Prairie ignored the appearance and ran straight to the young man closest to her who had his thigh broken and his bones exposed. She squatted down and the milky white light that represented the flame of life in her hand seeped out to treat the young man's injuries. Chu Nan was still confused. However, when he saw Angie Prairie's actions and the miserable appearance of the surrounding people, he did not plan to ask further. He looked around and chose the guy with the most serious injuries. He walked over and squatted down, pressing his palm on that person's arm that was almost broken. Originally, he looked at Chu Nan with a trace of doubt, but when Chu Nan activated the flame of life that had fused with a high-frequency vibration internal breath, that person's pain was first relieved. This trace of doubt immediately turned into gratitude. Although the injuries on this person's arm looked terrifying, they were only fractures and external injuries in the end. In fact, they were not especially terrifying. Chu Nan now had a lot of experience in treating similar fractures for others and was already relatively skilled in it. Before long, he had already reconnected this person's broken arm and let his bones recover completely. As for the scattered small injuries on his body, they had long completely recovered under the effect of the flame of life. Because this person's life force was only slightly stronger than ordinary, it took Chu Nan a little longer, taking 13 minutes to settle it. Turning around, he saw that Angie Prairie had already started to treat the third person. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. He knew that this was definitely not the first time Angie Prairie had faced such a scene and was much more skilled than him. Alright, move to the side. Do not get in the way. Chu Nan patted the person he had healed and gestured for him to move aside before arriving beside another person who was also heavily injured. As injuries were healed by Chu Nan one after another, he became more and more skilled. In the end, the time spent on the same injuries was at least a third less than before. This was also thanks to his powerful data ability. It could allow him to accurately grasp the exact situation of the other party's injuries at the first moment and immediately deduce the most suitable treatment method and the strength of the flame of life needed. From there, he could use the least amount of internal breath and successfully treat it in the shortest time. However, because there were too many injured people, when all of them in the square were treated, it was already 2.5 hours later. Whoosh, whoosh. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie exhaled at the same time. They raised their hands and looked at each other. They could not help but reveal satisfied and exhausted smiles. The two of them treated these injured people one by one, but they happened to complete the treatment of the last two people in the middle of the square. How is it? Chu Nan, how do you feel? Are you tired? Angie Prairie asked. It is all right. Chu Nan shrugged and silently circulated his internal breath. It is just that I consumed a little too much internal breath. Nothing else. Yes, I will adjust my breathing first. Help me watch over it. It is your turn in a while. Angie Prairie instructed and sat on the ground. She closed her eyes and a milky white light emitted from her body. Clearly, she was circulating her cultivation method to adjust her breathing and recover her internal breath. Chu Nan felt a little strange. Why was Angie Prairie so anxious to adjust her breathing and recover? Moreover, she specially instructed him to watch over her. Could it be that she was afraid of encountering any danger here? However, since Angie Prairie had said so, Chu Nan did his best to guard her carefully. Not only was the flame of life extremely effective in healing others, but it was also even more effective in healing oneself. In less than 5 minutes, Angie Prairie opened her eyes. They shone brightly as she regained her energetic appearance. Alright, Chu Nan, it is your turn to adjust your breathing. I will guard you, and you can adjust your breathing for a while, Angie Prairie said. There is no need, right? I think it is fine. I just exhausted a little of my internal breath. It is fine. Chu Nan shook his head. No, we have to recover as much as possible. Angie Prairie's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Chu Nan was stunned. He looked at the people who had been treated by the two of them and thought to himself, how can there be any danger here? Why are you so nervous? However, Angie Prairie's expression was serious, and she did not seem to be joking. Chu Nan could only listen. He also sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on adjusting his breathing. Compared to Angie Prairie, Chu Nan, who actually had the 9 revolutions technique, flame of life, and high-frequency vibration internal breath, recovered faster after all his meridians were opened. After circulating his internal breath in all the meridians in his body for 36 cycles, Chu Nan immediately felt that his dantian was filled with internal breath again. All his meridians had internal breath flowing, and his limbs were filled with strength. He slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, and jumped up. Alright, Angie Prairie, it is time to tell me what is going on, right? Chapter 406. Angie Prairie sized Chu Nan up, and after confirming that he had recovered, she smiled. Heh, Chu Nan, you are getting more and more skilled at healing people. Nonsense, who would not be skilled after so many times? Chu Nan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Hurry up and tell me what is going on. I am still puzzled. Yes, you should have discovered that these people are all residents here. Angie Prairie pointed at the surrounding crowd that was still covered in blood, but had been completely healed by her and Chu Nan. I can tell. Chu Nan's gaze swept past the simple and even slightly tattered clothes on these people, and he nodded lightly. However, my question is, how did you know that a group of people here was heavily injured? Then, why did you pull me over to treat them? Why did you not send them to the hospital? People were injured, so we helped them treat their injuries. This is very normal. Angie Prairie had a matter-of-fact expression. As for how I knew, you should know that I often wander around and find those injured people to treat, right? Of course I know. I also know that you will take the initiative to provoke those hooligans when you cannot find them, cripple them, and then treat them. Chu Nan snorted. That is only an activity in my spare time. This is what I like to do the most, and what I do the most. Angie Prairie pointed at the people around her. Help a large group of injured people treat their injuries. Chu Nan muttered. You still have not answered my most important question. How do you know that so many people are injured here? Wait. Angie Prairie gestured for Chu Nan to wait, and looked around. Her gaze locked onto a girl in the surrounding crowd, and she walked over to pull her over. Look, she told me. Chu Nan looked at this girl. From her appearance, she looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. Her face was young, her clothes were simple, and her face was a little gray. One could tell at a glance that she was a child from a poor family. How did Angie Prairie know her? One time, her mother accidentally fell into a pit and broke her leg. I happened to pass by and heard her crying. I saved her mother, and we met like this. Seeing the doubt in Chu Nan's eyes, Angie Prairie explained. Chu Nan nodded and thought to himself that this was a coincidence. It was considered this girl's luck that her mother happened to encounter Angie Prairie. Otherwise, with such a serious injury, even if she was sent to the best hospital, it would take nearly a month to completely recover. In that case, she informed you that many people were injured here. Chu Nan was still a little puzzled. How did she know that you would come to save them? I told her, Angie Prairie replied. When I was chatting with Sally previously, I asked her if she knew if anyone was often injured. She told me that people were often injured in fights here, so I told her how to contact me, and to inform me immediately if such a thing happens in the future. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie speechlessly. Others were afraid of such things, but not only did she take the initiative to approach, she was also extremely excited about this situation. However, when he recalled that she cultivated the flame of life cultivation method, he could understand. Your name is Sally? Chu Nan asked the girl. The girl was a little afraid of strangers. When she saw Chu Nan ask her, she shrank back and nodded timidly. Did these people get injured because they were fighting? Chu Nan glanced at the people who had been treated around him. He had not paid much attention to them earlier, but now that he did, he discovered that this group of people had indeed divided into two sides, and were looking at each other with obvious hostility. What is with the fight? It is so shocking that even their arms and legs are broken. Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. From the looks of it, these people should be from poor families. Why were they fighting so hard? Not to mention how inefficient it was to be so heavily injured. If not for him and Angie Prairie rushing over, just treating their injuries would have cost a lot of money and wasted a lot of time. It is to snatch something, Sally replied in a low voice. Snatch? What do they want to snatch that ended up having so many people break their arms and legs? Chu Nan found it even more unbelievable, and could not help but raise his voice. Sally was so frightened by Chu Nan's suddenly raised voice that she immediately retreated behind Angie Prairie, and did not even dare to look at him. Chu Nan was a little depressed. No matter how terrifying he was not as terrifying as those guys with broken arms and legs, right? Hey, Angie Prairie, do you know what is going on here? Angie Prairie shook her head. I do not know. I only care about saving people, no matter why they fight. Chu Nan could only be speechless again. From Angie Prairie's point of view, she might even want these people to fight a few more times. Chu Nan looked at the two groups of people who were still staring at each other, and frowned. He arrived in front of the young man who had been the first to be treated. Tell me, why are you fighting so hard? Are you not worried that someone will die? Facing his benefactor who had just healed him, that young man was naturally very polite. He forced a smile and said, no one will die. This is not the first time we have fought like this. Chu Nan was even more surprised. It is actually not the first time? Then why do you have to fight like this? Actually, it is just to snatch something. Snatch? What is worth so many of you risking your lives to snatch? The young man glanced at Chu Nan with a strange expression, and hesitated for a moment before answering. Actually, we are just snatching a martial technique. Ha! Chu Nan looked at him in disbelief. Snatch martial techniques? How can you snatch martial techniques? Moreover, what level of martial technique is it? Is it worth you snatching it like this? The young man stammered as if he did not want to answer this question. Chu Nan wanted to ask more, but a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. Dear rank martial techniques might not be worth mentioning to you top students of Star Cloud Academy, but to us, every one of them is a treasure. Chu Nan turned around in surprise, and looked at the familiar woman and three men. The person who spoke was the young man in the lead. Seeing Chu Nan turn around, he waved at him, and revealed a warm smile that did not match his image. Heh, Chu Nan, I did not expect you to come to such a place. Chapter 407. Kamel, why are you here? Chu Nan immediately recognized this person and his companions. These guys were actually the group of people who had been instigated by someone to frame him that night and were all knocked down by him in the end. After what happened that night, this leader called Kamel kept a connection with Chu Nan because he had shown mercy to them. They did not expect to encounter him here. I should be the one asking you this, right? Kamel replied. He walked over and waved at the two groups of people. Alright, disperse. There is no result today. We will talk about it next time. This will not do, Kamel. We have already fought like this today. We need results, a voice shouted from the crowd. Yes, there must be a result. If you do not give anything, would we not have fought for nothing? That is right. We even troubled these two to treat us. If we fight again, who will treat us? Hearing the excitement of the surrounding crowd, Kamel's expression sank. What, do you want to break the rules? Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately fell silent. After a while, the two groups of people arrived beside Chu Nan and Angie Prairie and thanked them politely. They expressed that they hoped that they could visit their house. After being rejected by the two of them, they did not stay any longer and bade farewell. Soon, everyone in the square had dispersed. Even the little girl, Sally, bade farewell and left. Chu Nan retracted his gaze and turned to look at Kamel. What? Can you explain to me what is going on? Kamel smiled and looked at Angie Prairie. This must be Miss Angie Prairie, right? I am so lucky to be here with Chu Nan today. Can I invite the two of you to lunch? Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie and asked for her opinion with his eyes. She shrugged and expressed that it did not matter. All right, Chu Nan agreed. Soon, the two of them left the suburbs under Kamel's lead and returned to the center of the bustling city before entering an ordinary-looking restaurant. I am sorry, I cannot afford to treat the two of you to a large meal. Is it all right to make do here? After sitting down, Kamel said with an apologetic smile. It is nothing. I am actually from a farmer's family and not a child of a large family. Chu Nan waved his hand. Angie Prairie smiled. When I ran around with Master in the past, I ate everything available. Oh, Supremacy Overly has such an experience. Kamel asked with interest. You seem to be very familiar with Angie Prairie. Chu Nan could not help but ask. Apart from Miss Angie Prairie, no one else can easily treat serious injuries and be so young and beautiful. Kamel smiled. As for the fact that Miss Angie Prairie is the disciple of Supremacy Overly, everyone knows this. It seems that you know Star Cloud Academy better. Chu Nan nodded. Of course. The people you saw just now, and so many people around me all rely on Star Cloud Academy to live. How can I not be familiar with them? Alright, can you tell me now what happened? Chu Nan asked again. Kamel pondered for a moment and asked, Chu Nan, are you a test tube martial artist? This is the first time I have heard of it. Chu Nan frowned. What is going on? It does not sound like anything good. What does this have to do with what happened just now? The so-called test tube martial artists are martial artists who are specially used for experiments. The job of these martial artists is to help other martial artists test new martial techniques. They will choose the martial artist who cultivates this martial technique to the greatest extent and let him hand over his cultivation experience to obtain the best modification plan for this martial technique in the shortest period of time. This is inhumane. Angie Prairie frowned and shook her head in evaluation. Is that so? Kamel smiled. Perhaps it is inhumane in your eyes, but in the eyes of these martial artists who serve as test tubes, it is a very good opportunity. This is because, under normal circumstances, they cannot come into contact with so many martial techniques. If they have the chance to successfully cultivate this martial technique, not to mention their own benefits, just the reward given by the client is sufficiently generous. Therefore, in fact, this is actually a very normal business. After a pause, Kamel pointed at himself and added, to be honest, I used to be a test tube martial artist. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and frowned. Putting aside the fact that it is inhumane, I do not think this is a good method. Although this can allow more people to cultivate a martial technique, the situation of every martial artist is different. Even if it is the same martial technique and the same cultivation method, it is unlikely that they can cultivate it to the same level. The most important thing is still their comprehension. Therefore, I do not think it is meaningful to do this. I have said it before. It is meaningless to geniuses like you and Angie Prairie, but it is very meaningful to martial artists with ordinary talent because it can save them a lot of time to cultivate and figure it out. Chu Nan thought for a moment and could not be bothered to harp on this problem. He asked, in that case, those two groups of people were actually test tube martial artists? Then, why do they still want to fight? Let us experiment with this martial technique together. There is competition in any industry. It is not strange. Kamel smiled. Before this, in order to fight for the chance to participate in the experiment, people would really lose their lives. In comparison, it is already very good to fight like this. Chu Nan could not help but sigh. He had always thought that his martial arts environment was already very difficult. Now, it seemed that it was much better than these people. It seems that no matter how much the Federation promotes martial techniques, it is still far from satisfying their needs. Actually, all of us should thank you, Kamel suddenly said. I was not too concerned in the past. After coming into contact with you, I heard that the reason why the Federation Council pushed the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion X so hard was because of you, Chu Nan. This allowed us to come into contact with more martial techniques because of you. I am only a catalyst. It is not as useful as you think. Chu Nan waved his hand. Right, can I ask who provided these martial techniques for experiments? It must be a very rich person, right? Kamel looked at Chu Nan in surprise. This is around Star Cloud Academy. Do you not understand? Who else can provide so many martial techniques for experiments other than Star Cloud Academy? Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were stunned. Chapter 408. Angie Prairie, what do you think? After eating lunch that was more than 2 hours late under Kamel's hospitality, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie bade farewell and left. When he walked into Star Cloud Academy, Chu Nan could not help but ask, I don't have any opinions. Angie Prairie shook her head. As expected, her expression did not fluctuate. Although I don't like test tube martial artists, one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to endure. The party who took out the martial technique obtained the practical results of the martial technique, saving a lot of time and energy. The test tube martial artists obtained the chance to come into contact with and cultivate a new martial technique. It's helpful to them in improving themselves. It can be considered a matter that both sides benefit from. But this is something the Academy did. Don't you think? Don't you feel very uncomfortable? Chu Nan frowned. I don't think so. Angie Prairie shook her head. In fact, this is reasonable. It's impossible for the academy to force us students to cultivate those martial techniques that we're unwilling to cultivate, but it's very normal for us to want to improve the martial techniques in the martial technique database. Don't you think this is inappropriate? Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in confusion. Although this girl's understanding of common sense was different from ordinary people's, in general, she should be a girl with a strong sense of justice. Then what do you think is wrong? Angie Prairie asked. This. Chu Nan opened his mouth and thought for a moment before realizing that there was really nothing wrong. Indeed, as Angie Prairie had just said, this was completely a matter of willingness. No one else had the right to criticize anything. Moreover, to be honest, what Star Cloud Academy did allowed more people to come into contact with more martial techniques. From the perspective of the Federation Council, which was currently promoting martial techniques, it was a great thing. Chu Nan thought about it seriously and discovered that the reason why he felt unhappy and felt that this was inappropriate was because he had personally seen the miserable scene of flesh and blood, arms and legs being broken, and blood all over the ground. However, in fact, this situation was caused by these people's private competition. It had nothing to do with Star Cloud Academy. It was not their fault. I know you want to help those people, but Master once said that helping others is not to forcefully add something good to others, but to help others improve what they think is bad. Now, those people feel that this state is very good, and they have indeed obtained what they want. We don't have to forcefully interfere. Chu Nan was stunned. When he saw Angie Prairie's serious expression, her beautiful face revealed a mature light that was completely different from usual, causing him to be stunned. He had always treated her as a girl who was protected especially well by supremacy ovally, so she had a different understanding of common sense. Most of the time, she even seemed a little childish. Now, it seemed that she had become overly mature in some places. He really did not know how supremacy ovally taught her. After chatting with Angie Prairie, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and put down his thoughts. Right, in today's class, the teacher actually took out the gaming capsule of Martial Soul. Angie Prairie, have you played Martial Soul before? Chu Nan changed the topic. Martial Soul, I've heard of this game, but I've never had the time to play it. Is it fun? Angie Prairie shook her head. Actually, to be serious, this can't be considered a game. It's just a combat platform. Inside. The two of them chatted all the way. When they separated, Chu Nan only briefly introduced Martial Soul, but it had successfully attracted Angie Prairie's interest. She expressed that she would take the time to experience it. If she felt that it was fun, she would arrange to play with Chu Nan in the future. Chu Nan naturally agreed. When he pushed open his dormitory door, Chu Nan was even considering if he should buy a gaming capsule himself and buy one for his family. This way, he could enter Martial Soul with Chu Zioxi at any time. Not only could he guide her in her cultivation, but he could also allow her to accumulate combat experience. However, if he wanted to buy 2 of the latest gaming capsules, he needed to spend about 100,000 Federation coins. With his current economic conditions, he could not spend so much at once. If he wanted to obtain so much income, he could only go to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to do a few more experiments. When he thought of going to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to experiment, Chu Nan recalled that the Martial Soul game was developed by them and the gaming capsule was also sold exclusively by them. In that case, can I get Tom Kench to help me get an internal discount? While this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Nan pushed open the door and walked into the dormitory. A black shadow rushed over. Chu Nan, you're finally back. Someone was looking for you just now. It seems to be something urgent. Chu Nan focused his gaze and saw that it was Mondeo. Someone's looking for me? Or is it an emergency? Who is it? Where is he? That person found our dormitory and saw that you were not around, so he said to inform you immediately after you returned. What did he say? Elvy is sick? Who's Elvy? Do you know her? From her name, it seems to be a girl's name. Mondeo looked at Chu Nan with a burning gaze, and the flames of gossip burned in his eyes. Chu Nan ignored him. When he heard Elvy is sick, he was immediately shocked. Without thinking, he opened his personal terminal and immediately sent a message to her. However, although the communication request showed that it was connected, it was not picked up. This made Chu Nan even more worried. Could it be that Elvy was so sick that she could not even answer the call? He turned around and left without hesitation. Hey, Chu Nan, where are you going? Tell me who Elvy is. Mondeo's voice sounded behind him, but Chu Nan ignored it. In a few minutes, Chu Nan arrived at the Life Science Academy and went straight to Elvy's laboratory. However, the laboratory door was closed. Clearly, there was no one there. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about how to ask about Elvy, a familiar figure hurriedly walked over from the corner. Chu Nan glanced at it and recognized that this person was the Joshua he had seen when he last came here. He rushed forward and grabbed Joshua's collar, shouting, "Tell me, where's Elvy now?" Joshua was shocked. After seeing that it was Chu Nan, he heaved a sigh of relief. "You're finally back. Come with me. Elvy is still unconscious." "She's unconscious." Chu Nan was shocked. "So serious? What illness does she have?" Joshua glanced at Chu Nan and sneered, "You still have the nerve to ask? It's all your fault." Chapter 409. As the #1 academy in the Federation, Star Cloud Academy had its own hospital. Moreover, this hospital was actually beside the Life Science Academy. Chu Nan was confused as he followed Joshua into the hospital and rushed to the inpatient department. On the way, he had asked Joshua a few times what was going on. Why did he say that he was the cause of Elvy's illness? However, Joshua was clearly filled with hostility towards him and ignored his question. It was impossible for Chu Nan to capture Joshua and beat him up. After interrogating him, he could only follow behind silently. After entering the inpatient department, Joshua brought Chu Nan straight to a ward on the 3rd floor. Before he arrived at the ward, Chu Nan saw a group of people being chased out. The nurse in uniform had an impatient expression as she chased that group of people out like chasing ducks. Do you guys know that patients need to rest quietly? Stay away. You are not allowed to go in anymore. Chu Nan glanced at the group and discovered that he had seen a few of them before. The most conspicuous one was actually the brown-haired boy who had seen Elvy once when he sent her to the Life Science Academy to report. Later on, he saw her again and secretly found Kamel and the others who tried to frame him. The last time Joshua mentioned him, his name should be Kalenka. However, Chu Nan could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He quickly walked over and forcefully squeezed through the crowd. Just as he was about to walk into the ward, he was stopped by the nurse. Hey, didn't I say that you were not allowed to go in anymore? Hurry up and walk away. Otherwise, do you believe that I will call security over? Chu Nan glanced at the ward, but because something was blocking it, he could not see anything, so he naturally could not see Elvy. I just came. May I ask how Elvy is now? You are also here to see Elvy. The nurse glanced at Chu Nan and sneered, cut the crap. She is still in a coma and needs to rest. No one is allowed to visit. If you want to see her, come back tomorrow. But no buts. The nurse rudely interrupted Chu Nan. Chu Nan was anxious and wished that he could push the nurse away and rush in. However, his rationality told him that he could not do this. After thinking for a moment, he could only lower his voice and ask, can I go in and take a look? Just a look, okay. No, wait obediently. The nurse still had an upright expression and was unmoved. Then can you tell me how Elvy is now? Is she in danger? I have already said it many times. She is still in a coma. We will only know if her life is in danger after the specific diagnosis. It is useless for you to ask again. Hurry up and move. When he heard that Elvy was actually unable to confirm that her life was not in danger, Chu Nan immediately panicked. With a tap of his feet, the nurse and the surrounding people felt their vision blur, and Chu Nan had disappeared. In the next moment, Chu Nan appeared in the ward and saw a bed in the middle. Elvy was lying on it. Seeing that Elvy had her eyes closed and her face was pale, with almost no color on her face, Chu Nan's heart immediately rose. He took a step to the bed and reached out to grab Elvy's hand. A trace of internal breath entered. As soon as this trace of internal breath entered Elvy's body, Chu Nan was immediately shocked. As soon as his internal breath entered one of Elvy's secondary meridians, he immediately felt a violent aura crazily use it, instantly shattering the trace of internal breath he stretched out. In that instant, Chu Nan had already discovered that the secondary meridian in Elvy's body was already damaged everywhere. It could almost be said to be dilapidated and could not maintain the normal circulation of her meridians. The violent aura attacking his meridians was clearly the internal breath that had already lost control. How did Elvy suddenly lose control of her internal breath? Questions flashed through Chu Nan's mind, but he did not have the time to think too much. He grabbed her other hand and stretched out another trace of internal breath. Just like before, as soon as this trace of internal breath entered Elvy's body, it was immediately broken by the violent internal breath. This time, Chu Nan did not dare to continue doing this. After thinking for a moment, a weak, milky white light appeared on his palm, and a trace of flame of life reached in. Unlike ordinary internal breath, because of its extremely special nature, the flame of life was not directly dispersed by the internal breath that had lost control in Elvy's meridians. Instead, it circulated in her meridians without any obstruction. Chu Nan urged this trace of flame of life to quickly circulate in the meridians in Elvy's body and discovered a fact that shocked him. More than half of the meridians in Elvy's body had been damaged to varying degrees. 7 of the main meridians and 16 secondary meridians were almost completely destroyed. Under the circumstances that her meridians were so severely damaged and the internal breath in her body was seriously out of control, the reason why she was able to endure until now without any major problems was completely because her strength was not strong and her internal breath was relatively weak. If her internal breath was slightly stronger, her meridians might be damaged now. Then, even if the Star Cloud Academy Hospital had the top medical technology in the Earth Federation, it would be very difficult to guarantee her life. Fortunately, I came early. Chu Nan was secretly glad but did not panic. The situation of a large number of meridians being damaged was an extremely serious injury to ordinary people and most martial artists, but to him, it was almost commonplace and was not a particularly serious problem. He was experienced in treating damaged meridians and was confident that he could help Elvy repair the serious injuries in her body. However, just as he was about to mobilize the flame of life with all his might to treat Elvy, a scream suddenly sounded from behind. What are you doing? Chu Nan frowned and turned around. He discovered that the nurse who was blocking the door had already rushed in. Clearly, she had reacted that Chu Nan might have rushed into the ward. Seeing Chu Nan's actions, she was shocked and rushed over to grab his arm. She is in danger now. You cannot touch her casually. If anything happens, she might lose her life. The group of people who had been blocked by the nurse earlier had also rushed in with her. When they saw Chu Nan's actions and heard her words, they berated him. Let go of Miss Elvy. Kid, do you want to kill Miss Elvy? You bastard. If anything happens to Miss Elvy, I guarantee that I will make you suffer. Chu Nan ignored them and only coldly glanced at the nurse. Let go. I can treat her. The nurse grabbed Chu Nan's arm and shook her head. Impossible. You are not a doctor. Miss Elvy's injuries are very serious now. Do not act rashly. Otherwise, she might really be in danger. Damn, are you crazy? You can treat Miss Elvy? What a joke. Let go quickly. The group of students also shouted. A few of the stronger students had even left the crowd and walked towards Chu Nan. It seemed that they planned to use force to pull him away. Chu Nan frowned and really wanted to kick these guys out. With them around, he definitely could not focus on healing the injuries in Elvy's meridians. However, it was clearly impossible to fight here. Just as the situation was tense, a voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Let him try. Chapter 410. Everyone turned around in the direction of the voice. The students surrounding him made way, revealing a middle-aged man behind them. Director Jia, the nurse exclaimed. Dean Jia. Dean Jia, why are you here? This was the voice of those students. Chu Nan had seen this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared at the entrance ceremony of Star Cloud Academy. He was the dean of the Life Science Academy, Jia Songyun. At the same time, he was also the director of a department in the academy's hospital. After walking over from the passageway opened by the students, Jia Songyun first glanced at Elvy on the bed before turning to look at Chu Nan with a serious expression. Student Chu Nan, you should already know Elvy's current situation, right? Chu Nan glanced at him in surprise and nodded. Yes. The meridians in Elvy's body are very damaged now, and her internal breath is also in a state of loss of control. In the words of us martial artists, she has seriously gone berserk. Hearing this answer, the surrounding students cried out in surprise. Although these students were all students of the Life Science Academy, they were not ignorant of martial techniques. When they heard that Elvy's meridians were severely damaged and her internal breath had lost control to the point of going berserk, they could not help but be shocked. How did Elvy suddenly suffer such a serious injury? The key was, how should he treat this? Since you know, are you confident in curing her? Jia Kanjayun's other question shocked the nurse and students even more. It turned out that Dean Jia was not joking when he said to let him try. What right did this guy have? He was clearly an ordinary student of the martial arts branch. What ability did he have to treat such a serious injury? It should be fine, Chu Nan said seriously. Alright, I can let you try, but it has to be under our tight surveillance. If anything happens, I will interrupt your treatment of Elvy immediately, Jia Songyun said seriously. Before Chu Nan could answer, the surrounding students could not help but shout. Dean Jia, how can you hand Miss Elvy to him? That is right. What right does he have to treat Miss Elvy? You cannot be so rash, right? Dean Jia, with the hospital's technology, can you not treat Miss Elvy? Why do you have to let her receive this guy's treatment? Shut up. Chu Nan shouted in a low voice and interrupted the shouting of the surrounding people. I care more about Elvy's life than you. If I am not confident, will I let her take the risk? Nonsense, on what basis are you confident? That is right. Who do you think you are? Can you be stronger than the doctors in the hospital? You are simply. Jia Songyun suddenly raised his arm, and the surrounding students immediately swallowed their words. In terms of the ability to treat damaged meridians, I believe Chu Nan is much stronger than everyone here. Handing Miss Elvy to him will be much more effective than our hospital's treatment. This. The students looked at each other. They did not believe that Chu Nan had the ability to treat Elvy, but since Jia Songyun had said so, they could not refute it. Alright, you can leave. Jia Songyun waved his hand. Although the students were unwilling, they could only obediently leave. Chu Nan, if you cannot treat Miss Elvy, do not even think about walking out of the hospital today. Before he left, a student even threatened Chu Nan. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to pay attention to him. After the students left, Jia Songyun asked Chu Nan, Student Chu Nan, do you need me to arrange another quiet room for you? In addition, what other help do you need? There is no need. Chu Nan waved his hand. Just watch and do not let anyone disturb me. After saying that, Chu Nan ignored Jia Songyun and could not be bothered to think about why he believed that he could treat Elvy. He grabbed her arm again, and milky white light seeped out as the flame of life was activated. When he was investigating the situation in Elvy's body earlier, Chu Nan had already investigated all the details of the damaged meridians in her body and recorded all the data. What he needed to do now was actually very simple. He just had to use the flame of life to repair Elvy's damaged meridians. Of course, before that, he still had to deal with the internal breath that had already lost control in Elvy's meridians. Fortunately, Elvy was only at the 3rd to 4th stage Overlord body realm, and her internal breath was not strong. Chu Nan controlled the flame of life to fuse with his high-frequency vibration internal breath and easily grasped the trajectory of the internal breath in her body. Then, he slowly guided the internal breath to circulate in a fixed trajectory in her meridians and gradually affected them, causing them to slow down and calm down. Under Chu Nan's deliberate guidance, the internal breath began to slowly circulate along another trajectory and completely avoided her damaged meridians. At the same time, Chu Nan activated the flame of life and started to repair Elvy's damaged meridians. This part of the process was much simpler. Under the effect of the flame of life that Chu Nan had fused with a high-frequency vibration internal breath, the meridians in Elvy's body quickly recovered at a very obvious speed. In less than half an hour, all the meridians in Elvy's body had completely recovered without any signs of damage. This was still because Chu Nan had deliberately slowed down in order to achieve perfection. Otherwise, he would only need 10 minutes. The flame of life circulated in Elvy's body again. After confirming that all her meridians had recovered and that the toughness of those damaged meridians had increased as expected, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his hand. At this moment, Elvy's breathing had calmed down again, and her face had clearly become rosy, but she still did not seem to have woken up. She is still very weak. Go prepare a nutrient injection for her. Jia Songyun instructed the nurse who had been waiting beside him and chased her out of the ward. Then, he said to Chu Nan, Student Chu Nan, you indeed have such a magical ability. It is really admirable. Only then did Chu Nan have the mood to think about the problem he had neglected. He glanced at Jia Songyun and felt a little strange. Dean Jia, how can you be sure that I have this ability? Firstly, I know that your meridians were broken in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, but you completely recovered in the end. Secondly, I know that you have grasped the flame of life. Thirdly, and most importantly, I know that not only have you helped yourself repair your meridians many times, you have also helped others treat similar injuries many times. Chu Nan was even more puzzled. He was not familiar with Dean Jia at all. How did the other party know that he had these experiences? It is very simple. Elvy told me this herself. Jia Songyun smiled and pointed at Elvy on the bed. In fact, before this, she had already mentioned to me that if she had any problems like now, the best way was to find you or Angie Prairie. At this point, Jia Songyun smiled bitterly. I originally thought that she was just saying it casually. I did not expect such a situation to really happen. It seems that she was already mentally prepared. This was my negligence. Chu Nan looked at Jia Songyun in confusion, and then at Elvy on the bed, feeling even more puzzled. What was she doing? Chapter 4:11. Moonlight shone through the window into the ward, illuminating a dazzling spot on the smooth ground. As the night wind blew the curtains, the light spots continuously swayed, causing Chu Nan's body to flicker. Chu Nan suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a bright light that was especially eye-catching in the dark ward. A moment later, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared and he returned to calm. However, if one paid attention to his eyes, one would discover that his expression was clearly brighter than before. A strange smile appeared on Chu Nan's face. He did not expect that because he had nothing to do in the ward, he would actually unintentionally find the best way to circulate his internal breath. According to the trajectory of this new deduction, if he circulated his internal breath on the foundation of the 9 revolutions technique, the strength of his internal breath had actually increased by 0.681277% in a week. Compared to the ordinary 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, this increase was 3 times faster. According to this speed, if he cultivated the complete 36 cycles of his internal breath every day, the strength of his internal breath would be comparable to a week of cultivation according to the normal 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. In the end, after he finished cultivating the 36th cycle, he had actually obtained a qualitative breakthrough in the strength of his internal breath. It directly increased from the 2nd stage internal breath to the 3rd stage internal breath. Chu Nan was a little surprised and amused by this result. What he was most concerned about today was helping Elvy treat her injuries. He was staying in the ward to guard her closely. He did not expect that while she was still unconscious, he had obtained a huge harvest in other ways. If it was any other time, Chu Nan would probably jump in joy. However, now, he only smiled and still looked at Elvy in concern. It had been about 6 hours since Chu Nan healed her at dusk, but Elvy still did not open her eyes. However, according to the test results of the hospital, her physical condition had already returned to normal. She did not wake up because she was not unconscious. Instead, she should have fallen asleep because of exhaustion. As for when she would wake up, she would naturally wake up after sleeping. There was no need to worry. Hearing Elvy's calm and stable breathing, Chu Nan felt much more at ease. However, when he saw her still frowning in her sleeping state, he still felt a trace of apology. At night, Joshua secretly came to visit Elvy alone and told Chu Nan why he said that he was the cause of this. It turned out that Joshua had discovered that ever since Chu Nan left Elvy's laboratory the day before, she had never come out. According to Joshua's observation and calculations, Elvy had actually been studying for more than 2 days and had not rested at all. Joshua did not know what Elvy was so obsessed with, but he knew that she had become like this after Chu Nan came to see her. Therefore, he naturally thought that it was Chu Nan who caused it. Chu Nan did not refute this. He also guessed that Elvy might have stayed up all night to study it just to give him a research result as soon as possible, causing her to be exhausted. Of course, just exhaustion would not be so serious. If Chu Nan was not wrong, Elvy might have used a portion of her research on him, causing such serious injuries. Sigh, you are really too silly. I am not in a hurry. Chu Nan sighed in his mind and glanced at Elvy on the bed. He could not help but reach out and touch her head. As soon as she stretched out her hand, Elvy's body suddenly moved and her head swayed. Chu Nan was stunned and stopped. Elvy suddenly muttered, "Father, I won't do it. I don't want to go to Aunt's house." Chu Nan was stunned again. Could this fellow be talking in her sleep? "Father, Aunt doesn't like me, and I don't like her. I want to go home." Chu Nan was dejected. Elvy had probably dreamed of the unhappy time she lived at her aunt's house. From the way she dreamed of this, that experience had undoubtedly hurt her greatly. When he recalled that Elvy was only a 14-year-old girl, Chu Nan could not help but pity her. Fortunately, she persisted now and was not forced by her father to stay at her aunt's house again. However, she had run to Star Cloud Academy alone without any relatives or friends. She was indeed lonely. If not for the fact that he knew her and introduced Angie Prairie to her, her life in the academy would probably be even more difficult. "Brother, I don't want to get married. No, I might as well marry Chu Nan." Chu Nan was stunned and could not help but laugh. Alright, so he was the alternative choice in Elvy's dream. Elvy muttered a few more words. The main content seemed to be about her family forcing her to go on a blind date, but she was unwilling. Hearing this, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. Although Elvy was born in a large family, she was not free in many places. She was only 14 years old, but her family had already begun to arrange her marriage. When he thought of the group of students from the Life Science Academy who came to the ward to visit in the afternoon and the guys who had always pestered Elvy, who really liked her. After muttering for a while, Elvy turned around and changed the topic. "Brother Chu Nan, don't worry. I will definitely be able to figure it out. You will definitely be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. You are my hero. You will definitely be very powerful." Chu Nan could not help but blush. It seemed that the fact that she had saved Elvy from those guys on planet Macaw had really left a deep impression on her. He had even become her hero. Brother Chu Nan, although I already have a brother, I am very happy that you are willing to be my brother. Perhaps if you don't be my brother, it is very good for us to be friends. Do you think, will you like me? No, you definitely like Sister Angie Prairie. She is older than me, so you definitely think I am a child. But my chest is much larger than Sister Angie Prairie. Alright, this was getting more and more ridiculous. What did she dream of? Next, Elvy muttered a few more words about Chu Nan and Angie Prairie and finally fell silent. Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. It was unknown if it was because Elvy was too exhausted, or because she had just recovered from her serious injuries, or if she had the habit of talking in her sleep, but she actually spoke so much in her sleep tonight. If she woke up tomorrow and knew that she was talking in her sleep and that Chu Nan had heard everything, wouldn't she be embarrassed to death? Chu Nan glanced at Elvy and reached out to cover her with the blanket that she had thrown to the side. At the same time, he made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let Elvy know what happened tonight. However, just as he sat back down, Elvy suddenly waved her fist and sent him flying again. Virgin 001, you bastard. Why aren't you online? Ha! Chu Nan was completely stunned. Chapter 412. Bright sunlight seeped in through the window. Feeling her eyes light up, Elvy woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a white, unfamiliar ceiling. She was stunned for a moment before realizing. She should have been injured during the experiment, right? Then, she should be in the hospital now. Elvy stretched her limbs slightly, but she did not find any signs of discomfort in her body. She did not even feel weak. Instead, she felt energetic and full of vigor. If there was anything wrong, only her stomach was especially hungry. Growl, growl, growl. As soon as she felt hungry, her stomach let out a low cry. Elvy immediately blushed. No one should have discovered it, right? Elvy nervously glanced in the direction of the door of the ward and heaved a sigh of relief when she did not see anyone. Fortunately. However, before she could exhale, a voice filled with joy suddenly sounded from the left. That's great, Elvy. You're finally awake. Elvy was shocked and her body involuntarily shrank. Then, she was stunned for a moment before realizing this voice. Elvy quickly turned around and saw Chu Nan with his back to the sun and a warm smile on his face. Brother Chu Nan, why are you here? If I wasn't here, do you think you could have recovered so quickly? Chu Nan smiled and shrugged. Oh. Elvy rolled her eyes and circulated her internal breath in her body. She felt that the meridians in her body were as good as before and her internal breath circulated without any obstruction. In fact, compared to before, it seemed that a few more meridians had been opened. She immediately understood the situation. In that case, you treated me. That's right. Otherwise, with your serious injuries, how could you recover so easily? Chu Nan replied and shook his head. He frowned and said, Elvy, what experiment are you doing? You actually injured yourself like this? Do you know that if you hadn't been discovered early, you would be in danger now? Don't worry, I know what to do. Elvy smiled brightly at Chu Nan and tried to sit up. Then, she stretched her limbs. After confirming that there was really no problem, she jumped up from the bed. Let's go. Go? Where to? Chu Nan was stunned. To the laboratory. Elvy had an excited expression. Brother Chu Nan, I've made a huge discovery. Do you know? I spent 2 days researching and finally made a very important discovery. I feel that with this discovery, I can completely target your body to improve. This way, you can break through the cosmic heavens gate without any difficulty. Hurry up and follow me. Those research materials are all in the laboratory. I can't explain it to you here. As Elvy spoke, she reached out to hold Chu Nan's hand. Chu Nan allowed her to hold him, but he did not get pulled up by her. Instead, he pulled her back. You just woke up. There's no hurry for these things. It's better to check you first. What checkup do I need? Elvy waved her hand. With you around, my body is very good now. Hurry up and leave. I can't wait to tell you about that discovery. Brother Chu Nan, aren't you in a hurry to break through the cosmic heavens gate? Of course I'm anxious, but, compared to your health, it's not that important. Chu Nan's expression was serious as he grabbed Elvy's hand and sent a trace of the flame of life into her body. Elvy felt the special aura of the flame of life and naturally understood what Chu Nan wanted to do. She stood obediently and allowed him to probe. After this trace of flame of life circulated through the meridians in Elvy's body and retracted, she smiled proudly at Chu Nan. How is it? Have I completely recovered? Yes, your body should be fine, but... Chu Nan pointed at Elvy's stomach. Aren't you hungry? Elvy immediately blushed and knew that Chu Nan had definitely heard the sound of her stomach. In her embarrassment, she could not help but complain, this flame of life is good in everything, but it makes people feel especially hungry. Chu Nan laughed. That can't be helped. The flame of life stimulates your life force to recover, not heal you out of thin air. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too heavily injured. Complete healing has exhausted too much of your life force. It would be a problem if you didn't feel hungry. Elvy pouted and wanted to complain again, but she discovered that it was fine if she did not mention it. When she mentioned hunger, she felt an even stronger hunger coming from her stomach. It even made her stomach hurt from hunger, and she swallowed the words she wanted to complain. Alright, don't worry about anything else. Let's find a place to eat first. I'm almost starving. Chu Nan smiled, but he still did not follow Elvy. Instead, he turned around and reached out under the small table beside the bed to take out a steaming hot breakfast bun. Elvy glared at him. Alright, you tricked me. So you were already prepared. Chu Nan handed the breakfast bun over and Elvy snatched it. She tore open the packaging and ate it without caring about her image. Looking at her wolfing down the food, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Although Elvy's current appearance did not match the reserved and elegant appearance of a girl from a large family, coupled with her still childish and beautiful face, she looked very real and cute, making people feel even more intimate. Come, tell me, Elvy. You should be studying the problem of cultivation methods related to me changing my genes. How did you lose control of your internal breath and severely damage your meridians? Chu Nan sat down again and asked. Elvy swallowed the bun she had just eaten and took a sip of milk. After exhaling, she replied, "This is related to my research results. Brother Chu Nan, you should know that the so-called overlord body is to influence and change the human body through the circulation of internal breath in the meridians, right? Yes, this is the foundation of all martial artists." Chu Nan nodded. However, do you know that internal breath not only affects the muscles, blood vessels, and bones of the human body that are revealed on the surface, but it actually directly affects the genes? Chu Nan widened his eyes slightly. You mean that all cultivation methods can directly affect genes and not just the flame of life? Yes. Elvy nodded seriously. Chapter 413. Chu Nan frowned and pondered. To be honest, he did not believe the conclusion Elvy gave. If it was as she had said, that any cultivation method could directly change the genes of the human body, then the flame of life would not be so special. He could even directly improve his body with the 9 revolutions technique alone and successfully break through the cosmic heaven's gate. He did not have to use any extremely special cultivation methods like the flame of life, high-frequency vibration internal breath, and the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique. In theory, it can indeed be done. Elvy nodded and confirmed Chu Nan's guess before shaking her head. But in fact, this is impossible. When ordinary internal breath cultivation methods are created, their goal is to increase the strength of their internal breath. Improving and strengthening the human body is only a side effect. Very few internal breath cultivation methods will directly improve the body when they are created, let alone directly improve the genes. So, the reason why the flame of life is special is completely because of supremacy ovally. Chu Nan asked again. I think that's right, Elvy said. According to my understanding of supremacy ovally, she has been modifying the flame of life cultivation method for so many years. This can actually be seen from her appearance. More than 20 years ago, she was still in a normal female body, but in the recent 20 years, she has clearly become abnormal. Are you referring to her rejuvenation? Yes. At this point, Elvy became excited again. She put down the breakfast in her hand and stared at Chu Nan with bright eyes. Brother Chu Nan, you said that you saw supremacy ovally with your own eyes last time, right? What does she look like now? Is she very young? It's not just young. Just from her appearance, she's only 2 to 3 years older than me. Chu Nan smiled bitterly. However, Angie Prairie said that this is only because she did not cultivate the flame of life to a sufficiently high realm previously. Now, she has already cultivated it to a realm where she can regain her youth. No, I'm certain that the flame of life she's cultivating now is already completely different from the one she originally cultivated, Elvy said with confidence. An internal breath cultivation method that directly targets the genes to improve is fundamentally superior to other ordinary cultivation methods. Cultivating other cultivation methods might cause problems in body refinement, but cultivating the flame of life won't. When Sister Angie Prairie breaks through the cosmic heaven's gate, the problem of insufficient body refinement that you're facing will definitely not happen. That's right, Angie Prairie herself. Heh, who's talking about me? A bright voice suddenly sounded at the door of the ward. Chu Nan and Elvy turned around in shock and saw that Angie Prairie had appeared at the door of the ward. Beside her were Jia Songyun, the nurse in charge of Elvy, and a few students in the uniform of the Life Science Academy. Seeing the two of them turn around, Angie Prairie quickly walked over and raised her hand to show Elvy the still steaming breakfast. Elvy, you must be hungry, right? I know Chu Nan helped you. Halfway through her sentence, Angie Prairie saw that Elvy was already halfway through her breakfast. She was stunned for a moment before turning to look at Chu Nan and smiling. So you were already prepared. Of course, I'm very experienced now. Chu Nan shrugged and smiled. Angie Prairie stuffed the breakfast in her hand in front of Chu Nan. Then I'll let you eat this breakfast. You must have been busy buying breakfast for Elvy and haven't eaten yet, right? There's no need. Let's give this to Elvy. I'm sure she won't be full with one. Elvy blushed and muttered softly, I'm not a good for nothing. Although she said that, she still reached out to take it. Perhaps it was because she had really exhausted too much life force, but she felt unprecedentedly hungry. Not to mention one more breakfast, it was not a problem to have one more. Eat slowly. Seeing her like this, Angie Prairie instructed, according to my experience, especially when you're too hungry, don't eat too much in one go. Eat too quickly, or your stomach will feel very uncomfortable. Elvy asked in surprise, Sister Angie Prairie, did you used to be hungry often? Yes, you also know that using the flame of life to treat me consumes life force. I used to be often injured and often used the flame of life to treat myself, so I starved many times. Moreover, there were many times when Master abandoned me. I won't be able to find anything to eat for many days. Chu Nan and Elvy looked at each other. No way? Why did Supremacy Ovally abandon you? Chu Nan asked in disbelief. From the situation of her meeting with Supremacy Ovally that day and the feeling she had after interacting with Angie Prairie for so long, her relationship with her master should be very close. It could even be said that they were biological mother and daughter. Why did Supremacy Ovally treat Angie Prairie like this? Nothing. It's just to train my ability to survive alone. Angie Prairie shrugged as if she did not mind. Right, why did you mention me just now? Chu Nan opened his mouth to answer, but Jia Songyun, the nurse, and the group of male students who came to visit Elvy had already surged over. After the nurse checked on Elvy and confirmed that she had completely recovered, she agreed to her request to be discharged immediately. With the guarantee of Jia Songyun, the discharge procedures were completed extremely quickly. In less than half an hour, everything was done. In the end, after this trip, Elvy clearly encountered serious injuries that destroyed a large number of her meridians, but she was discharged completely before she could stay in the hospital for a day. It was really a miracle. When he sent Elvy out of the hospital, Jia Songyun specially pulled Chu Nan to the side and expressed that the method he used to treat her injuries was very valuable. He hoped that he could come to the Life Science Academy often in the future and participate in more research. Chu Nan could not stand his solicitousness, but for Elvy's sake, he reluctantly agreed. Therefore, after another round of talks and chasing away the male students, the excited Elvy immediately pulled Chu Nan to his laboratory, and Angie Prairie followed curiously. The three of them entered the laboratory. Elvy originally planned to open the device and explain her discovery to Chu Nan, but she saw Angie Prairie looking around curiously. Her eyes darted around and an idea appeared. Sister Angie Prairie. Come, take off your clothes. Chapter 4:14. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were stunned. Why do you want me to take off my clothes? Angie Prairie asked in surprise. I'll give you a detailed checkup. Elvy seemed to have thought of something fun and smiled excitedly. As she spoke, she held Angie Prairie's hand and pulled her to the experiment table. I want to compare the various statistics of your and brother Chu Nan's bodies and see the exact difference. You've cultivated the flame of life since you were young, right? Yes. Angie Prairie nodded and asked suspiciously, what's the use of comparing our data? Of course it's useful. Elvy said with abnormal certainty. Through my research on brother Chu Nan, I've basically discovered the specific effect of internal cultivation methods on human genes. If I can analyze the relevant data of a martial artist like you who has cultivated the flame of life since you were young in detail, I can be further certain. If my deduction is correct, this experiment result should be very helpful for Sister Angie Prairie to cultivate the flame of life. Oh, is that so? Angie Prairie was clearly convinced by Elvy. She looked very interested and did not hesitate to reach out to unbutton her clothes. Hey, stop. Chu Nan finally could not help but roar. Angie Prairie stopped and turned to look at Chu Nan in confusion, alongside Elvy. Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. Chu Nan pointed at himself. I say, Angie Prairie, I'm still here. Why are you taking off your clothes? Is that a problem? Angie Prairie still looked puzzled. I'm just taking off my clothes. It's only. Chu Nan slapped his forehead speechlessly. I say, don't you treat me as a man. Of course I know you're a man. Oh, I understand. Angie Prairie looked enlightened. You're shy. It's fine, I only need to take off my coat, right, Elvy? Yes, there's no need to take off your underwear. I only need to obtain most of your physical data. Elvy nodded and did not forget to look at Chu Nan in disdain. Brother Chu Nan, when it comes to scientific research, gender is not important. Didn't you strip naked in front of me last time? Hey, I was clearly still wearing my underwear last time, okay? Chu Nan weakly retorted. Then, should we let Sister Angie Prairie take off her underwear this time? Elvy turned to ask her. Can you, Sister Angie Prairie? Sure. Angie Prairie really had an indifferent expression as if she did not notice that Elvy was joking. Although Master often says that I can't casually show my naked body in front of other men, she also said that I have to learn to show my beautiful body in front of the person I like. I like Chu Nan, so it's fine to be naked in front of him. However, I don't know if my body is beautiful enough. Chu Nan and Elvy were stunned. At this moment, what the two of them noticed was not that it was fine to be naked in front of Chu Nan, but the previous sentence. Sister Angie Prairie, what did you say? You like brother Chu Nan? Yes, I like him. Angie Prairie nodded very simply. He's my first friend. Of course I like him. So it's like this. Elvy patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Nan also heaved a sigh of relief, though he was a little disappointed. All right, I surrender. Chu Nan raised his hand and smiled bitterly. Angie Prairie, just take off your coat. Don't take off anything else. Elvy, don't make a fuss. You clearly understand. Elvy chuckled and gestured for Angie Prairie to take off her coat and lie down on the experiment table. She adjusted the equipment and began to test her. Sister Angie Prairie, the entire process will take about half an hour. Lie on this for a while. Elvy instructed and cut off a piece of hair from Angie Prairie's head. She placed it in another device beside her to test. After doing all this, she arrived beside Chu Nan. Brother Chu Nan, do you think Sister Angie Prairie's body is beautiful? Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Cut the crap and get down to business. Elvy pursed her lips and smiled. She operated the table and pulled out a virtual screen that displayed a document. Brother Chu Nan, look. According to my research on you, I discovered that your current body is actually in a very unbalanced state. From the perspective of genetic engineering, you are simply like a freak. Freak. Chu Nan was stunned. Is it that exaggerated? Look at this diagram. Elvy pulled out a human diagram that was marked with the various data obtained from Chu Nan. According to the latest research in genetic engineering, what determines the state, development trend, and future potential of a person are actually all related to genes. One of the important pieces of data is the crank index. What this diagram shows is the situation of the crank index that I deduced from the human test data I performed on you and analyzed your genetic chain. The deeper the color, the higher the crank index. In other words, the current state of this part of your body and the future development potential is higher. The lighter the color, the opposite. Chu Nan looked at the very uneven and dark human diagram and thought for a moment before asking, "You mean that my entire body? The crank index is very uneven, so my entire body is like a freak." "That's about it." Elvy pulled out another human diagram. This is the relevant data diagram of an ordinary initial stage internal breath realm martial artist. Look, the closer you are to the lower abdomen, which is the location of the dantian that martial artists usually speak of, the higher the crank index. The closer it is to the surface of the body, the lower the crank index. What does this mean? According to the normal cultivation process, this should be the situation when a normal martial artist breaks through to the internal breath realm. However, Brother Chu Nan, your cultivation process is clearly abnormal. This is because according to your original cultivation situation, you should be like this when you break through to the internal breath realm. Elvy pulled out another human diagram. Compared to the diagram of an ordinary initial stage internal breath realm martial artist, the color of the human body on this diagram was clearly much lighter. Moreover, there were some uneven colors around it. According to Brother Chu Nan's cultivation process, you should have been like this. The degree of tempering of the human body is indeed inferior to ordinary internal breath martial artists, and it's obvious that there's a flaw. Elvy continued to explain, however, "Brother Chu Nan, your talent is too good. Not only did you cultivate a very special high-frequency vibration internal breath, but you also learned the flame of life. In the end, you forcefully changed the human body and genetic sequence that should have been fixed after you became an adult. However, the flaw is still very obvious." Chu Nan's gaze landed on the human diagram that Elvy had first pulled out. He looked at the abnormally uneven color on that human body and thought for a moment before asking, "How should we resolve it?" Elvy smiled confidently. "It's very simple. Brother Chu Nan, you didn't know what the problem was in the past, so there were so many flaws. However, you know now. With the special cultivation method you grasp now, since you're so smart, do you still need me to tell you how to resolve it?" Chu Nan was stunned before his eyes lit up. That was right. In the past, he knew that there was a flaw in his body, but he did not know where it was, so it was very difficult to resolve. Now that Elvy had clearly pointed out the flaw to him, what else could not be solved? Chapter 4:15. A trace of internal breath flowed out of a secondary meridian and instantly scattered into thousands of even more subtle internal breaths. At the same time, they surged into the 1,000 fine meridians connected to this secondary meridian. While surging into these 1,000 fine meridians, these thousands of internal breaths had already been adjusted to a high-frequency vibration state of different frequencies. At the same time, they carried the characteristics of the flame of life. The flow of internal breath in more than 1,000 fine meridians became much slower, but it was precisely this slow flow that allowed internal breath to better moisten and refine these fine meridians. Moreover, strands of it seeped out from the meridians and tempered every inch of muscle, blood vessels, and nerves around every fine meridian. It quietly and quickly made them change. Not only that, these internal breaths with the characteristics of the flame of life and high-frequency vibration even seeped into every inch of his bones. After his internal breath seeped in, with a thought, Chu Nan activated the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique. A purple aura seeped out from the range of the 1,000 fine meridians under his left abdomen and enveloped all the body parts. If anyone stared at this piece carefully at this moment, they would discover that this part of Chu Nan's body would bulge slightly one moment and shrink the next. It was as if his body was breathing. During this continuous breathing, Chu Nan clearly sensed that not only had his muscle cells clearly strengthened, but his muscle strength had also increased and his blood vessels and nerves had become stronger. As for the bones that were the most difficult to refine and change, under the effect of the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique, he relied on the flame of life that had fused with a high-frequency vibration internal breath to improve very clearly. Of course, this process was not very comfortable. It was even a little painful. As Chu Nan endured the intense pain, itchiness, and other senses brought about by the huge change in his muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and even bones in a short period of time, he still had to rely on his powerful data ability to completely control every small change in his body and adjust his internal breath according to the change at any time. The difficulty of doing this was undoubtedly extremely great, but the benefits were also extremely great. In just half an hour, Chu Nan felt that the muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and even bones in his body had already reached an almost identical degree of tempering to the other parts. After letting his internal breath circulate in the 1,000 fine meridians for a cycle, Chu Nan confirmed that he had tempered this area and temporarily stopped. His body moved, and he could clearly sense a strength that far exceeded the previous one coming from the lower left abdomen. When he mobilized his internal breath to circulate in it, he could feel that it was much smoother than before. With a thought, Chu Nan deliberately mobilized his internal breath to form a high-frequency vibration state on the surface of his body. As expected, the spatial energy was attracted over and injected into every fine meridian under the guidance of the internal breath without any obstruction. Then, it gathered together and surged into the connected secondary meridian. It had already perfectly fused with the internal breath. Joy appeared in Chu Nan's heart. This body was finally tempered. Although he had already done similar actions more than 100 times in the past half a month, every time he clearly felt the clear change in his body, every time he felt the spatial energy flowing unimpeded in the tempered body area, Chu Nan still could not help but feel extremely happy. This time, he was much happier than the previous 100 attempts. This was because the successful refinement of this body meant that the last flaw in his body had been tempered and perfected. The last flaw had been fixed. If the current Chu Nan was handed to Elvy for a test, he was certain that on the human body diagram that represented the crank index, he would definitely not be like the time Elvy had shown him. The colors were dark and light, representing that his body had many obvious flaws. Instead, his entire body should be the same bright color. In other words, from a martial artist's point of view, the current Chu Nan already had a perfect body. Chu Nan took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood slightly. He mobilized his internal breath again and quickly surged into all the main meridians, secondary meridians, and every fine meridian in his body. Then, they seeped out of his body and entered a high-frequency vibration state. Soon, a large amount of spatial energy was attracted and surged into every part of his body, entering every fine meridian. Then, it gathered in every secondary meridian and perfectly fused with his internal breath. Then, it flowed into all the main meridians and finally entered his dantian. Then, his internal breath flowed out again, and the spatial energy flowed out with it. It passed through the main meridians, the secondary meridians, and every fine meridian. Finally, it seeped into every corner of his body through the dense fine meridians that covered his entire body. He did not miss anything. Before this, when Chu Nan mobilized spatial energy, he could only mobilize it in his body according to a special circulation trajectory. If he wanted to mobilize spatial energy in many places, all kinds of obstructions would make him fail. Now, the spatial energy circulated throughout his entire body, but it did not encounter any obstruction. His entire body seemed to have perfectly fused with the outside world and the spatial energy inside. Chu Nan suddenly understood. With a thought, his internal breath instantly changed the trajectory of the circulation in his body, forming an internal breath cycle that spread throughout every meridian in his body. The spatial energy also changed and obediently followed behind his internal breath to form the corresponding cycle. At this moment, it was as if Chu Nan's body did not exist. His internal breath could even directly connect to the spatial energy of the outside world and casually affect and control it. This feeling is similar to a void break martial artist, right? This thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he actually felt his entire body become light as if he could fly at any time. Ha, Muyatong and Norman, you two star-grade martial artists think it's almost impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Then I'll let you know that you're wrong. Feeling the smooth connection between him and the spatial energy, Chu Nan finally could not help but laugh. The reason why Muyatong and Norman felt that it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate was that his body was not tempered enough. Now, with the precious experience he had obtained from Marshal Kimikov and the others, the various cultivation methods he had grasped, and his powerful data ability, he had finally obtained a perfectly tempered body. Then, the problem that the two star-grade martial artists thought was no longer a problem. With a perfect body, how could he not break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Chapter 416. After laughing for a while, Chu Nan gradually calmed down. Solving the most important problem when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate was naturally something to be happy about. The reason why he could find the solution to this problem, and even understand where the issue lay, was actually because of Elvy's tireless research. In the beginning, Chu Nan did not think that Elvy could help him in this aspect. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl, and her strength as a martial artist was not remarkable. However, it was Elvy's research that allowed Chu Nan to truly understand what the two star-grade martial artists meant by insufficient body refinement. To Chu Nan, resolving the problem was not difficult because he already possessed special cultivation methods like the Flame of Life, high-frequency vibration internal breath, and the Purple Cloud 8 Desolates body tempering technique. The difficult part was knowing what the problem was and where it was located. Elvy helped to resolve this crucial issue before he could settle it accordingly. In the past half a month, Chu Nan had focused on repairing the flaws in his body every day. He repeated the refinement of the insufficient parts many times, finally obtaining a perfect body after more than 100 attempts. During this half a month, Elvy had put aside almost everything she had on hand and monitored Chu Nan the entire time. She analyzed and studied his physical changes at any given moment to ensure that he did not take any detours. Elvy deserved at least half the credit for Chu Nan's achievement over the past half month. When he thought of this, Chu Nan was filled with gratitude towards Elvy. He jumped out of the bed excitedly, but his body suddenly tilted, and he staggered. This happened because his body had clearly changed compared to before. The strength, toughness, and other physical data in various parts of his body had shifted, leaving him temporarily unable to adapt. However, this was not a major problem. With his powerful data ability and precise body control, he could make minor adjustments quickly. Chu Nan composed himself and raised his wrist to activate his personal terminal. He happily chose to send a personal communication request to Elvy. Not only did he want to report the good news to Elvy immediately, but he also planned to go to her place to monitor and confirm that his judgment was correct. As soon as the call connected, Elvy's excited face appeared on the virtual screen. Brother Chu Nan, did you succeed? Did you? Chu Nan nodded with a smile. Yes, I've already tempered the last bit. It should be considered a success. That's great. Elvy jumped up in excitement. Then quickly come over. I'll test you again. If there's no problem, congratulations, Brother Chu Nan. You can begin to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and ruthlessly slap those two fellows' faces. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. The two fellows Elvy spoke of were the two star-grade martial artists, Muyatong and Norman, who had judged that it was almost impossible for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Slap the faces of two star-grade martial artists? Just thinking about it was exciting. Alright, wait for me. I'll come over now. Yes, I'll wait for you in the laboratory. Hurry up. Chu Nan turned off his personal terminal and was about to walk out of the dormitory when the door suddenly opened. Mondeo and Sar walked in and were stunned when they saw Chu Nan. Heh, Chu Nan, you're actually preparing to go out. How rare. Mondeo shouted exaggeratedly. What? You're going to the Life Science Academy to find your sister Elvy again? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. Cut the crap if you already know. After saying that, he pushed past the two people blocking the doorway and stepped out. However, he had barely taken a step before Mondeo grabbed his arm. What is it? What's the matter? Chu Nan looked at Mondeo in surprise. Mondeo did not answer and gestured to Sar. Cough. Sar pretended to cough lightly and paused for a moment before continuing. It's like this. Chu Nan, didn't the Academy buy a batch of Martial Soul gaming capsules a few days ago? Yeah, why? Of course, Chu Nan knew about this. Previously, in the combat training course, teacher Manjika mentioned that the Academy planned to buy a batch of Martial Soul gaming capsules to allow the students to enter Martial Soul and better spar with martial artists from other countries. 4 days ago, that batch of gaming capsules had been installed and made available for the students to use. Although Chu Nan had barely attended class in the past half-month for the sake of tempering his body, when the gaming capsules were set up 4 days ago, Mondeo and the others had dragged him along to play. Of course, it's good that the Academy provided free gaming capsules for us to use, but don't you think there's too much hassle? Sar asked. Chu Nan was stunned. When he recalled that there were at least 20 to 30 people surrounding each gaming capsule 4 days ago, and that he had to queue for 2 hours before getting a turn at night, he could not help but nod. Yes, there are indeed too many people. However, it's not realistic to expect the Academy to buy more than 1,000. How much would that cost? Chu Nan said. The Academy can't afford to buy that many, so I was thinking we might as well buy one ourselves. What do you think? After Sar asked, he and Mondeo looked at Chu Nan with anticipation. Chu Nan found it a little strange. If you want to log into Martial Soul yourselves, you don't have to buy a full gaming capsule. A helmet is fine. I bought one back at West Cloud Academy, and it was quite convenient to use. You should know that the latest gaming capsule costs more than $40,000. A helmet only costs a few thousand. That's different. Mondeo shook his head. Although the helmet is cheap, the level of simulation isn't high enough. Moreover, the data in the latest gaming capsule is updated, and there are more martial techniques that can be simulated. The combat experience you get inside is much better than with a gaming helmet. I played Martial Soul in the past. When I used the helmet back then, it always felt like I was just playing a video game. But with this latest gaming capsule, it feels no different from a real martial arts battle. Yes, I think it's not just an improvement in equipment. The Nottem Chamber of Commerce has also made great progress in gaming technology. I feel that if we want to improve our martial techniques through Martial Soul, it's better to use the gaming capsule, Sar added. Chu Nan looked at the two of them, puzzled. So what are you two trying to say? Mondeo poked Sar, who blared back at him. Then, Sar coughed dryly and replied, Mondeo and I discussed it. Instead of spending hours waiting in the virtual combat room, why don't we buy a gaming capsule together and keep it in our dormitory to play whenever we want? What do you think? Chapter 417. Chu Nan was stunned. He did not expect these two fellows to come up with this suggestion. From the perspective of increasing the number of battles and honing martial techniques, this was undoubtedly a good idea. However, he hesitated. You mean we can pool our money and buy it together? Yes. Mondeo nodded and scratched his head in embarrassment. I asked around. There is a discount for the gaming capsule sold to our academy by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. Just this one costs $49,000. There is no discount if we buy it ourselves, so it would cost $58,000. It is too expensive to buy it alone. Moreover, it is no fun to play alone in the dormitory. Therefore, I discussed it with Sar and decided to buy one together. This way, we only need to pay a little over $10,000 each, which is still acceptable. What do you think? The reason why the two of them did not make it clear initially was actually because they knew Chu Nan's family background was ordinary. Taking out more than 10,000 Federation coins at once would be a considerable expense for him, so they were a little worried he would not agree. However, if Chu Nan did not agree and the three of them divided the cost equally, everyone would have to pay nearly $20,000. Even if their family backgrounds were decent, they felt that was a bit too much. Most importantly, if they bought it and Chu Nan wanted to play, should they let him? Chu Nan thought for a moment and asked, Have you told Tanaka? I asked him earlier, and he agreed. Seeing that Chu Nan was tempted, Mondeo immediately replied excitedly. Alright, I agree. It is good to buy a gaming capsule, so anyone can go up and play when they want to. Chu Nan nodded. When he said this, he did not think about how much he had to pay on average. Instead, Elvy's figure appeared in his mind. That night, when he was taking care of Elvy in the hospital, she spoke in her sleep for a long time. The last phrase she muttered was actually Virgin 001. This had puzzled Chu Nan until now. How did Elvy know Virgin 001? From her tone, she seemed to be very familiar with him. Of course, he could not ask Elvy this question directly, so he could only find an opportunity in Martial Soul. Seeing that Chu Nan agreed, Mondeo and Sar immediately clapped happily. The two of them still wanted to tell Chu Nan some details, but he waved his hand and rushed out. After taking 2 steps, he turned around. Right, do not be in a hurry to buy it. I might be able to find someone to give us some benefits. After saying that, Chu Nan hurriedly left. That left Mondeo and Sar looking at each other. Was Chu Nan not from an ordinary family on planet Purple Cloud? On what basis could he obtain a discount from the Nottem Chamber of Commerce? In Elvy's laboratory, Chu Nan was not surprised to see Angie Prairie there. However, when Chu Nan saw her, she had taken off her outer clothes and was lying quietly on the experiment table. She seemed to have fallen asleep. She said that she did not sleep last night, so she fell asleep not long after lying down. Elvy pointed at Angie Prairie and explained. Then, she deliberately suppressed her excitement and said to Chu Nan, "Brother Chu Nan, did you really do it? Did you really refine and perfect your entire body?" Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie and thought to himself, could this girl have run out to find some hooligans to practice with last night? Hearing Elvy's question, he smiled and nodded with complete certainty. "Yes, I have already settled everything." "That is great. Come, let us do a checkup. I want to verify if you have really tempered yourself perfectly. If so, then according to my research, Brother Chu Nan, you might have the most perfect body in history." As Elvy spoke, she excitedly pulled Chu Nan to the experiment table and gestured for him to take off his clothes and lie down. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie, who was also lying there, and hesitated. Angie Prairie was only wearing her underwear, exposing a large portion of her skin, but Chu Nan no longer looked as flustered as the first time when he did not even know where to look. During this period, she often came to Elvy's laboratory to participate in experiments. Chu Nan had seen similar situations many times and was used to it. However, it was still a little awkward for him to take off his coat and lie beside her now. Elvy chuckled when she saw the expression on Chu Nan's face. "Alright, Brother Chu Nan, you do not have to think so much. This is only an experiment. Quickly lie down. There is only one set of equipment in the laboratory that can test your physical data, and I do not have any other space for you." Seeing that Chu Nan was still hesitating, Elvy pushed him. "Hurry up. Do you not want to know if you have really tempered a perfect body?" Chu Nan's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth. He made up his mind, took off his coat, and lay beside Angie Prairie. It was unknown if Angie Prairie was too tired last night, but when Chu Nan lay down beside her, her eyes remained closed. After Chu Nan lay down, Elvy adjusted the equipment and started to perform a full body test on him and Angie Prairie. This was the 7th time Elvy had done something similar in the past half a month, so she was naturally familiar with it. Half an hour later, she had already clearly grasped the specific data of the two of them. After analyzing it in the system, Elvy revealed an extremely surprised expression. "Brother Chu Nan, quickly come and see." Elvy waved at Chu Nan. After he put on his clothes and came to her side, she pointed at the human diagram displayed on the virtual screen and said to him, "Do you see that? All the parts of your body, including the crank index, have already reached a very high level. Moreover, none of them are slightly weaker. Do you know what this means?" Chu Nan looked at the human body diagram on the virtual screen, which was bright in color without any lighter patches, and felt equally excited. Compared to the diagram that Elvy had shown him the first time, this diagram displayed that his current body was indeed in a perfect state, proving that his efforts over the past half a month had not been in vain. "Brother Chu Nan, your body is completely fine now," Elvy continued excitedly. "I dare say that when you break through the cosmic heaven's gate, you definitely will not encounter any physical obstruction. Therefore, let whatever those two fellows said go to hell. Brother Chu Nan, you will soon become a star-grade martial artist." Chu Nan laughed and felt the dark cloud that had been wrapped around his heart dissipate. His mood became extremely light. He could not help but reach out and pat Elvy's head. "Elvy, I have to thank you for helping me find the most important problem. Otherwise, I might not have been able to resolve it by myself for a long time. So, thank you. There is no need to be polite. Brother Chu Nan, you saved my life. I am only helping you with a small favor. I believe that even without me, with your talent, you would definitely be able to resolve these problems. Moreover, helping you do this research is very helpful to my studies in genetic engineering." After a pause, Elvy asked curiously, "Now that your physical problem no longer exists, when do you plan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, Brother Chu Nan?" "How can it be that easy?" Chu Nan shook his head. "A perfect body is only the foundation. If I want to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, I need other support." "Oh," Sister Angie Prairie said the same thing. However, she said that as long as there is no problem with her body, it is very easy to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Elvy said. "Is that so?" Chu Nan turned around to look at Angie Prairie on the experiment table. "That is only for someone like her who has a good master." Perhaps because she heard the two of them talking about her, Angie Prairie suddenly moved. She sat up and rubbed her eyes before looking at Chu Nan and Elvy in a daze. "Heh, what time is it now?" Chu Nan glanced at his personal terminal in amusement. "It is almost 5. What did you do last night? You are actually so tired." Almost 5, almost 5. Angie Prairie suddenly shivered and instantly regained her focus. She jumped up from the experiment table. "Let us go. It is about time. I will bring you to see Master." Chu Nan and Elvy looked at each other in surprise. Was Angie Prairie's master not Supremacy Overly? When had she arrived? Chapter 418. In the office of the Dean of Star Cloud Academy. If outsiders were here at this moment, they would definitely be very surprised to see the situation in front of them. Dean Lin Mingdao, who had supreme authority in Star Cloud Academy and even an extremely high status in the entire Earth Federation, actually stood up and poured a cup of tea before personally bringing it to a person sitting there. The noble Dean Lin actually took the initiative to pour tea for others. This person was actually only a young and beautiful girl who looked to be in her early 20s at most. However, if anyone knew the true identity of this so-called young girl, the situation would not be so strange. "Hey, Lin Mingdao, I heard that your martial arts branch bought a batch of Martial Soul gaming capsules a few days ago." Supremacy Overly took a sip of tea, frowned, and asked Lin Mingdao bluntly. This young girl was Supremacy Overly. "How do you know?" Lin Mingdao asked curiously. "Even I, the dean, only knew after seeing the report of the martial arts branch. I heard it by chance." Supremacy Overly waved her hand. I'm only mentioning this to warn you. Do you know why the Noctem Chamber of Commerce is so kind as to give your martial arts branch a batch of gaming capsules at a preferential price? Or do you know why the Noctem Chamber of Commerce spent so much effort to develop the game Martial Soul? I really don't know much about this. The matters of the martial arts branch are mainly handled by the martial arts branch. I usually won't ask. Lin Mingdao shook his head. You specially mentioned it. Do you think there's a problem? It's not that I feel that there's a problem, but that there's indeed a problem, Supremacy Overly said seriously. Let me tell you, according to the results of my investigation, the Noctem Chamber of Commerce has vigorously developed Martial Soul in order to collect a large amount of detailed martial artist data through it to assist in the research of martial techniques. You should have heard of the Stargrade Martial Artist mass production plan of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, right? Yes, this is not a special secret. I've indeed heard many people mention it. However, Lin Mingdao paused for a moment, and a trace of disdain flashed through his expression. How can martial techniques be so easy to study? As for the mass production of Stargrade martial artists, it's even more of a huge joke. If Stargrade martial artists can really be produced in large numbers, the first person to do it will definitely not be the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, but the Declan Empire. Regarding this, you're a Stargrade martial artist yourself, so you should know this better than anyone. Of course, I don't believe that Stargrade martial artists can be mass-produced, but I still believe that Void Break or even Heaven Control martial artists can be mass-produced. Supremacy Overly's expression was still serious. Think about it. A Heaven Control martial artist can even fight a top-notch interstellar battleship alone and have far more flexibility than an interstellar battleship. If they can successfully mass-produce it, how much will it affect the situation in the Milky Way? Our Earth Federation is only a small country at the border. We don't have the ability to care about these things. Lin Mingdao shook his head, still not caring much. Moreover, the strongest students in our Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch are only at the Void Break realm. Even if the Noctem Chamber of Commerce collects the data, the impact won't be great. As for their choice after leaving the Academy doesn't care. Supremacy Overly frowned deeply with a dissatisfied expression. She sneered, I hate your passive attitude. The entire Star Cloud Academy has become lifeless because of you. It's very annoying. Lin Mingdao laughed and was not moved by Supremacy Overly's criticism. I'm carrying the responsibility of an academy, and Overly, you only have to be responsible for yourself. This is still different. Tisk, at the very least, I have to be responsible for my precious disciple. Alright, I'm not here to specially scold you. I just want to ask, since you removed the dean of your martial arts branch, what about our previous verbal agreement? Of course, it will continue to be effective. Lin Mingdao nodded and said, Angie Prairie's studies in the martial arts branch will not be affected at all. She can still come into contact with the Arhat Overlord Golden Body when the conditions are suitable. Moreover, if you can find a suitable candidate, I'm very happy to give her one of the spots in the academy. Or rather, I even look forward to you being able to find other candidates to use your own spot. That's good. Supremacy Overly nodded in satisfaction. She stood up and seemed to want to bid farewell, but she suddenly recalled something. Right, Angie Prairie told me that Chu Nan also wants to learn the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Will he have the chance for you to make an exception? That's impossible. Lin Mingdao shook his head. Although I also admire Chu Nan's talent, he's only an ordinary student. I can't break the rules of the academy because of him. Is that so? Supremacy Overly revealed a mocking smile. Didn't he already break the rules of your academy in the previous ultimate arbitration? Of course not. Lin Mingdao had a serious expression and said seriously, all the procedures and results of the ultimate arbitration were carried out according to the rules of the academy. There were no actions that broke the rules. That's why your martial arts branch's dean and academic director were forced to resign. Supremacy Overly sneered. Tell me, if not for Chu Nan's super talent in the ultimate arbitration that made all of you speechless, would he have been forced to drop out of school by you? Lin Mingdao frowned and looked at Supremacy Overly. Why are you so concerned about Chu Nan? Is it because of his relationship with Angie Prairie? Part of the reason is that you almost ruined a future Stargrade martial artist. Supremacy Overly raised her voice. Stargrade martial artist. Lin Mingdao was stunned. Do you think Chu Nan will become a Stargrade martial artist in the future? But Mu Yatong and Norman. Tisk, what do those idiots know? Supremacy Overly spat bluntly. Lin Mingdao could not help but shake his head. In this world, only Supremacy Overly could openly say that Mu Yatong and Norman were idiots. I'll tell you clearly. I think very highly of Chu Nan. As long as he breaks through the cosmic heaven's gate, his future strength will increase extremely quickly. I'm even certain that as long as he has the chance to participate in the invitation of the royal family of the Declan Empire next year, he will have a high chance of helping our Earth Federation obtain great results. No matter how much you think of him, he hasn't even broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, right? Lin Mingdao spread out his hands and said helplessly. Supremacy Overly's expression froze, but then she said in an abnormally firm tone, he can definitely break through. If not, I might as well kill him now. Lin Mingdao smiled bitterly. Although he had known Overly for so many years, he could not tell if her words were true. Once this crazy woman made up her mind, she would really do anything. Chapter 419. Chu Nan and the other two saw Supremacy Overly in an inconspicuous restaurant outside Star Cloud Academy. The moment he saw Supremacy Overly, Chu Nan almost suspected that he was seeing things. The last time he saw Supremacy Overly with Angie Prairie, she had given him a bright and amiable smile the entire time. Her attitude was extremely good. This time, when she saw Chu Nan, Supremacy Overly did not smile at all. Her face was stiff and her expression was not good at all. There was even a trace of killing intent in her eyes. Chu Nan was abnormally puzzled. He had not done anything, so why did Supremacy Overly's attitude towards him suddenly change? Wait, could it be that Angie Prairie had also told Supremacy Overly about her and him lying in Elvy's laboratory in their underwear? If that was the case, as a person who clearly treated Angie Prairie as his daughter, it was not unreasonable for Supremacy Overly to emit a trace of killing intent towards Chu Nan. Master, what's wrong? Why are you looking at Chu Nan like that? Not only could Chu Nan see that something was wrong with Supremacy Overly, but even Angie Prairie, who had always been the slowest about such things, could. She shook Supremacy Overly and asked in confusion, "When did Chu Nan provoke you? I'll help you teach him a lesson." Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he glanced at Angie Prairie. Hey, this was simply adding fuel to the fire, okay? Fortunately, Supremacy Overly did not take any further action. She only narrowed her eyes and seriously sized up Chu Nan as if it was the first time she had seen him. Then, she asked in a low voice, "Hey, kid, are you confident in breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate?" Chu Nan was stunned. He had just confirmed the result of the perfect body refinement at Elvy's place. Why did Supremacy Overly come to ask this question? Could Angie Prairie have told her? However, he had been with Angie Prairie just now and did not see her open her personal terminal to contact Supremacy Overly. Right now, he still had to answer Supremacy Overly's question. Chu Nan thought for a moment and replied, "This. I'm not completely confident. I still have to." "No, you have to be completely confident." Supremacy Overly waved her hand and roughly interrupted Chu Nan. "If you don't even have the confidence to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, why should I waste time with you?" "Master!" Angie Prairie could not help but raise her voice and shout. "What's wrong with you today? How can anyone be completely confident in breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate? Even if Chu Nan has perfectly tempered his body, there are other problems." After saying that, she did not forget to turn around and smile awkwardly at Chu Nan. She nodded at him and said, "Of course, Chu Nan, I believe you can definitely break through the cosmic heaven's gate." Chu Nan felt even stranger. He believed that Angie Prairie meant what she said, but from the looks of it, she had simply transformed into an abnormally sensible, obedient, and understanding girl. Even her aura had changed. "I believe brother Chu Nan will definitely be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate." An abnormally firm voice suddenly sounded beside him. It was Elvy, who had been silent. She glanced at Chu Nan and turned to look at Supremacy Overly, her expression firmer than her voice. "Supremacy Overly, according to my research, brother Chu Nan's current body is almost perfect. Then, as long as he cultivates his internal breath to a certain extent, it's only natural for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. It definitely won't be difficult." "Your research, perfect body." Supremacy Overly looked at Elvy in confusion. When she met the three of them earlier, Angie Prairie had only roughly introduced Elvy and said that she was Chu Nan's good friend. She had long wanted to see Supremacy Overly with her own eyes, so she brought her over. At that time, Supremacy Overly only treated Elvy as a very ordinary fan and did not pay much attention to her. Now that she heard her say something like research and perfect body, she could not help but be a little surprised. What did such a girl who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old know about research? Did she know what a perfect body meant? Yes. Supremacy Overly, in a paper you published 7 years ago, you once mentioned the direct relationship between the physical body and breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. You also pointed out where the connection is specific. One of the very important points of data is related to the crank index. Elvy spoke frankly. At first, Supremacy Overly did not mind, but as she listened, her expression gradually became focused, and her eyes revealed an undisguised surprise. Towards the end, she was even a little shocked. Elvy looked very young, but she actually knew a lot about the things she studied. Moreover, not only did she know, but she also had an extremely deep understanding. She could even say some unique insights that were obvious to her. Even she felt inspired when she heard it. As a top expert in human research and genetic engineering, she could easily tell that although this girl's level in this aspect was still much inferior to hers, she could be considered a top expert in some special fields. Moreover, the so-called perfect body that she had mentioned in the end was something that even she did not dare to think about. "You mean that the current crank index in Chu Nan's entire body is completely balanced and has no flaws?" Supremacy Overly frowned and glanced at Chu Nan before shaking her head. "This is impossible. No one can do this because the human body is not a harmonious product. The so-called perfect body only exists in theory. If you don't believe me, you can return to my laboratory with me now. There is detailed data related to brother Chu Nan there that can prove this to you. Or you can personally test him again. I believe you can make an accurate judgment." Elvy still had a firm expression, indicating that she had absolute confidence in her words. Then, she added, "Brother Chu Nan's current physical data is much stronger than any martial artist I know. If he can't break through the cosmic heaven's gate, it's impossible for any martial artist to break through." Looking at Elvy's small face that seemed to be glowing, Supremacy Overly suddenly smiled and waved her hand. "Breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate is not that simple. Not only does it require a strong physical foundation, but even a perfect body might not guarantee a breakthrough." "Then, why did you want brother Chu Nan to have full confidence in breaking through?" Supremacy Overly's bad attitude towards Chu Nan was too obvious. How could the usually sensitive Elvy not see it? Even if she had always treated Supremacy Overly as her idol and was extremely excited when she saw her earlier, because of her attitude towards Chu Nan, she had already secretly treated her as her enemy and spoke bluntly. Supremacy Overly looked at Elvy and then at Chu Nan with a smile. Little girl, you're quite protective of your brother Chu Nan. Elvy blushed slightly, but she still said firmly, that's because your request of him is too unreasonable. Sister Angie Prairie has always said that you're very amiable and easy to get along with, but you've disappointed me too much now. Is that so? Supremacy overly laughed and looked at Chu Nan again. Kid, your luck is not bad to have a sister who likes you so much. As soon as Chu Nan spoke, he was interrupted by Supremacy overly again. Alright, there's no need to do any tests. Stand properly and let me take a good look at you. Chu Nan could only immediately shut up and stand obediently. Then, Supremacy overly glanced at him. Chapter 420. With just a glance, Chu Nan could not move at all. The entire space seemed to have suddenly frozen. Not to mention moving his body, Chu Nan could not even move his fingers. Even the muscles in his nose had frozen, leaving him unable to breathe. This was undoubtedly the first time Chu Nan had experienced such a terrifying ordeal. It was not merely terrifying that his body had completely lost control. What felt truly horrifying was that seemingly endless spatial energy surged into his body from all directions and angles. It passed through every pore and entered every meridian, bone, and cell. This was different from the spatial energy he had attracted using his internal breath. It was clearly injected by an external force. This external force undoubtedly came from Supremacy overly. Chu Nan could not even move his eyes. He could only look at Supremacy overly and try his best to suppress the fear in his heart. However, this feeling came and went quickly. The terrifying spatial energy instantly washed through every corner of his body and reached the deepest, most hidden places. Under such dense spatial energy, he felt as if his entire body had become transparent, leaving behind no secrets. A moment later, after the spatial energy washed through Chu Nan's body 10 times, it completely disappeared. Whoosh! Chu Nan discovered that he had finally regained control of his body, and he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he hurriedly controlled his frame and tried his best to remain calm. Master, how is it? Angie Prairie immediately asked Supremacy overly with a proud expression. Are you sure Chu Nan has a perfect body now? Supremacy overly glanced at Chu Nan with an exceptionally strange expression, then frowned and shook her head again. That's not right. How is this possible? Chu Nan, your body is actually, really perfect. Perhaps because she was too shocked, Supremacy overly actually repeated the word really. After praising him, she turned to look at Elvy and shook her head. No, although your research is very important, what's more important is Chu Nan's own ability. This guy's control of his body is too outstanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to refine his body to this extent. Seeing that Supremacy overly had confirmed her words, Elvy smiled proudly. Yes, brother Chu Nan is very powerful. Although I developed the possibility of using cultivation methods to improve the deep physical data of the human body, it was only a theoretical possibility. I didn't expect brother Chu Nan to perfectly achieve my experimental goal. I think it would be impossible to find any other martial artist who could do this. Supremacy overly turned around again and looked at Chu Nan with deep meaning. This kid is indeed shockingly talented. Now that the problem in his body has been perfectly resolved, I'm certain that he can definitely break through the cosmic heaven's gate. At this point, she smiled with exceptional happiness. She walked over and touched Chu Nan's face, pinched his arm, and even lifted his shirt to touch his chest a few times. Just as Chu Nan felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to stop her, she retracted her hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Yes, very good. I'm very satisfied. Angie Prairie, you can ask Chu Nan for guidance on tempering your body. This will be very helpful for you to make a perfect breakthrough with the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Alright, Angie Prairie nodded. However, not only do I have to ask Chu Nan, I'm afraid I also have to ask Elvy. Her research is very useful. During this period, with the help of her research, I feel that my body refinement has clearly improved. Oh, is that so? Supremacy overly looked at Elvy in surprise. I really didn't expect you to be in your teens this year. I'm almost 15 years old, Elvy replied proudly. Not even 15 years old? You're really a genius. Your name is Elvy, right? Your martial technique doesn't seem very strong. Do you not have a good master, or are you just not interested in martial arts? Both, Elvy replied. Although there are many experts on planet Macaw and my father's martial technique is not bad, the martial techniques they cultivate are not suitable for me. I've cultivated the martial techniques of my grandfather's family since I was young. Although those techniques are very good, my grandfather and the others don't have much time to teach me. Moreover, I was not very interested in martial techniques before, so. What about now? Are you still not interested in martial techniques? Supremacy overly looked at Elvy in amusement. I have to remind you that your brother Chu Nan is very talented. As long as he breaks through the cosmic heaven's gate, his strength will increase very quickly in the future, and you will soon be unable to catch up with him. Under my guidance, Angie Prairie's speed of improvement will definitely be very fast. At that time, you will be left far behind by the two of them. Chu Nan was puzzled. So what if his and Angie Prairie's strength increased quickly? What did this have to do with Elvy? Unexpectedly, Elvy's expression changed slightly, and she became a little nervous. Her eyes darted around a few times before her expression suddenly shifted. She said to Supremacy overly, could it be that you're willing to take me in as your disciple? Supremacy overly laughed and waved her hand. There's no need to take in another disciple. I only have Angie Prairie as my disciple. Apart from her, I won't take in anyone else. However, if you really want to cultivate martial techniques diligently, I can guide you. Really? That's great. Elvy immediately shouted excitedly. Thank you so much, Supremacy overly. You're really a good person. Congratulations, Elvy. It's great to be able to obtain the guidance of a star-grade martial artist. Hearing that Supremacy Overly actually agreed to guide Elvy, Chu Nan was also happy for her. However, he still had a very important question. About that. Supremacy Overly, I have a question that I've never been too clear about. Tell me about it. I've heard Angie Prairie mention the perfect breakthrough many times. I want to ask, what's going on with this perfect breakthrough? Is there really a difference between a perfect and an imperfect breakthrough? Of course, Supremacy Overly nodded and confirmed, but then she fell silent. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Chu Nan, to understand the difference between a perfect breakthrough and an imperfect breakthrough, you first have to understand a term. To be precise, it's a concept. What is it? Not only Chu Nan, but Elvy also looked at Supremacy Overly curiously. Supremacy Overly's words had successfully piqued her interest in martial arts. Now, she could not wait to absorb more knowledge about the subject. This concept is no room for regrets. Chapter 421. No room for regrets. Yes. The so-called no room for regrets actually represents one thing. Once a martial artist breaks through the cosmic heaven's gate, there's almost no way back. Breaking through is permanent. What happens when you break through the cosmic heaven's gate will be fixed in the future. No matter how much your strength increases in the future, it's impossible for you to have a second chance to break through. There's no possibility of regretting it, so there's no room for regrets. That's not right, is it? Chu Nan frowned. I heard that some martial artists are dissatisfied and simply cripple all their cultivation methods to cultivate from the beginning. There are still examples of them being able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate for the second time and cultivate to become experts again. There are indeed such examples. However, do you know? Even if the cultivation method these martial artists cultivate again is different from before, when they break through the cosmic heaven's gate, they will still follow this previous path to break through. It's impossible for there to be much change, Supremacy Overly continued to explain patiently. Why? The reason is very simple. Once the internal cosmos is formed, the connection between the body and spatial energy will be fixed. It's almost impossible to change it. Even if you cultivate your cultivation method again and refine your body, you will still walk the same path as before. The only way to change it is to use spatial energy. At this point, Chu Nan finally understood. No wonder Angie Prairie said that she wanted to break through perfectly. She even said that Feng Mingzi definitely wanted to break through perfectly so that he would not have regrets in the future that could not be made up for. However, is it that easy to achieve a perfect breakthrough? Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie and asked in confusion. The so-called perfect breakthrough should be the perfect interaction between the internal cosmos and spatial energy. You'll be able to easily mobilize spatial energy, right? You can roughly understand it that way. There are still some differences in the details, but you can only rely on yourself to comprehend it. Supremacy Overly nodded and continued, in addition, a perfect breakthrough is only built on the foundation of the cultivation method you cultivate. Only by achieving perfection in the range of this cultivation method can you perfectly break through. As for you, Chu Nan. Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan with interest. Angie Prairie said that you've really opened all the meridians in your body. I discovered this just now. Tell me, how did you do it? Chu Nan hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. It was not easy to encounter a powerful star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Overly who was willing to guide him carefully. He had to grasp the opportunity well. Actually, it's like this. After hearing Chu Nan say that he had used his internal breath to forcefully open his meridians and strengthen them through the continuous damage and repair of his meridians, the three of them, including Supremacy Overly, were shocked. Brother Chu Nan, don't you feel pain? Elvy looked at him with eyes filled with pity and asked in concern. It hurts, but I'll get used to it. Chu Nan shrugged and revealed a relaxed smile. Angie Prairie blinked. Alright, Chu Nan, you used to say that I was simply a pervert. I think you're the real pervert. Who plays with their meridians like this? Chu Nan chuckled and was about to reply when Supremacy Overly frowned and asked, how did you think of this? Oh, this is because of my previous experience in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Before he could finish, Elvy clapped her hands. I know, I've seen the reports. Although Brother Chu Nan defeated that Merrick in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, you broke all the meridians in your body. At that time, the reports said that the chances of you surviving were very low. Moreover, even if you survived, you would be completely paralyzed because of the broken meridians. However, you completely recovered later on. Did you think of this method because of this process? Smart. Chu Nan gave Elvy a thumbs up. That's right. After my meridians were repaired that time, I discovered that they had clearly been strengthened. Therefore, I thought to myself, would my meridians be strengthened during the process of repairing and regenerating? Therefore, I tested it, and the facts prove that it can be done. As for the next step, do you see it? Hearing this explanation, even Supremacy Overly could not help but look at Chu Nan in a daze. After a while, Supremacy Overly grinned and revealed a very happy smile. She stretched out her hand and patted Chu Nan's shoulder before laughing. Very good, Chu Nan. No wonder Angie Prairie can become friends with you. I also like you a lot. Follow me. Follow you. Chu Nan was stunned. Just as he was about to ask where he was going, he suddenly felt a strange spatial energy surge over and envelop his entire body. In the next moment, he felt the surrounding space distort. Everything in front of him disappeared at the same time. Then, countless very subtle lights that flickered with different colors quickly flashed past his eyes before returning to light. All right, stand firm. Supremacy Overly's voice sounded, but it felt a little strange. It did not seem to have entered his ear from the air, but seemed to have sounded directly in his ear. Stand firm. As soon as a question arose in Chu Nan's mind, he suddenly felt his entire body lose its center of gravity. His body spun uncontrollably and soon, he became upside down. No, there was no concept of up and down because there was nothing below him at all. At this moment, he was simply in the void. Chu Nan looked at the huge ball in the distance in shock. He looked at the large area of blue on the ball and the few pieces of land covered in green and yellow. Soon, he connected this scene to many pictures he had seen in the past. This ball was clearly Earth. The current him was in space. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. He looked around and discovered that there was no support. He was completely alone in the air. Supremacy Overly was actually beside him and looking at him with a smile. Chu Nan opened his mouth to ask, but he discovered that he could not make any sound. There was nothing in space, so the voice he spoke naturally could not be heard. Alright, don't panic. I'm just bringing you to space to take a look. Supremacy Overly's voice sounded in Chu Nan's ears again. Don't ask too much and relax. Don't use your internal breath to resist. I'll let you experience the true cosmic energy. Chu Nan already knew very well that Supremacy Overly had definitely brought him into space. This surprised him greatly. Everyone knew that star-grade martial artists could travel through the universe at will and even directly perform a super spatial jump. However, Chu Nan did not expect that Supremacy Overly would be powerful enough to jump from Earth to the sky with him and guarantee that he would survive in space intact. Feeling that he did not feel any discomfort, Chu Nan was very puzzled. It was obvious that he could not even breathe air, but there was nothing wrong with his body. It was unknown how Supremacy Overly did it. However, this was not the time to dwell on these details. When he heard Supremacy Overly's instructions, Chu Nan composed himself and barely nodded at her. Very good. Be prepared. Remember not to casually mobilize your internal breath. Supremacy Overly instructed again. Chu Nan immediately felt almost endless and purer spatial energy surging into his body. Chapter 422. It was as if endless spatial energy continuously surged into Chu Nan's body and quickly circulated out. It was like a waterfall that continuously washed through his body. Amidst the cleansing of the spatial energy, Chu Nan felt as if every inch of his body was about to be modified by the omnipresent spatial energy. At first, he felt that the circulation of spatial energy in his body was not so smooth. Although it was unimpeded in his meridians, some parts of his muscles and bones would always encounter small obstacles like a stone in a smooth river. However, under the continuous scouring of spatial energy, these obstructions were gradually washed away and disappeared. In the end, all the obstructions disappeared and the high-speed circulation of spatial energy in Chu Nan's body was no longer blocked. It was as if his body had turned transparent and it flowed everywhere without any reservations. Suddenly, all the spatial energy stopped at the same time. Chu Nan's body and the surrounding space completely returned to normal, and all the spatial energy returned to the most normal calm state. Chu Nan opened his eyes and looked at Supremacy Overly in confusion. What was she doing just now? Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan in surprise. She carefully looked at him a few times and stretched out her hand to place it on his shoulder. Alright, let's go back. As soon as Supremacy Overly's voice sounded in Chu Nan's ears, he discovered that the lights with various bright colors had appeared again. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had returned to the small dining room. Looking over, he saw the smiling Angie Prairie and Elvy looking at him curiously. Brother Chu Nan, Sister Angie Prairie said that Supremacy Overly must have brought you into space. Is that true? Seeing that Chu Nan had returned to his senses, Elvy immediately asked in surprise. Chu Nan blinked and recalled the short but extremely surprising experience. He could not help but look at Supremacy Overly and saw her smiling at Elvy. What? Do you want to go into space too? Do you want me to bring you to see? Elvy immediately threw Chu Nan away and darted to Supremacy Overly's side as she nodded. Yes. Alright, let's go. Supremacy Overly grabbed Elvy's arm with one hand. Chu Nan immediately felt an abnormally intense and even terrifying spatial energy fluctuation surge in the space beside her and Elvy. Then, the two of them disappeared. Chu Nan blankly glanced at the empty space in front of him and turned to look at the waitress not far away. He discovered that she was covering her mouth and looking over with round eyes. Clearly, she was shocked by the situation here. About that, Angie Prairie, does Supremacy Overly often do this? Chu Nan composed himself and asked her. No, other than me, I've never seen her bring anyone else to perform the spatial jump. Angie Prairie shook her head and smiled. It seems that Master really likes you and Elvy. Then I really have to thank her for thinking highly of me. Chu Nan recalled what had happened in the sky and asked, then, when Supremacy Overly brought you into the sky, she also used spatial energy to, what should I say? Did she wash you with it? Did Master do that to you just now? Angie Prairie looked excited. That's great. Master indeed thinks highly of you. Wait, Chu Nan was still a little puzzled. Tell me why she's doing this first. Master said that this can increase my comprehension of spatial energy and is very helpful when I break through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, this is very painful. I almost could not endure it at that time. If not for the fact that Master heard that you could endure the pain of your meridians breaking, she definitely would not have done this to you. Chu Nan was immediately shocked and could not help but look up at the ceiling of the small dining room. Could she have done the same to Elvy? She has never suffered before. She definitely can't endure it. As soon as he finished speaking, before Angie Prairie could answer, Chu Nan felt an abnormally intense spatial energy fluctuation in the space in front of him. Then, a figure flashed, and Supremacy Overly and Elvy appeared where they were at the same time. Elvy seemed to be not used to her body jumping. She felt dizzy for a moment, and her body swayed before she recovered. Then, she immediately put on an excited expression and said to Supremacy Overly, "This is really unbelievable. Supremacy Overly, this is the physical spatial jump that only you Stargrade martial artists can do, right? This is too powerful. You can actually jump from Earth to space." From her expression, she did not look like she was suffering at all. Supremacy Overly smiled. "Not only can I jump into the sky from the ground, but I can even jump from this star system to another." "Really?" Elvy widened her eyes. "I've only heard of Stargrade martial artists being able to do this in the past, but I always felt that it shouldn't be possible with human strength, so I've always suspected that it was only a legend. I didn't expect it to be true." "Of course it's true." Supremacy Overly smiled. "When necessary, this is much faster than flying far away in the universe because I don't have to wait for the spaceship to take off. For example, when I came to Earth this time, in order to hurry, I directly jumped over from 600 light years away. It only took me less than 5 hours." It was fine if she did not explain, but after she did, not only did Elvy's eyes widen, even Chu Nan was shocked. Although he had long known that Stargrade martial artists were powerful to the point of being simply heaven-defying, he still felt that it was too unbelievable to experience it personally. Was this power really something that humans could master? As if seeing through their thoughts, Supremacy Overly smiled and waved at them. "You don't have to be so surprised. When the two of you become Stargrade martial artists, you'll know it yourself." Elvy immediately collapsed like a deflated ball. She pouted and said, "How is that possible? How will you know if you don't try? I never thought that I would actually become a Stargrade martial artist myself." Supremacy Overly smiled and encouraged Elvy before turning to look at Chu Nan. Her expression became serious and her eyes revealed a trace of contemplation, but she did not speak for a long time. Chu Nan felt a little frightened by her gaze and could not help but ask, "About that, Supremacy Overly, is there still a problem with me?" "No, there's nothing wrong with your body. It can be said to be perfect. The problem I'm thinking about now is the same as the problem you told Angie Prairie previously." "Oh, is it the cultivation method I told Angie Prairie about last time?" Chu Nan was immediately shocked and hurriedly asked. "Yes. With your extremely special, perfect body condition, it's impossible for any internal breath cultivation method to completely unleash your advantage at the moment. It's indeed very wasteful. Therefore, what you need now is a special cultivation method that's very suitable for you." Chu Nan's eyes lit up. "Are you willing to impart such a cultivation method to me?" Looking at Chu Nan's expectant eyes, Supremacy Overly shook her head with abnormal certainty. "This is impossible." Chapter 423. Chu Nan was immediately disappointed. Previously, when Angie Prairie expressed that she would tell Supremacy Overly about Chu Nan's problem and let her help him resolve it, he had great expectations. One had to know that Supremacy Overly was a top and extremely powerful Stargrade martial artist. Her attainments in martial arts were countless levels higher than Chu Nan's. To her, the problem should not be a problem. Moreover, Supremacy Overly had really come personally and had displayed a strong interest in Chu Nan when they met earlier. She had the intention to help him resolve the problem and had even brought him to space to experience the situation after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in advance. However, now that Chu Nan really asked for her help, he was actually rejected so bluntly. Why not? The person who asked the question was not Chu Nan, but Elvy. She widened her eyes and looked at Supremacy Overly with an anxious expression. "Supremacy Overly, could it be that you think it's impossible to resolve the problem with Brother Chu Nan's cultivation method? However, the problem with his body is already gone. The most important thing is the cultivation method. If he can't resolve it, won't he still be unable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate?" Looking at Elvy's extremely concerned gaze and Chu Nan's disappointed expression, Supremacy Overly smiled and shook her head. "You've misunderstood. It's not that it's impossible to resolve the problem with Chu Nan's cultivation method, but it's impossible for me to impart to him a cultivation method that's suitable for him." Elvy nodded, still very disappointed. There was even a trace of displeasure in her expression. Earlier, she had still felt that Supremacy Overly was a very generous and amiable senior. As expected of her idol, she did not expect her to be so petty and not even be willing to impart a cultivation method to Chu Nan. In comparison, although Chu Nan was still a little disappointed, he did not think there was anything wrong with Supremacy Overly's answer. Any cultivation method was extremely important to martial artists, let alone the most important internal breath cultivation method. The problem Chu Nan encountered was so complicated, so the internal breath cultivation method that could resolve his problem was definitely extremely precious. No matter how good his relationship with Angie Prairie was, no matter how much Supremacy Overly admired him, it was impossible for her to directly impart such an extremely precious cultivation method to him. In the end, he was not the disciple of Supremacy Overly. Moreover, after Chu Nan calmed down and thought about it carefully, he felt that there was another problem. The meridians in his entire body had been completely opened, including tens of thousands of fine meridians. He believed that other than himself, it was impossible for a second martial artist to do this. Therefore, it should be impossible for other ready-made internal breath cultivation methods to help him successfully use all his meridians because there was no need for them to have that. Even if Supremacy Overly was a Stargrade martial artist, it was impossible for her to master such a cultivation method. When he thought of this, Chu Nan was immediately relieved. He bowed to Supremacy Overly and said, "I'm sorry, Supremacy Overly. I was too anxious to make such a rude request. Please don't mind me." Supremacy Overly looked at Chu Nan in amusement and then at the still pouting Elvy, who seemed to be very dissatisfied. She shook her head and said, "I say, the two of you let me finish. I said that it's impossible to impart a cultivation method to Chu Nan because I really haven't grasped such a cultivation method. Moreover, I'm certain that such a cultivation method that's completely suitable for him doesn't exist. Ah. Elvy was stunned. If Supremacy Overly was unwilling to impart Chu Nan's cultivation method, then although Elvy felt a little indignant for him, it was understandable. However, if she said that such a cultivation method did not exist, then wouldn't Chu Nan's problem really be unsolvable? Chu Nan's reaction was completely different. He heard another meaning in Supremacy Overly's tone. You mean? Heh, what I mean is very simple. There are no ready-made cultivation methods, but he can completely create his own cultivation method. Seeing Supremacy Overly's matter-of-fact expression, Elvy was stunned. How can it be so easy to create your own cultivation method, let alone an internal breath cultivation method? Although Elvy's martial technique level was not high, her background was very good. The information she could usually come into contact with was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists knew how difficult it was to create their own cultivation methods, so she had an even deeper understanding. Her mother was actually from a very traditional martial arts family. The Gaia Holy Light cultivation method grasped by her grandfather's family was even reputed to be one of the top 10 internal breath cultivation methods in the Federation. However, although this Gaia Holy Light cultivation method was said to have been created by the ancestors of her grandfather's family, it had only been truly perfected after the hard work of several generations and gradually improved to become one of the top 10 internal breath cultivation methods in the Federation. From this, it could be seen that if one wanted to create a brand new and powerful cultivation method, they not only relied on a genius, but also on the hard work of many geniuses, and even generations. Although Chu Nan was young now, if he wanted to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he definitely had to resolve the cultivation method problem. It was impossible for him to wait for a few generations to work hard. Supremacy Overly ignored the even more disappointed Elvy and looked at Chu Nan with bright eyes. Before we discuss the self-created cultivation method, I have to ask you first. Chu Nan, do you have high expectations for breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate? Chu Nan was stunned. What do you mean by high? With your talent, I believe that even if you casually choose a cultivation method, you can cultivate it to a sufficiently profound extent. With your current physical foundation and the super affinity for spatial energy displayed in my test of you just now, I feel that it won't be a problem for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. The only problem is that if you cultivate an ordinary cultivation method to break through, your potential will basically be fixed in the future. Do you still remember what I said about the heaven's gate having no room for regrets? Chu Nan pondered for a moment and nodded. I think I understand what you mean. In fact, this is similar to my own thoughts. If I continue to cultivate the current 9 revolutions technique, then if I break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, my future growth can only be limited to this foundation. However, if I can create a better cultivation method, my future foundation will be higher and my growth will be faster, right? Correct. Supremacy Overly actually snapped her fingers at Chu Nan with an excited expression. Your current physical foundation is something I've never encountered before. It can even be said to be perfect. If you don't make good use of it, it'll be a pity. How about it? Chu Nan, are you interested in researching a new internal breath cultivation method that can best unleash the foundation of your powerful body with me? Chu Nan's eyes lit up. Why not? Chapter 424. Of course, it was impossible for Supremacy Overly to stay here and guide Chu Nan at all times. In the past 2 days on Earth, she had only taken the time to understand the exact situation of Chu Nan's cultivation method. Then, she gave him the details of a few cultivation methods and offered him a few pointers before hurriedly leaving. However, before she left, she exchanged her personal terminal number with Chu Nan and expressed that as long as he had any questions in the future, he could contact her at any time. She would answer him immediately. Moreover, she also expressed that she would take as much time as possible to help Chu Nan study the cultivation method so that he could obtain the complete cultivation method earlier and perfectly break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Chu Nan did not have much hope that Supremacy Overly would personally invest in the research of cultivation methods. After all, she was a star-grade martial artist and one of the top figures in the Federation. She would definitely be extremely busy. This could be seen from the fact that she had come to Earth in a hurry twice. Therefore, she definitely did not have that much time to help Chu Nan do research. To him, it was already very helpful for Supremacy Overly to say that she could answer his questions at any time. Most importantly, it was extremely rare to obtain the chance to contact a star-grade martial artist at any time. Before this, no matter how good his relationship with Angie Prairie was, Chu Nan had never had such extravagant hopes. After Supremacy Overly left, Chu Nan entered his ordinary academy life again. However, what was different from before was that the current Chu Nan was more concerned about the student database than before. Chu Nan, why are you still exchanging for F-rank martial techniques? Mondeo glanced at the display on the virtual screen of Chu Nan's personal terminal and could not help but ask in surprise, didn't you already advance to E-rank? If you want to exchange, go exchange for the E-rank martial technique in the database. After a pause, Mondeo's expression changed and he asked, don't tell me you still want to rely on studying martial techniques to exchange for points? This is not as worth it as before. Mondeo had a point. Just half a month ago, the martial arts branch suddenly issued a new rule. It was said that in order to allow the students to better improve themselves and advance to a higher goal, the system of using martial techniques to study and exchange points had been changed. In the future, the students could only obtain a full set of points as a reward by studying martial techniques that matched their students' points. If they studied martial techniques that were one level lower than their student rank, the reward would be halved. If it was 2 levels lower, it would be halved again, and so on. As soon as this rule was out, many people guessed that it was completely targeted at Chu Nan. With Chu Nan's shocking performance in the ultimate arbitration, everyone believed that he had the ability to study all the F-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database. Then, according to his calculations, Chu Nan only needed to study more than 10,000 F-rank martial techniques in the database to obtain hundreds of thousands of points. Someone had calculated that with so many points, not to mention rushing to an S-rank student, Chu Nan even had extra points to exchange for an S-rank martial technique. Moreover, with Chu Nan's heaven-defying and terrifying ability, he might not even need a year to complete this task. If Chu Nan had only entered the academy for less than a year and had already become an S-rank student and even exchanged for an S-rank martial technique, the huge academic points reform of the martial arts branch would simply be a joke. In order to maintain the motivation and pressure brought to the students by the points system, a typical example like Chu Nan was naturally not acceptable. Therefore, it was reasonable for the martial arts branch to specially make such a change in the rules. Now that Chu Nan was already an E-rank student, even if he continued to study F-rank martial techniques, the points would be halved. Compared to the past, that was undoubtedly not worth it. Of course, this was only for Chu Nan. Even if it was halved, Chu Nan could still obtain 10 to 20 points from studying an F-rank martial technique. With his speed in studying martial techniques, he would still increase his points much faster than ordinary students. However, he was only less than 2,000 points away from becoming a D-rank student. It was still considered fast to study F-rank martial techniques now, but after becoming a D-rank student, the reward for studying F-rank martial techniques would be halved again. That was very not worth it. As for studying the corresponding E-rank martial technique or even D-rank martial technique, everyone believed that Chu Nan could easily study an F-rank martial technique and obtain points as a reward. However, it was hard to say if higher-level martial techniques could be like this. No, I only want to study these martial techniques. As for the points reward, it's only a side matter. Chu Nan shook his head. Oh, your martial technique understanding is already so strong, but you still need to study these F-rank martial techniques. Mondeo looked at the virtual screen curiously and seriously. He discovered that it was not only F-rank martial techniques on it, but also a few E-rank martial techniques from the database. Oh, an E-rank martial technique. What the heck? An E-rank martial technique is only SOSO. Why would you study it? Seeing that Mondeo still had a puzzled expression, Chu Nan smiled. He knew that he might not be able to obtain a quiet research space like this guy, so he enlarged the virtual screen and pointed at the martial technique list. Look carefully and see if there's anything similar about these martial techniques. Similarity. Mondeo scratched his head and frowned as he stared at the virtual screen for a long time before suddenly clapping his hands. These are all internal breath cultivation methods. No, these seem to be all internal breath cultivation methods. What? Chu Nan, haven't you already cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 5th level? Are you still not satisfied? Could it be that you plan to change cultivation methods now? Of course not. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. I only encountered some problems when I tried breaking through from the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level. If I want to resolve it now, I don't have any ready-made experience. I can only study other internal breath cultivation methods to find some inspiration. Is that so? Mondeo understood a little. He patted Chu Nan's shoulder inside. Who asked you to choose the 9 revolutions technique back then? In the history of the entire Federation, not many people have cultivated to the 6th level. There's no experience from your predecessors for you to absorb. Chu Nan shrugged. That's right, so I can only do it myself. But Mondeo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he patted Chu Nan's shoulder again and revealed an encouraging gaze. In short, work hard. Seeing Mondeo leave, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. This guy clearly did not think highly of him, but he did not want to discourage him. However, if he knew that what Chu Nan really wanted to do was not only to find a way to break through the 5th level, but to create a brand new and more complete cultivation method on the foundation of the 9 revolutions technique, not only would he not think highly of it, he would even think that Chu Nan was crazy. If it was supremacy ovally, there would definitely be no problem in saying this. Chapter 425. After finally sending Mondeo away, Chu Nan could finally start to study the internal breath cultivation methods he had exchanged. Just as Mondeo had seen, these were all internal breath cultivation methods exchanged from the martial arts database, and they were all cultivation methods used to cultivate internal breath. Most of these cultivation methods were F-rank martial techniques, and only 7 were E-rank martial techniques. However, regardless of whether it was an F-rank martial technique or an E-rank martial technique, they were all the lowest level martial techniques. They were either extremely flawed, extremely weak, or could not be considered complete cultivation methods at all. These cultivation methods might be worth a little to those who had never learned martial techniques and had never had the chance to come into contact with them before, but to any martial artist who had already mastered the cultivation method, they were undoubtedly trash. To the top students of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch and the young genius martial artists, they were even more trash among the trash. Under normal circumstances, no student would pay attention to these low-level martial techniques, let alone study them diligently, let alone cultivate these cultivation methods. Of course, Chu Nan did not have to do this. The reason why he exchanged for so many internal breath cultivation methods in a row was because of Supremacy Ovali's reminder. Chu Nan, if you want to create a cultivation method that's completely suitable for you, it's impossible for me to do it for you. No one can do it for you. What you can do is only to continuously study other internal breath cultivation methods and find the most suitable path for you. In fact, even if Supremacy Overly did not say it, Chu Nan had already thought of this. When he broke through to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, Chu Nan had basically completely opened all the meridians in his body. At that time, he had already discovered that even if he broke through to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, he only used less than 2/3 of his main meridians and secondary meridians. He did not have the chance to use many of the remaining main and secondary meridians. As for the tens of thousands of secondary meridians, it was even more impossible to use. Therefore, he had thought about whether to expand the 9 revolutions technique and try to use all his meridians. Only then would he not waste resources. Moreover, he had indeed done this. He had attempted tens of thousands of experiments on changing the trajectory of internal breath in his meridians before this. It was just that he had never been able to find the best answer. His previous thought was to continue experimenting. One day, he would be able to find the best circulation trajectory and determine the best internal breath circulation cultivation method. However, after Supremacy Overly's reminder, Chu Nan discovered that he did not need to spend so much effort. The reason why he wanted to carry out such an exquisite and extremely complicated experiment was to confirm what trajectory of internal breath could bring him the best effect of internal breath cultivation. However, Supremacy Overly told Chu Nan that he could obtain experience by studying a large number of different internal breath cultivation methods. From these cultivation methods, he could combine their advantages and find the parts that were suitable for him. He could combine them to create a cultivation method that belonged to him and was most suitable for him. When Supremacy Overly's words entered the ears of other martial artists, they could only be considered some high-level guidance. They did not have much practical meaning. However, when it entered Chu Nan's ears, it brought him great inspiration and a very specific meaning. Unlike other martial artists, Chu Nan had a powerful data ability that could allow him to master the most exquisite and precise data when cultivating any cultivation method. Not only could this help him easily cultivate the cultivation method, but it could also help him master all the changes produced when cultivating this cultivation method extremely accurately. Therefore, cultivating these low-level internal breath cultivation methods was a complete waste of time for other martial artists. However, to Chu Nan, it could allow him to obtain the relevant data regarding the effect of more internal breath on his meridians and the changes in his internal breath. Combining these data could save him a lot of effort in his experiments. Most importantly, these low-level cultivation methods were strange and could provide him with many novel cultivation methods. For example, the F-rank internal breath cultivation method called the hurricane technique that he was studying proposed a very novel idea. That was to let the internal breath only form a very small circulation in the few meridians in the body. In this cycle, it would always maintain the high-speed circulation of his internal breath, finally allowing it to form a high-speed cycle in these meridians. In theory, when the circulation speed of the internal breath was high enough, this cycle would become like a violent hurricane, allowing the internal breath to bring about extremely terrifying power. However, in fact, according to the information recorded in the database, the martial artist who created this hurricane technique ultimately had his meridians shattered and could not be completely healed. From then on, his martial artist path was severed. As for this hurricane cultivation method, it was treated as a joke. If not for the fact that this cultivation method had ultimately formed a complete internal breath cycle in his body and could barely be considered a cultivation method that could increase his internal breath, it would not have been recorded as a martial technique. Of course, even if it was recorded, it was only recorded as an F-rank martial technique without any surprise. Chu Nan had chosen this cultivation method from the vast number of internal breath cultivation methods in the database because of its name. In fact, he did not expect it to be very useful. However, after carefully reading this hurricane cultivation method, Chu Nan felt that this martial artist's train of thought was not wrong. However, that martial artist's cultivation was probably not high, so he was unable to accurately control the high-speed circulation of his internal breath, causing his internal breath to lose control and cause his meridians to shatter. The path of a martial artist was severed. However, this was not a problem for Chu Nan. With his powerful data ability, not only did Chu Nan have an extremely powerful and precise control of his internal breath, but he could also accurately know his limit and calculate the damage caused by exceeding it. Therefore, the hurricane technique was almost impossible for most martial artists, but it was feasible for Chu Nan. Chu Nan composed himself and carefully cleaned up all the information about the hurricane technique in his mind. In the end, this cultivation method was only an F-rank martial technique and was not complicated. He quickly sorted out his thoughts. With a thought, a trace of internal breath flowed out from his dantian. On his first attempt, he did not take another path. Instead, he obediently tried according to the meridians and internal breath circulation route map mentioned by the hurricane technique. With his current level, this was naturally not difficult. Soon, his internal breath had already circulated in those main meridians for a cycle and returned to his dantian. Through his powerful data ability, Chu Nan felt that the increase in his internal breath was only a pitiful 0.017238%. Not to mention the 5th level of his current 9 revolutions technique, it was clearly inferior to many F-rank internal breath cultivation methods. Of course, the focus of this cultivation method was not here. Another trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian. This time, Chu Nan deliberately increased the speed at which his internal breath circulated and used twice the speed to circulate in those main meridians. Then, he did not stop at all. He pulled out another trace of internal breath and increased the speed at which it circulated. Every time he circulated his internal breath for a cycle, Chu Nan would increase the speed at which his internal breath circulated. In the beginning, it directly doubled. Later on, when he felt that the speed at which his internal breath circulated seemed to be a little too fast, Chu Nan slightly reduced the speed. However, after circulating it for more than 10 cycles, the speed at which Chu Nan's internal breath circulated had already far exceeded the normal range. If the internal breath circulating in his meridians previously was like a flowing river, then the circulation of the internal breath in his meridians now was like water flowing wildly. Although it was only a trace of weak internal breath, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Soon, Chu Nan sensed through the data that the circulation speed of his internal breath had reached the limit of his meridians. However, at this moment, he discovered an abnormal phenomenon. When his internal breath formed such a high-speed cycle, it was as if it had really formed a hurricane in his body. The power contained in this trace of internal breath had already far exceeded the upper limit it should have. What if I strengthened it a little more? With a thought, Chu Nan's internal breath strengthened and quickly formed a high-speed cycle. In the next moment, he immediately felt cracks appear in these main meridians. Phew! Chu Nan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded in front of Chu Nan. Chapter 426. Chu Nan opened his eyes in surprise and discovered that there was a female classmate standing in front of him. She was covering her mouth and staring at him in fear. Seeing him look over, she barely calmed down. Chu Nan, are you alright? Chu Nan smiled and waved at her. It's fine. After saying that, his internal breath surged and the flame of life circulated, easily allowing those damaged meridians to quickly recover. Seeing that the female classmate was still standing in front of him, Chu Nan felt a little strange. What's the matter? Only then did the female classmate react as if she had woken up from a dream. She nodded and replied, about that, Director Wang asked you to go to the teaching office. Chu Nan frowned slightly. Why did Director Wang call me? After Director Wang took over the teaching office of Sun Xianggran's martial arts branch, he did not have any contact with Chu Nan. Why did he suddenly summon him? Director Wang said that he wants to discuss the next trial with you in person, the female classmate explained. The next trial? Chu Nan thought for a moment and recalled that the martial arts branch had already announced the specific time of the next trial yesterday. It was set to be in 10 days. Just like the previous trial, this trial was also heading to the Sapphire Star field. However, it was different from the last time. There was no need to carry out any selection in this trial. The students who wanted to go could register. What did this have to do with Director Wang looking for him? Chu Nan was a little puzzled. He thought for a moment and nodded at the female classmate. Alright, I'll go in a while. Yes. The female classmate was only a messenger. When she saw that Chu Nan had agreed, she smiled at him. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and looked at Chu Nan. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned closer and asked in a low voice, about that, Chu Nan, I've encountered some problems when cultivating my cultivation method recently. Can you help me take a look? Chu Nan sighed in his mind. After the big-mouthed Mondeo publicized the fact that Chu Nan had guided his martial arts cultivation, more and more students came to find him to guide them. He was really a little troubled. He thought for a moment and shook his head. He pointed at the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I've also encountered some problems with my cultivation method. I'm afraid I don't have much time to help you for the time being. The female classmate was immediately disappointed. She nodded softly and turned to leave. As soon as she left, Mondeo darted over from the side and looked at the back of the female classmate with a gossipy expression. Heh, Chu Nan, why did you break her heart? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. Isn't it all because of you? Because of me. Mondeo pointed at himself in surprise. What does it have to do with me? Chu Nan could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He packed his things and left the lecture hall before familiarly reaching the office of the director. Come in. As soon as he knocked, a strong voice sounded. When he pushed open the door, he saw that the new director of the teaching office, Wang Sichen, was sitting behind his desk and looking down at something. Hearing the voice, he raised his head and saw that it was Chu Nan. He immediately stood up and revealed a warm smile before walking over. Come. Student Chu Nan, sit. As he called for Chu Nan to sit, Wang Sichen poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Seeing that he was actually so enthusiastic and polite to him, Chu Nan was very surprised. He had heard from Mondeo and the others that ever since this new director Wang took office, he had said that he wanted to capture the students of the martial arts branch. He had been quite strict, so why was he completely different when facing him? Director Wang, why are you looking for me? Chu Nan was not interested in talking to him and asked directly. Wang Sichen sat back in his chair and sized up Chu Nan before laughing. It's nothing important. I just want to ask your thoughts on the next trial. Thoughts? Chu Nan frowned. What do you mean? Alright, I'll ask one by one. Firstly, do you plan to go to the next trial? Yes, I naturally have to go. Chu Nan nodded. I missed the previous trial. I can't miss it again. Otherwise, not only will I miss the chance to participate in actual combat, but I'll also miss the opportunity to increase my points greatly. After a pause, Chu Nan added, it's impossible to rely on studying martial techniques to obtain points now. If I don't grasp these opportunities, it'll be difficult to increase my level. This sentence was naturally directed at the new rule issued by the martial arts branch. How could Wang Sichen not understand the meaning of Chu Nan's words? He laughed and did not answer. He asked, since you want to go, do you know the exact content of the next trial? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. Regarding the content of the next trial, the martial arts branch had already announced that they would head to the Sapphire Star field, but they did not say the exact content. It seemed that they planned to keep it a secret for the time being. Then, now that Wang Sichen asked this question, could it be that he was prepared to leak the secret? I'm not too sure. The academy didn't say. Cough, then I can reveal it to you in advance. The next trial is not to fight monsters, but to spar with the local martial artists of the Sapphire Star Field. Therefore, you better be mentally prepared. Hearing this answer, Chu Nan was a little surprised. Not only was he surprised that Wang Sichin had really revealed a portion of the trial to him, but he was also surprised by the content itself. The Sapphire Star Field was a chaotic star field. The so-called local martial artists were not only wandering martial artists from the various countries of Orion, but also fellows who had fled from the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance. There were all kinds of people mixed in here, and dangerous figures appeared one after another. For these students to spar with these guys, the academy was really bold. I can't reveal too much about the specific content of the trial, but I have some information about the Sapphire Star Field. You can take a look. It will be helpful for you to understand the situation. As Wang Sichin spoke, he opened his personal terminal and gestured to Chu Nan. Chu Nan thought for a moment and did not plan to be polite. He also opened his personal terminal and connected it to Wang Sichin's. Then, a document was sent over. Right, not only is there some information about the Sapphire Star Field, but there is also some relevant information about the students of the Academy who broke through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate when they were in the Academy. You can go back and take a good look. I believe it will be helpful to you. Chu Nan was even more surprised. He looked at Wang Sichin in confusion, not understanding why he was helping him so much. Wang Sichin only smiled at Chu Nan and did not explain. After quickly sending the information, Wang Sichin casually chatted with Chu Nan and ended the conversation. Student Chu Nan, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can report to me at any time. Wang Sichin sent Chu Nan out with a smile. Chu Nan still could not understand why Wang Sichin was so enthusiastic about him and could only leave the office in confusion. Seeing Chu Nan disappear into the distance, Wang Sichin returned to his desk and opened his personal terminal to connect to a communication device. A moment later, Lin Mingdao appeared on the virtual screen. Wang Sichin immediately revealed a fawning smile. Dean, I have something to report to you regarding Chu Nan. Chapter 427. In the following period, Chu Nan's life was quite peaceful. Apart from taking a few regular courses, going to Elvy's place every other day to accompany her for experiments and chat, or simply calling Angie Prairie out for a meal, most of his time was spent studying the internal breath cultivation methods exchanged from the database. With his powerful data ability, these relatively low-level internal breath cultivation methods were not difficult for him. Take the hurricane technique as an example. Chu Nan had only cultivated it a few times and had already grasped the key points. Now, not only had he successfully reached the rapid circulation of the internal breath mentioned by the hurricane technique, but he had also greatly increased the effect of its power. He had even expanded it to include more of the main meridians, forming a high-speed cycle. Then, Chu Nan discovered that instead of calling this an internal breath cultivation method, it was more like an internal breath circulation method. This was because if he used it to cultivate his internal breath, the increase was actually not high. It could only be said to have greatly shortened the cultivation time. However, if he used the hurricane technique to accelerate his internal breath in battle, it could clearly increase the strength of his internal breath. For example, if Chu Nan did not undergo the 9 revolutions internal breath, the strength of his original internal breath would only be equivalent to a third-stage internal breath martial artist. However, if he used the hurricane technique, he could increase the strength of his internal breath to nearly that of a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist. At first glance, this was much worse than the 9 revolutions technique, which could allow the 9 revolutions internal breath to directly increase the strength of Chu Nan's internal breath to the extent that it surpassed most fifth-stage internal breath martial artists. However, the increase in strength from the hurricane technique was different from the 9 revolutions technique, so these two enhancements could be stacked completely. In other words, Chu Nan could boost his internal breath even further after completing the 9 revolutions technique. This way, not only did the strength of Chu Nan's internal breath surpass all fifth-stage internal breath martial artists, but he also believed that it would not be weaker than an initial-stage void break martial artist. Of course, the strength of a void break martial artist was mainly in the use of spatial energy. In terms of internal breath alone, it was not as meaningful. However, when Chu Nan tried combining the 9 revolutions internal breath and the hurricane technique, he discovered that with his extremely powerful internal breath, the spatial energy he triggered had clearly increased. It even showed signs of forming a spatial cosmos. Of course, it was impossible for him to maintain his internal breath at such an extremely high level, so he could not rely on this to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Moreover, even if he could break through like this, he would not choose to do so. This kind of forced internal breath breakthrough through a special cultivation method, not to mention being far from a perfect breakthrough, was simply a source of endless trouble. This was something that Supremacy Overly had clearly pointed out in her communication with Chu Nan. In the past few days, when Chu Nan was researching his internal breath cultivation method, he would ask Supremacy Overly for guidance every time he accumulated a number of questions. She had fulfilled her promise. Every time Chu Nan called, she would answer immediately and give a detailed analysis of his problem. Under Supremacy Overly's guidance, Chu Nan's understanding of internal breath cultivation methods quickly increased. Coupled with his powerful data ability to analyze deeply, not only was it extremely easy for Chu Nan to study those low-level internal breath cultivation methods, but even his understanding of the 9 revolutions technique had increased further, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. At the same time, because the strength of his internal breath after overlapping the 9 revolutions internal breath and the hurricane technique greatly exceeded the limit of his meridians were severely damaged. Then, during the familiar process of his meridians being damaged and repaired, Chu Nan's meridians and body were further strengthened. In less than 10 days, the strength of Chu Nan's internal breath had soared. It had actually increased from the 3rd stage internal breath realm to the 4th stage internal breath realm. No martial artist had ever advanced from the 2nd stage internal breath realm to the 4th stage internal breath realm in a single month. According to Chu Nan's calculations, as long as he was given another month or two, the strength of his internal breath could break through to the level of a 5th stage internal breath martial artist. Then, in another month at most, the strength of his internal breath would be enough to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. At that time, he could truly try to face the cosmic heaven's gate. However, before that, there was still something to do. That was the actual combat trial. Heh, Chu Nan, I'm done registering. Angie Prairie waved the personal terminal on her wrist and smiled at him as if asking for credit. We can go play in the Sapphire Star Field together in 2 days. Play. Chu Nan laughed and shook his head. The Sapphire Star Field is not a fun place. Besides, we're going to participate in a trial and fight others. What's so fun about that? Of course it's fun. Angie Prairie still had an excited expression. Think about it. If many people fight, there will definitely be many people injured, right? If there are many injuries, I'll have plenty of opportunities to practice. Moreover, most of the injured will be martial artists. It's even more interesting for me to practice on them. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. Angie Prairie had been brought around by supremacy overly to treat others since she was young. Not only was she not bothered by seeing people injured, but she also always looked interested. To her, using the flame of life to treat people was a very interesting thing. Therefore, she welcomed situations where a large number of people were injured to satisfy her desire in this aspect. One had to know that this girl would even take the initiative to provoke hooligans and injure them before healing them. This behavior, which was no different from a pervert in the eyes of others, was something she enjoyed very much. Seriously, has Supremacy Overly never realized that her education of Angie Prairie is a problem? When he recalled that Angie Prairie had been brought around by Supremacy Overly since she was young, Chu Nan's heart stirred and he asked her, "Right, have you ever gone to the Sapphire Star Field with Supremacy Overly?" "I've been there." Angie Prairie's answer confirmed Chu Nan's guess. That's the most chaotic starfield on the outer edge of the Orion Arm. The situation inside is very complicated. Often, a large number of martial artists are injured, and there are even various local wars. Therefore, not only have Master and I been there, but we've even been there a few times. "Oh, then you're very familiar with the Sapphire Star Field." Chu Nan's mind jolted. He opened his personal terminal and displayed a document. "How much do you know about this Leviathan planet?" Leviathan. To Chu Nan's surprise, after hearing this term, the hearty smile on Angie Prairie's face disappeared, replaced by a trace of deep sorrow. Chu Nan's heart shook. In all the time he had known Angie Prairie, she had always looked cheerful. This was the first time he had seen a sad expression on her face. Chapter 428. About that, Angie Prairie, what's wrong? Do you have any bad memories of this Leviathan planet? Chu Nan hesitated for a moment and decided to ask directly. Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan and hesitated for a rare moment. Then, as if she had figured something out, she softly nodded and replied, "Yes, I once made a very serious mistake on this planet." As Angie Prairie slowly explained, Chu Nan finally understood what had happened. It turned out that Leviathan was a very typical residential planet in the Sapphire Star Field. Because it did not belong to any country, there was also no formal regime on Leviathan. It was only controlled by a few groups of people. Due to the chaos of the situation, conflicts often erupted on Leviathan, and even small-scale wars broke out. Supremacy Overly had brought Angie Prairie to Leviathan 3 times to treat those injured in conflict and war. The first 2 times were normal, but on the last journey, Supremacy Overly was not by Angie Prairie's side for a period of time, and she happened to encounter another group of people coming to attack the city where she was at that time. This was originally a very ordinary conflict on this planet that happened almost every day, but it just so happened that Angie Prairie was there this time. Then, she personally witnessed the tragedy of the conflict and even the deaths of a few local residents who were very familiar with her at that time. If only I had contacted Master immediately and asked her to rush over to stop this conflict. At this point, there was actually a trace of tears in Angie Prairie's large eyes. It could be seen that the situation that happened at that time had still left an extremely deep impression in her mind. At that time, I thought that I was powerful enough and could definitely protect all of them. No matter how serious their injuries were, I could still save them. But they died immediately. I didn't even have the chance to treat them. Looking at the sad expression on Angie Prairie's face, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. He had always felt that as the disciple of Supremacy Overly, Angie Prairie must have been cared for by countless people since she was young, and her growth was abnormally smooth. That was why she had developed her current personality. He did not expect her to have actually experienced such a thing personally. "This, Angie Prairie, you're not to blame, right? How old were you at that time?" Chu Nan thought for a moment and comforted her. Angie Prairie was only 16 years old this year. According to her, the last time she went to Leviathan was 4 years ago. At that time, she was only a 12-year-old girl. Even if she was the disciple of Supremacy Overly, what could she do? No, if I wasn't too arrogant and informed Master to save them immediately, they wouldn't have died. Angie Prairie still could not let go. Chu Nan sighed helplessly. Angie Prairie had followed Supremacy Overly everywhere to treat the injured at such a young age. She must have seen many deaths. Although she was a little different from ordinary people in the way of the world, she was still considered a normal girl in general. It could be seen that the psychological education that Supremacy Overly gave her was very good and did not leave a deep psychological trauma. Is that why you're so obsessed with helping others treat their injuries? Chu Nan asked again. Part of the reason is that I like to treat people. When it came to healing people, Angie Prairie recovered slightly and asked, don't you think it's very happy to help people treat their injuries? Chu Nan recalled the situation when he treated others many times and nodded. Indeed, it feels very good to see a heavily injured guy recover completely under my hands. However, if I really can't save him, I can only give up. Think about it, the doctors in the hospital often face helpless situations and can only watch helplessly as the patients die. If they took this matter to heart, they wouldn't be able to continue. Angie Prairie smiled at Chu Nan. I know you want to comfort me, but there's no need. Although I'll always remember this matter, I won't let it affect my mood. Master said that lessons are used to correct mistakes. You have to always remember it, but you can't always be affected by it. I'll always work hard to increase my flame of life because of this, but I'll still maintain a good mood. This isn't a conflict, right? Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie, who revealed a bright smile, in shock and sighed in his heart. He had always felt that Angie Prairie was a pampered girl who was carefully protected by Supremacy Overly. Now, it seemed that although she was 2 years younger than Chu Nan, her mind was much more mature. She had seen countless deaths with Supremacy Overly, but Chu Nan had never seen a person he wanted to save die in front of him. If he was also in the same situation as Angie Prairie when she was 12 years old, Chu Nan did not think he could be stronger than her. Angie Prairie, I suddenly admire you a little, Chu Nan could not help but say. Is that so? Angie Prairie smiled proudly and asked, right, why did you suddenly ask about planet Leviathan? You should know that the next combat trial we participate in is to the Sapphire Star Field, right? I have news that the destination we're going to this time is this planet Leviathan. Oh, are you sure? Angie Prairie was surprised. Yes, the source of the information is true and reliable. It shouldn't be wrong. Clearly, this news came from Director Wang Sichin. Although the information he gave Chu Nan included the entire Sapphire Star Field, the focus was on planet Leviathan. Chu Nan was not a fool, so how could he not guess the meaning of this information? The reason why he asked Angie Prairie was only because he hoped to obtain information about planet Leviathan outside that information. If we're going to planet Leviathan. Angie Prairie frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head. I know a lot about it, but if I don't know what we're going to do, I can't tell you. Oh, that's true. Chu Nan nodded. All right, if we really reach planet Leviathan, we'll talk about it then. All right. Angie Prairie nodded readily. Just as she was about to say something, a notification sounded from her personal terminal. She opened her personal terminal and glanced at it before revealing an excited expression. She said to Chu Nan, it's almost time. Let's go. Sigh. Chu Nan sighed. Don't those guys think this is very laughable? Angie Prairie shrugged. It doesn't matter. In any case, we're only going to help someone treat their injuries in practice. Let's go. Chu Nan could only helplessly roll his eyes and leave the academy with Angie Prairie. Chapter 429. Their destination was the outskirts southeast of Star Cloud Academy where the two of them had come last time. After crossing the dirty small river, the familiar tattered shanty town and square appeared in front of them. On the square, there were two groups of people facing each other. They looked like they were about to fight at any moment. When they suddenly saw Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, two young people who were wearing the uniform of Star Cloud Academy and clearly did not belong here, everyone was stunned. Soon, many of them recognized them. It's Miss Angie Prairie. Chu Nan. It's them. That's great. Haha, they're here. We can start fighting boldly in a while. Yes. I was worried that I would be beaten too badly in a while and have to spend another sum of medical fees. Now that the two of them are here, that's great. Looking at the two groups of people who were confronting each other with excited and happy expressions, even the hostility between them had decreased greatly. Chu Nan could only smile helplessly. Most of these two groups were the people he and Angie Prairie had saved last time. They were the test tube martial artists that Kamel had told them about. Due to the previous time in Kamel, these people were already relatively familiar with Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. This time, they had another argument because of a martial technique. When they planned to resolve the dispute according to the traditional rules, the girl called Sally followed Angie Prairie's instructions and informed her in advance and told her the time to fight. Therefore, Angie Prairie brought Chu Nan over before they started fighting. She planned to treat him as soon as they were done. This was a good idea, but is there any meaning in doing this? Chu Nan looked at the two groups of guys who were cheering excitedly while shouting to start fighting immediately. He smiled bitterly at Angie Prairie and said, instead of spending so much effort to treat them after they're covered in injuries and have their limbs broken, it's better to stop them from fighting now. That's different. Angie Prairie shook her head. You should know that their goal in this battle is to fight for a martial technique. If we don't let them fight first, they definitely won't agree. As for us, especially you, isn't it good to have the chance to practice and help others treat their injuries? Looking at the excited Angie Prairie, Chu Nan could only roll his eyes speechlessly. This fellow was really hopeless in this aspect. Looking at the two groups of people, Chu Nan could only shake his head helplessly. This was the way these people lived. He had no reason or qualifications to interfere. Alright, let's watch the show first. Chu Nan casually found a place to sit down and assumed the posture of watching a show. On the other hand, Angie Prairie accurately found the girl called Sally in the crowd and pulled her aside to mutter. Those two groups of people did not say much. After shouting at each other, they rushed forward and soon fought. The last time he came here, they had already finished fighting. They were all lying on the ground and could not move, so he naturally could not see how their martial techniques were. Now, Chu Nan was calmly sitting at the side and watching them fight. After watching for a while, he could not help but grin and almost laugh. Not to mention how good these guys' internal martial techniques were, just the external martial techniques they displayed could be evaluated in one word: trash. If it was evaluated by the martial artist level, most of these guys were probably only at the novice realm. Only a small portion of them could be considered to have successfully cultivated their internal breath, but they were at most at the low-level overlord body realm. If one had to compare, even Chu Nan, who had obtained a powerful data ability before, could be called an expert here. Looking at these guys punching and kicking each other, Chu Nan really felt embarrassed that he could not look at them. If the martial arts sparring Chu Nan usually saw between the students of the academy was already considered low-end, then these guys could simply be called rookies pecking each other. With such lousy standards, they still fought until their heads were bleeding and their arms were broken for a martial technique. Was there a need to? However, although the martial technique was lousy, they were really ruthless. In just a short while, a few people had already broken their legs and could only lie on the ground groaning. Most of the remaining people were also injured and looked extremely miserable. Chu Nan could not help but sigh in his mind. According to Kamel, not only did these so-called test tube martial artists not get any reward when undergoing the martial technique test, they even had to pay a sum of money sometimes. However, they were still fighting so bitterly for the chance to test a martial technique. It could be seen how strong their desire for martial techniques was. When he thought of this, Chu Nan felt very strange. Logically speaking, although high-level martial techniques were very rare and it was impossible for ordinary people to come into contact with them, there were still many opportunities to come into contact with relatively low-level martial techniques. Not to mention the various martial arts halls and martial arts academies that were spread throughout every residential planet in the Federation. Even if he only logged into the Milky Way network, he could obtain some passable low-level martial techniques. Moreover, Chu Nan had previously participated in an occasion like the Martial Artist Exchange on West Cloud Planet that could directly sell martial techniques. As long as he had money, he could completely buy good martial techniques. Of course, these guys lived in such a dilapidated place and did not look like rich people. Then, it was not strange that they could not afford good martial techniques and could not enter the expensive martial arts hall and martial arts academy. However, even so, to be able to make them obtain the chance to test these martial techniques as if they were risking their lives, it proved that the level of these martial techniques should not be low. Previously, when Kamel told Chu Nan that these martial techniques actually came from Star Cloud Academy, he did not believe it. Now that he thought of this, he had no choice but to believe it. This was because other than the martial arts branch of Star Cloud Academy, there was no other organization nearby that could provide so many martial techniques for people to experiment with for a long time. However, the martial arts branch strictly prohibited students from spreading the martial techniques in the database. It did not make sense for him to take out the martial techniques and hand them to so many unrelated people, and even sell them for money, right? Or was there another deeper reason? Chu Nan frowned as he looked at the people who were still fighting happily. He focused his attention on the martial techniques they used and tried to distinguish some traces from the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. With a serious look, he quickly saw some clues. For example, a young man not far away from him on the right threw a punch. If he was not wrong, it should be the third stance and sixth move of the mountain crossing dragon fist that Chu Nan had exchanged for in the information, Overflowing Sea. Although that guy could not unleash the full power of this punch, it could be seen that he had already cultivated this fist technique for a period of time and was relatively familiar with it. The much older man behind him, who was at least 30 years old, squatted down and swept his leg over. It was clearly the first E-rank martial technique, the falling leaf leg technique, that Chu Nan had exchanged from the database when he had just become an E-rank student. The person who was facing him jumped lightly and dodged this kick. He took the opportunity to step down, but it was clearly a move from the falling leaf leg technique. On their right, another person lightly slapped out, but it caused the surrounding air to surge. The dust under their feet danced, and it was obvious that they had internal breath. This palm was clearly the E-rank palm technique in the database, cloud chasing palm technique. Also, Chu Nan looked at them one by one and his gaze suddenly landed on a thin young man in the crowd. His eyes narrowed. This guy had just slapped out with his palm. The force of his palm looked ordinary, and it could not stimulate the cooperation of his internal breath. However, his palm could clearly stimulate the strength of his entire body. The force of his palm was definitely not weak. This was the only relatively perfect external martial technique Chu Nan had seen after seeing so many people. This palm strike was from a palm technique that he was very familiar with. March God Killing Palm. Chapter 430. After looking carefully for a while, Chu Nan discovered another problem. It was true that this guy used the March God Killing Palm, but it was obvious that he did not use the March God Killing Palm that Chu Nan had studied deeply and handed to Feng Mingzi, the one that could even mobilize spatial energy. Similarly, it was not the March God Killing Palm that could only be classified as a trash F-rank martial technique in the martial arts database. Instead, it was the first set he had exchanged from the martial arts database, the one he had spent 2 hours researching and improving. In the case of the first modified March God Killing Palm, it was comparable to an E-rank martial technique, but it was not a profound martial technique in the end. Coupled with the fact that the person had clearly not cultivated it well, the power he could unleash was limited. The reason why it attracted Chu Nan's attention was because it reminded him of a problem. If it was the original March God Killing Palm in the martial arts database, then that person might have learned it through other channels. However, the March God Killing Palm he used now was clearly the version that had been modified by Chu Nan for the first time. For example, the palm he slapped out was extremely simple and smooth, but it could fully unleash the muscle strength of his upper body. It was different from the version that Chu Nan had handed to Feng Mingzi later, which could mobilize spatial energy. If someone wanted to learn this version of the March God killing palm, they could only obtain it from Chu Nan or the database of the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, Chu Nan had never taught anyone else, so this must have been spread by the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch. This allowed Chu Nan to confirm that the martial arts branch was indeed doing as Kamel had said. Apart from taking the initiative to extract the martial techniques in the martial arts database and handing them to the test tube martial artists to cultivate, he also thought of another problem. Why did the martial arts branch do this? In fact, Chu Nan really despised so-called test tube martial artists. He did not believe that martial artists with ordinary talent could truly improve a martial technique. In fact, among the guys Chu Nan saw now, none of them had even cultivated any martial technique they had displayed to a sufficiently profound level. Some of them had even failed to unleash enough power from the original moves in the martial technique database. No matter how many fellows of this level there were, how could they help in the improvement of the martial technique? Chu Nan could completely say without shame that his role in the research and improvement of martial techniques could easily surpass the dozens of people in front of him. Cultivating martial techniques depended on talent. This was a very cruel fact. Clearly, these people were not very talented. While Chu Nan was thinking about the problem, the situation on the field had already become even more intense. In a short while, a large group had fallen, and only the dozen or so stronger people with the strength of an overlord body realm martial artist were still holding on. This result fully displayed the complete difference in strength determined by a martial artist's level. Due to the fact that the body of an overlord body realm martial artist had been tempered to a certain extent, even if a novice realm martial artist really punched and kicked his body, it would basically not cause any damage. Therefore, although this group of people was fighting excitedly and the scene was fiery, the final outcome was only decided by these dozen or so overlord body realm martial artists. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so overlord body martial artists in the field were still fighting fiercely. It looked dangerous and exciting, but Chu Nan could not help but yawn and feel bored. After thinking for a moment, he simply walked to the side and squatted down to treat a guy who had both of his legs broken and was relatively seriously injured. Seeing his actions, the surrounding people were stunned, but no one came forward to stop him. Angie Prairie, who was talking to Sally, glanced at Chu Nan in surprise. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before jumping over and choosing another heavily injured person to treat. A few minutes later, the person under Chu Nan had completely recovered. He stood up in disbelief and jumped on the spot twice. Then, he excitedly cupped his hands and thanked Chu Nan. He turned around and rushed towards the crowd that was still fighting in the field. It seemed that he wanted to join the battlefield again. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and stretched out his foot to hook him. That person immediately fell to the ground. That person got up and looked at Chu Nan in shock. "What are you doing? I should be the one asking you this, right?" Chu Nan glared back without holding back. "You're already crippled. Could it be that you still have the qualifications to join the battle? Moreover, do you think it's useful to join with your strength?" That person was stunned. He looked at the less than 10 overlord body realm martial artists left in the field who were punching flesh. The shocking battle made his face, which had already turned pale from excessive blood loss, turn even paler. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and retracted. "That's right." Chu Nan nodded and shouted at Angie Prairie, who had already started to treat the second injured person in the distance. "Angie Prairie, do it alone first. I'll come after asking a few things." "All right, go." Angie Prairie waved at Chu Nan indifferently. Not only was there no dissatisfaction on her face, but she also became even more excited. The more injured people there were, the more she liked the scene. Now that Chu Nan was unwilling, she was even happier to deal with it alone. To be honest, if not for the fact that she hoped to give Chu Nan some practice and deepen his understanding of the flame of life, she would not have needed to bring him here. Seeing that Angie Prairie agreed, Chu Nan pulled that person out of the arena. "Tell me, how often does a situation like this happen?" Chu Nan pointed at the field and asked. That person sized Chu Nan up in confusion as if he did not understand why he was concerned about this. However, when he recalled that Chu Nan had just healed him from such a serious injury, he replied obediently, "It's not fixed. In the past, it was relatively frequent, about once every half a month. In the recent 2 months, it has decreased. Apart from the last time you came, it's only today. Once every half a month." Chu Nan looked at the guys lying on the ground with broken arms and legs and could not help but frown. "Half a month is not enough for your injuries to completely recover, right? Those who haven't recovered in time aren't qualified to participate in the next round. However, in order to not miss every martial technique distribution, most people are willing to pay more money to the hospital and choose to receive treatment quickly." Chu Nan frowned even more. "It's only some F-rank martial techniques. At most, they're E-rank martial techniques. Do you have to risk your life?" That person looked at Chu Nan deeply and smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, "People like you who can enter Star Cloud Academy naturally don't understand how difficult it is for us to obtain a complete martial technique. Not to mention an E-rank martial technique, an F-rank martial technique is very useful to us. Most importantly, before the martial technique is truly assigned, no one knows what martial technique it will be. If we miss a D-rank martial technique or the most important internal breath cultivation method, it will be a huge loss." Chu Nan was a little surprised. "You mean that there will be D-rank martial techniques and internal breath cultivation methods released to you? Then, are there any cultivation methods higher than D-rank martial techniques?" "There was once when they released a C-rank martial technique, but it was only once. It hasn't happened again." "Yes. Chu Nan nodded. This was only reasonable. One had to know that a C-rank martial technique could even be considered a relatively profound martial technique in a martial arts academy like Star Cloud Academy, let alone for low-level martial artists like them who had no foundation or background. To them, if they could obtain a C-rank martial technique, the gains would undoubtedly be huge. Chu Nan thought for a moment and could not help but frown as he asked, but have you ever thought that even if you can learn many martial techniques, with your current standards and age, it's almost impossible for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future? You can't even reach the void break martial artist level. This was the evaluation of the 2-star grade martial artists towards Chu Nan. It was obvious that these people were already adults, but their strength was so poor. In the future, the difficulty of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate would only be much higher than Chu Nan's back then. Therefore, it was not a lie to say that they would not be able to break through in their entire lives. That person looked at Chu Nan in confusion and curled his lips. Apart from geniuses like you who can enter Star Cloud Academy, who else thinks of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate? To us, it's enough to cultivate internal breath and be stronger than ordinary people. If we can become internal breath martial artists, that's already my greatest dream. As for breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate and becoming a void break martial artist, only people with mental problems will dream of it. Looking at his matter-of-fact expression, Chu Nan was immediately speechless. These guys did not even have dreams anymore. Chapter 431. The battle between the remaining Overlord Body Realm martial artists did not last long. When Angie Prairie and Chu Nan had healed about half of the injured people, the battle had already ended. Compared to the miserable situation of the defeated party being completely wiped out and lying on the ground unable to move, the winning party was not much better. Only 2 people could barely stand. Seeing that the 2 of them were swaying and looked like they were about to collapse at any moment, Chu Nan could not help but sigh and shake his head. This group of people fought so miserably. What they fought for was only a very low-level martial technique. From this, it could be seen that no matter how much the Earth Federation promoted martial arts, because of their insufficient resources, many people were still unable to come into contact with many suitable martial arts. Just as he was thinking about this, Angie Prairie walked over with Miss Sally and a man in his 30s. Chu Nan, come, let me introduce you. This is Sally's father. Angie Prairie pointed at the man and said to him. The man glanced at Chu Nan and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes, but he still nodded and said, hello, brother Chu Nan. My name is Doraman. Thank you for coming with Miss Angie Prairie to treat us. You're welcome. Chu Nan smiled and waved his hand before looking at Angie Prairie in inquiry. It's like this. Chu Nan, Uncle Doraman has mainly cultivated 3 martial techniques. They are the mountain suppression palm, the lightning steps, and the most important internal breath cultivation method, the Saxon heart technique. I remember that you exchanged for the mountain suppression palm and the lightning steps in the martial arts database as points, right? Yes, that's right. Chu Nan nodded. These 2 external martial techniques were indeed 2 of the 104 martial techniques that had caused controversy and even triggered the ultimate arbitration. However, why did Angie Prairie mention this? Uncle Doraemon's cultivation of these 2 martial techniques is a little problematic. Can you teach him these 2 martial techniques that you've studied and modified? Angie Prairie said. Oh. Chu Nan looked at Uncle Doraman and saw that although he was a little puzzled, his eyes were still filled with anticipation. Clearly, he still hoped that Chu Nan could help him in this aspect. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's impossible. The 2 martial techniques I studied have been handed to the martial arts database to exchange for points. I can't leak them out and teach them to others, or I'll violate the Academy's rules. Doraman immediately revealed a disappointed expression and smiled bitterly at Angie Prairie in embarrassment. Miss Angie Prairie, thank you for your kindness, but it won't be good if this makes you violate the rules of Star Cloud Academy. Angie Prairie sneered, Tisk, the Academy already provided these martial techniques to you. Can't we teach others? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense, the ownership of the martial technique information is in the hands of the Academy. We really don't have the qualifications to casually teach it to others. Doraman immediately nodded and replied, yes, brother Chu Nan is right. It's best not to make things too difficult for you. In any case, I've already cultivated for so long. Even if I want to improve, I don't think I can. After saying that, he bowed to Chu Nan and Angie Prairie and turned around to leave. Seeing that he was holding the hand of the equally disappointed Sally and planning to leave, Chu Nan had a thought and called out to him. Wait. Doraman looked at Chu Nan in confusion and anticipation. Chu Nan smiled, it's not impossible to help you without violating the Academy's rules. Doraman was immediately overjoyed. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the back of the square behind a short house near the small river ditch. This small house, which was less than 20 square meters, was the home of Doraman and Sally. Their family of 3 lived here. Come, Uncle Doraman, show me the mountain suppression palm technique and lightning steps you've grasped, Chu Nan said to him. Doraman nodded and did not waste any time. He walked to the side and asked Sally to take 2 steps back. Then, he practiced one palm after another. After watching for a while, Chu Nan turned to Angie Prairie and asked, what do you think? Very bad. Angie Prairie curled her lips and said bluntly, these 2 martial techniques are not good in the first place. Uncle Doraman did not practice them well. Angie Prairie did not deliberately lower her voice, so when this evaluation landed clearly in Uncle Doraemon's ears, his footsteps immediately became chaotic. The palm strike he slapped out instantly became crooked and powerless. Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he glared at Angie Prairie. I asked you to say if there is any room for improvement. Who asked you how Uncle Doraemon's cultivation was? Of course, to be honest, this Uncle Doraman was indeed very lousy. Angie Prairie shrugged. I'm not very good at this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you. Alright, Chu Nan sighed helplessly and walked to Doraemon's side. He thought for a moment, squatted down slightly, and slowly slapped out. Doraemon's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Although this palm strike looked extremely slow and the entire action seemed to be in slow motion, it was precisely because of this that Doraemon could see it clearly without any difficulty. It was the first move of the mountain suppression palm technique that he had just practiced. As a rough palm technique that could only be evaluated as an F-rank martial technique, the first move of the mountain suppression palm technique was naturally even more ordinary. It could only be said that he had barely adjusted his body and mobilized all his strength. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary people's punches and kicks. When Doraemon was cultivating the mountain suppression palm in the past, he had never really taken this first move too seriously. However, after seeing Chu Nan's palm strike, he instantly discovered that the mountain suppression palm technique he had cultivated was simply trash. Chu Nan's palm felt extremely smooth, as if every inch of his muscles could be mobilized. Even if his speed clearly slowed down, it still seemed extremely powerful. Anyone who saw it would feel that Chu Nan's palm had already far exceeded the scope of an F-rank martial technique. Even most E-rank martial techniques were clearly inferior. Chu Nan took a step forward and spun around before slapping out again. Doraemon's eyes widened and shone brightly. This time, Chu Nan perfectly combined the lightning steps and the mountain suppression palm. He used the lightning steps to make this originally ordinary palm strike suddenly become abnormally fast, and the angle was even more tricky. Be it the force of the palm or the subsequent change, it far exceeded the first and second moves of ordinary mountain suppression palm. Next, Chu Nan also slapped out one palm after another. He always mixed the lightning steps footwork in his palm technique as he demonstrated the two martial techniques that Uncle Doraemon had practiced so far. After practicing once, Chu Nan calmly retracted his palm and stood up. He asked the stunned Doraemon, "How is it? Do you understand?" Doraemon's body trembled twice. Suddenly, his legs went soft and he knelt down. Master. Chapter 432. Even after walking into the academy, Angie Prairie still could not help but laugh. Haha, Chu Nan, why don't you just agree? Isn't it good to take in a disciple? Chu Nan's face darkened as he glared at her. Taking your head. I'm not even 20 years old. What's wrong with taking in a disciple in my 30s? Moreover, I haven't even broken through the cosmic heaven's gate now. What qualifications do I have to take in a disciple? Moreover, I'm busy increasing my strength. How can I have so much time to teach disciples? In any case, I see that it's very easy for you to modify Uncle Doraemon's martial technique. Even if you take him in as your disciple, it should be very easy to teach him well, right? How can it be that easy? Chu Nan shook his head. It's not a problem to only help him improve his external martial technique, but it's not that easy to improve his internal breath cultivation method. It's fine if it's only targeted at the Saxon cultivation method he cultivates, but if it's combined with Uncle Doraemon's exact situation, it's very troublesome. If I want him to obtain the best cultivation effect, I have to monitor his cultivation situation every once in a while and make the corresponding modifications. So you've thought about it so carefully? Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in surprise. There's no need for you to go through so much trouble. You only need to modify it according to the situation of the Saxon cultivation method and make it more reasonable or easier to understand and cultivate. Uncle Doraemon will be very satisfied. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and had to admit that Angie Prairie's words made sense. Indeed, to ordinary low-level martial artists like Doraemon, it was already not bad to have a martial technique for them to learn and cultivate. It was simply an extravagant hope to customize this martial technique according to their personal situation. In fact, all the martial techniques that were circulated could be considered a general version that was suitable for most people to cultivate. It guaranteed that most martial artists who came into contact with it could successfully cultivate it. As for whether he could cultivate well enough according to his own situation, it depended on a martial artist's personal talent. However, no matter how talented he was, there was no one like Chu Nan who relied on his powerful data ability to perfect every martial technique without any mistakes. Perhaps my requirements are too much. It was true that he had a powerful data ability, but it was impossible for other martial artists to have it. Therefore, he could not impose his requirements on other martial artists. A low-level martial artist like Doraemon, who was in his 30s and could barely be considered an initial-stage overlord body realm martial artist, clearly did not have enough talent to meet Chu Nan's requirements. In that case, there was no need for Chu Nan to study the few martial techniques that Doraemon had grasped so thoroughly, because even if he could figure them out, Doraemon might not be able to. After carefully calculating the various statistics of these martial techniques in his mind, Chu Nan nodded at Angie Prairie and said, "I understand. I think I know what to do now. Give me 2 days, and I should be able to find a complete cultivation method suitable for Uncle Doraemon." "Is that so? That's great." Angie Prairie did not doubt Chu Nan at all and smiled when she heard that. "Then you have to hurry, because we have to participate in the experiment in 2 days. "No problem." Chu Nan was very confident. Bang! Doraemon slapped out, and the person opposite him could not dodge and was struck in the chest. That person's burly body was actually sent flying a few meters. He landed on the ground and rolled a few times before barely stopping. Cough, cough, cough. After a long time, that person coughed forcefully and got up from the ground with difficulty. Doraemon, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden?" That person widened his eyes and looked at Doraemon in disbelief. Doraemon laughed proudly. "How is it, kid? Do you know how powerful I am now? Ha ha. Tisk. I made a mistake just now. Again." The young man called Piroth was probably in his 20s and less than 30 years old. When he saw Doraemon's arrogant appearance, he was greatly unconvinced. He spat hard, kicked his feet, and rushed over again. However, in less than 10 rounds, Doraemon's feet flashed and he cleverly arrived at Perof's side. He took the opportunity to slap out, hitting the side of his waist and sending him flying again. This time, the blow to Perof was even more serious than before. As soon as he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he lay on the ground for a long time before barely standing up, though he could hardly stay upright. Seeing his sorry state, Doraemon was even more proud. He pointed at Perof and laughed. "How is it? Are you convinced?" Perof could be considered his friend. His strength had always been much higher than Doraemon's. However, now that he was easily defeated by Doraemon, it was no wonder that the latter was so proud. Perof panted hard and looked at Doraemon in disbelief for a moment before barely asking, "Doraemon, you just said that it was that kid from Star Cloud Academy who guided you. You became so powerful." "That's right." Doraemon nodded forcefully with a praising expression. "Do you know? He only watched me practice the mountain suppression palm technique and lightning steps once, and he had already pointed out all the mistakes I had made. Then, he directly got me a new mountain suppression palm technique and lightning steps. Look, I only practiced them for less than 2 hours after they left, but I can easily defeat you now." After saying that, Doraemon could not suppress the pride in his heart again and laughed loudly. "I don't believe it." Perof shook his head. "That guy doesn't look even 20 years old. I don't believe he's so powerful. He must have cultivated the mountain suppression palm and the lightning steps in the past. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to guide you to become so strong with just a glance." Hearing this, Doraemon stopped laughing and looked suspicious. Indeed, Chu Nan was too young. Although he was a student of Star Cloud Academy and should have a strong martial arts talent, his time practicing martial arts was limited after all. He should not have been able to understand the two unfamiliar martial techniques so quickly. Moreover, when Angie Prairie brought Doraemon to see Chu Nan, she mentioned that he had studied these two martial techniques. Thinking of this, Doraemon felt a little worried. That Chu Nan even said that he would help me see my Saxon cultivation method. He said that if my internal breath cultivation method could better complement these two external martial techniques, my strength would greatly increase. If he doesn't have that ability. Seeing Doraemon frown, Perof curled his lips in disdain. "I say, Doraemon, stop dreaming. He's a genius of Star Cloud Academy. Why would he spend so much effort to help you? It's already not bad that he can impart to you a better mountain suppression palm and lightning steps. Do you still expect him to even impart such a good internal breath cultivation method to you? What a joke." Hearing Perof's words, Doraemon sighed deeply. That was right. Be it Chu Nan or Angie Prairie, even if they looked very friendly when they interacted and even had a good relationship with Sally, they were still geniuses of Star Cloud Academy and were completely different from the lowest level martial artists like them. It was already a surprise that Chu Nan could help him this time. He could not expect too much. However, Doraemon still had a trace of anticipation. If only he could really give me a better internal breath cultivation method. Doraemon looked in the direction of Star Cloud Academy and muttered to himself, "Of course, I don't have to think about breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. If I can become an internal breath martial artist in this life, I'll be satisfied." Chapter 433. The dense night enveloped the entire Star Cloud Academy. Even the street lights beside the road had already been turned on late at night, and the light became hazy. The small forest beside the male dormitory of the martial arts branch was dark, but a small ball of hazy light lit up deep inside. The gentle light emitted by the virtual screen of his personal terminal reflected Chu Nan's highly focused face. Various information quickly flashed on the virtual screen. Chu Nan's eyes also spun at high speed with the information and quickly recorded this complicated information in his mind. Then, he used his powerful data ability like an artificial intelligence to perform high-speed calculations and analysis. A moment later, the information on the virtual screen rolled and stopped. His eyes also stopped, and then he fell into thought. After pondering for a moment, Chu Nan placed his hands on the virtual screen. His fingers jumped and a long string of information flowed out. After returning to his dormitory with Angie Prairie, Chu Nan had been thinking about how to help Doraemon resolve the problem of his internal breath cultivation method. This was not a whim, and it was not just to help Doraemon. In fact, in order to perfectly break through the cosmic heaven's gate as Supremacy Overly had said, he had to create an internal breath cultivation method that matched his own situation and make full use of his current perfect physical condition. Therefore, he had been studying the problem of internal breath cultivation methods during this period of time. Helping Doraemon resolve the problem of his internal breath cultivation method was also helpful to his research. Doraemon's problem was not only that the Saxon cultivation method he cultivated was only an F-rank internal breath cultivation method and was naturally not powerful enough. The greatest problem was that his martial techniques were not compatible with each other. Firstly, the two external martial techniques were no longer compatible. The mountain suppression palm technique was a firm and ferocious palm technique that pursued grandness and strength. The characteristics of the lightning steps were that it was light and flexible. If it was matched, it was best to use a flexible palm technique. If he used the mountain suppression palm technique with the lightning steps, it would seem a little inappropriate. There were even some conflicts. No wonder it was very difficult for Doraemon to master it in the past. However, this was still a problem with external martial techniques. Moreover, the mountain suppression palm and lightning steps were only F-rank martial techniques. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan could easily improve these two martial techniques and combine them to allow Doraemon to easily understand and master them. However, the problem with internal breath cultivation methods was not that easy. The internal breath cultivation method Doraemon cultivated was the Saxon cultivation method. The internal breath it produced was soft and tough. It was considered a good internal breath cultivation method among F-rank martial techniques. However, the characteristics of this cultivation method were very incompatible with the mountain suppression palm technique and the lightning steps. The characteristics of the internal breath needed by these two external martial techniques were firmness, fierceness, and explosive power. This was not something that the Saxon cultivation method had. Therefore, it was very difficult for Doraemon to combine his internal breath with the external martial technique he was most familiar with, so his strength was naturally extremely weak. Of course, the strength of his internal breath was not high, so the effect was not obvious. However, if he wanted to pursue higher strength, he had to make a choice between external martial techniques and internal breath cultivation methods. Either he cultivated other external martial techniques together with the Saxon cultivation method, or he directly changed to a ferocious and explosive internal breath cultivation method to cultivate his internal breath again. To Doraemon, these two choices were impossible, because he was the kind of person who could not come into contact with many martial techniques. Now, any martial technique he grasped was very precious, so he could not easily give it up. However, to Chu Nan, this choice was very simple. Doraemon's internal breath was so weak now, so he might as well cripple it and cultivate again. Moreover, Chu Nan was not interested in studying low-level martial techniques that complemented the Saxon cultivation method. Studying internal breath cultivation methods was the most important. In fact, Chu Nan had come into contact with much more low-level cultivation methods than ordinary martial artists. Apart from exchanging for nearly 200 various F-rank and D-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database of the martial arts branch, he had also come into contact with a large number of various low-level martial techniques when working with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. In total, he had already exchanged for nearly 300 various martial techniques. Among these, although internal breath cultivation methods were definitely in the minority, there were still more than 50. Chu Nan originally planned to casually choose a suitable low-level internal breath cultivation method from these that he had grasped and throw it to him, but later on, he thought of a problem. Among the cultivation methods he knew, the martial techniques from the martial arts database could not be easily imparted to others because of the Academy's rules. The martial techniques from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce could not be easily leaked because of the agreement signed with them. Therefore, although he had grasped nearly 300 martial techniques and more than 50 internal breath cultivation methods, he could not give any to Doraemon. Helpless, Chu Nan could only find another channel to find a suitable internal breath cultivation method for Doraemon. After all, he was not a martial artist with a powerful background, so the only way he could think of to resolve this problem was to ask for help online. Due to the flourishing of martial arts on the Orion Arm, there were many discussion sections regarding martial arts on the Milky Way network. Chu Nan directly entered the Earth Federation's martial arts alliance that he used to frequent and found the section for martial arts mutual communication. He easily saw a pile of posts selling martial arts cultivation methods. This place was a little similar to the martial arts exchange that Chu Nan had participated in on West Cloud Planet. All kinds of martial techniques would be directly sold at a clear price. Because this was the Milky Way network, the scale was actually dozens of times stronger than the small martial artist exchange on West Cloud Planet. Chu Nan searched according to the conditions related to his internal breath cultivation method and more than 100,000 pieces of relevant information appeared. Even if the search area was limited to an F-rank martial technique, there were more than 80,000 relevant pieces of information. This was not strange, because the higher the martial technique, the fewer people would naturally master it. What would be taken out to sell publicly would only be low-level martial techniques. As the lowest-level martial technique, the F-rank martial technique had the most martial artists, so it naturally had the most relevant martial techniques. Chu Nan limited the search area to internal breath cultivation methods and cultivation methods that were special in terms of toughness and explosive power. The relevant information was filtered until there were only more than 10,000 left. However, there were still too many. Chu Nan chose a few of the cultivation methods with the highest comments and highest praise and discovered that the price of these cultivation methods was too high. The one with the highest praise was even 150,000 Federation coins. Even Chu Nan could not afford this price, so it was naturally impossible for him to spend so much money to buy it for Doraemon. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan decided to look at the cheaper martial techniques. Although these martial techniques definitely had flaws, Chu Nan believed that with his powerful analysis ability, it was enough to improve any martial technique sufficiently. Soon, he locked onto an F-rank internal breath cultivation method called the Mountain Shaking Divine Technique. The reason why he chose it was not only because the price was only 1,000 Federation coins, but also because its name was very similar to Doraemon's Mountain Suppression Palm technique. When put together, it would look very compatible. After confirming that the characteristics of this cultivation method should be very suitable, Chu Nan pressed the purchase button. When he saw the payment window, Chu Nan was stunned. Chapter 434. Among the options displayed on the payment window, other than using Federation coins to pay, there was actually another option. Chu Nan looked at this option in confusion. What are contribution points? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan closed the payment window and opened the help menu to search for contribution points. After reading the relevant explanation, Chu Nan understood. It turned out that this so-called contribution point was the reward value given according to the contribution of every account on the forum. It could be used to do many things on the forum, including directly buying martial techniques. This thing was probably equivalent to the virtual currency on the forum, but it could only be used on this forum. Of course, this forum was the largest martial arts-related forum in the Earth Federation on the Milky Way network. According to the description of this contribution point, it was even more useful than real Federation coins many times over. Because Chu Nan rarely shopped here in the past, he looked at the status of his account and discovered that his contribution points were still pitifully zero. Naturally, he could not use them to buy martial techniques. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Nan jumped out of the section where he bought martial techniques and entered the martial technique communication section. According to the description of the contribution points, if one answered the questions here, they would obtain contribution points according to the different questions. Chu Nan limited the level of the problem to an F-rank martial technique and casually clicked on a problem. He discovered that it was a problem related to cultivating external martial techniques. This question was accompanied by a short video that directly displayed the problem. Chu Nan roughly read it and easily saw the problem before answering. It only took him less than 5 minutes to resolve this problem. Then, he changed the question again and continued to easily give the answer. After answering the relevant questions of 13 external martial techniques in a row, Chu Nan felt that it was a waste of time, so he limited the problem to internal breath cultivation methods. The problem with internal breath cultivation methods was slightly more difficult. The main problem was that it was very difficult to accurately describe. However, Chu Nan relied on his research of low-level internal breath cultivation methods these past few days to easily understand the core of the problem and give an accurate answer. It had to be said that these problems were strange. Some of them had never occurred to Chu Nan. While thinking about how to resolve these problems, they gave him some additional inspiration. After answering more than 30 questions, Chu Nan calculated that there should be more than enough contribution points and stopped. However, the contribution points for these questions would only be given after the other party accepted the answer. Therefore, although Chu Nan spent an hour answering the questions, there were actually very few contribution points in his hands. Chu Nan cast his gaze at the other places where he could obtain contribution points and quickly noticed a very eye-catching notification. Participate in the forum competition and immediately obtain the grand prize. Chu Nan opened the introduction and was immediately overjoyed. It turned out that this was a martial arts arena held by this martial arts forum. As long as one could win in the arena, one would obtain the corresponding reward. Not only were there contribution points as a reward, but there were also even cash and martial techniques. Moreover, this arena competition had the greatest advantage compared to other martial arts competitions. It was not held in reality, but in a virtual battle in Martial Soul. Therefore, there was no need for a real venue, and there was no need for the participants to rush to the martial arts arena from afar. It saved a large amount of time and organization costs, and it could be held for a long time. It was incomparable to any real martial arts competition. After reading the introduction of this arena, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. Martial Soul had been launched by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce for nearly 2 years and had already begun to greatly affect reality. He believed that there would definitely be more and more virtual martial arts competitions like this in the future. Of course, Chu Nan did not need to consider these things now. He carefully looked at the rules of the arena again and discovered that he could register to participate at any time and fight at any time. He stood up and returned to the dormitory without any hesitation. A few minutes later, Chu Nan slowly opened the dormitory door. A few long and regular snores sounded. His 3 roommates had already fallen asleep. Earlier, Chu Nan had specially run to the forest outside the dormitory in order to not disturb them. Now, because he wanted to participate in the virtual arena, he had no choice but to return. His gaze swept past. A silver-white gaming capsule that was reflecting silver light under the weak moonlight outside the window was lying in the corner of the dormitory. This gaming capsule was the new Martial Soul gaming capsule that Mondeo and Sar had discussed with Chu Nan before. When he recalled how he had bought this gaming capsule from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce at an extremely low discount of only 35,000 Federation coins through his relationship with Tom Kench, causing Mondeo and the rest to show an extremely shocked expression, Chu Nan could not help but smile. He walked over without making a sound, bent down, and lightly entered. Soon, the login interface of Martial Soul appeared in front of Chu Nan. In fact, because he had been focused on studying the internal breath cultivation method some time ago, this was the first time he had entered the game after buying this gaming capsule. Probably because of the new gaming capsule, the entry interface was much more gorgeous than when Chu Nan had logged in through the helmet. Even the personal space after entering the game was much more abundant than before and had even become a custom-made private space. The first thing Chu Nan noticed was the system information. Because it had been a few months since he logged into Martial Soul, the system information had accumulated a large amount. Chu Nan ignored the meaningless trash information and locked his gaze on the only 3 friend messages. He opened it and saw that these 3 messages were indeed all from the free flower pistol. The first was an ordinary chat, but the second was to ask Chu Nan why he did not appear after a week. These 2 messages were more than 4 months apart from today, which was already last year. The third message was less than a week ago. Heh, damned guy, do you know? I bought the latest gaming capsule of Martial Soul and placed it in my laboratory. In the future, I don't have to go back to sleep at night. I'll just lie in the gaming capsule and sleep while playing the game. How is it? Are you very envious? Come up quickly. I haven't seen you play the game in a long time. I'm very worried about you. After reading this message, Chu Nan could not help but smile. Previously, when he heard the words Virgin 001 suddenly appear in Elvy's muttering, he had already suspected it. Now that he saw the last message from Free Flower Pistol, the suspicion in Chu Nan's heart instantly became confirmed. This Free Flower Pistol was Elvy. Chapter 435. After confirming his guess, Chu Nan felt a little strange. To be honest, he had known Free Flower Pistol for much longer than Elvy. In the past year, because he had been busy with various things and was not very interested, he had not logged into Martial Soul many times. However, during those few times, because of Free Flower Pistol's persistence, the relationship between the two of them had changed from unfamiliar to familiar. Up until now, there was almost nothing they could not talk about. Perhaps it was because she felt that she did not have the chance to know him in reality, but in the messages she sent to Chu Nan, other than chatting, she also brought up many private topics, including her various unhappiness at her aunt's house. At that time, Chu Nan did not care much about this. Now that he had confirmed that Free Flower Pistol was Elvy, he had a clearer understanding of her previous life at her aunt's house. For example, Elvy had never mentioned that she had a cousin named Roddick, but Free Flower Pistol had complained about how annoying he was in the message she sent to Chu Nan during that period of time. Combining the information about Free Flower Pistol with Elvy, Chu Nan immediately felt that he knew her better. Elvy had always displayed a sunny, optimistic, and strong appearance in front of Chu Nan. Even when she was captured by those guys on Planet Macaw and was in a very dangerous situation, she did not show any weakness. On the other hand, in Chu Nan's impression, Free Flower Pistol was a little spoiled and willful, but she was abnormally persistent. In fact, she was very gentle at heart and would show concern every time Chu Nan did not play the game. When these two images overlapped, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. If Elvy knew that Virgin 001 was him, how would she feel? When he thought of this, Chu Nan felt a little amused. In terms of their relationship, it was obvious that he was closer to Elvy. Every time she saw Chu Nan, she would call him Brother Chu Nan. However, Elvy rarely truly revealed the depression in her mind to Chu Nan. From this point, the feeling that Free Flower Pistol gave to him was deeper and closer. In the end, these two figures were the same person. If Elvy knew that she had revealed so many of her thoughts to Chu Nan as Free Flower Pistol, including many very private topics, she would definitely feel very strange, just like Chu Nan's current feeling. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan replied to Free Flower Pistol, "Don't you need to take a shower to sleep in the laboratory? In addition, I think it's more comfortable to lie on that experiment table than in the gaming capsule. After all, the pillow on it is made of the latest nanofiber material. You even told me last time that if you're tired of doing experiments and don't want to return to the dormitory, you'll lie on the experiment table and take a nap." After sending the message, he recalled how Elvy would look after seeing it and laughed before officially entering the virtual game world of Martial Soul. Compared to the martial arts competition in reality, the competition format of this virtual arena organized by the Star Martial Artist Forum was very different. Because it was impossible for a group of people to be online at all times, the competition format of the virtual arena was relatively loose. It was not an elimination round, but an arena where one could nimbly choose their opponents. The so-called arena battle was when someone defended the arena while another challenged it. As long as one could defeat the arena master, it would be considered a victory for the attacker, earning them the corresponding contribution points and a series of rewards. On the contrary, if the challenger failed, the arena master would obtain an increase in contribution points. At the same time, according to the level of the arena master, they would be given other different rewards, while the defeated challenger would be penalized in contribution points. Chu Nan carefully read the rules of this competition and roughly checked the current situation. He discovered that he had to obtain 10 consecutive wins among the participating martial artists before he could obtain the qualifications to challenge the arena master. This was not a problem for him. He first chose to register to participate in the arena competition. The competition system quickly assigned him a challenger who was also online like him. Probably because Chu Nan was completely new, the challenger assigned to him only had a single winning streak. However, unlike the Martial Soul system, which would automatically match opponents of similar standards according to the player's winning rate, this virtual arena was organized by the forum, so it lacked the authority of the official system. Naturally, it was impossible for it to automatically arrange opponents according to the winning rate of both sides. Therefore, the standards of the arranged opponents were actually very different, especially in the early stages. Apart from strength, winning and losing depended on luck. The first opponent assigned to Chu Nan was ridiculously weak. He was probably only at the initial stage Overlord Body Realm, and Chu Nan dealt with him in a single strike. The standard of the second opponent assigned to him immediately increased to about the third stage Internal Breath Realm. Although Chu Nan still easily defeated him, it took more effort than his first opponent. However, when Chu Nan was prepared to face an even stronger opponent, the strength displayed by the third opponent greatly decreased. At most, he was around the third stage Overlord Body Realm. In the end, when he encountered the serious Chu Nan, he could not even last the first round. Before he could even strike a pose, he was punched by Chu Nan and turned into a white light that disappeared. The fourth opponent was also not strong and was probably at the initial stage Internal Breath Realm. Naturally, he was still no match for Chu Nan. The fifth opponent was similarly outmatched. After 10 consecutive battles, the situation reminded Chu Nan of his first 100 consecutive wins in Martial Soul. However, compared to the system arrangements of the Martial Soul game, the strength of the opponents in these 10 battles did not increase gradually. Instead, it fluctuated between high and low. the lowest was only at the initial stage Overlord Body Realm, and the highest was clearly at the 5th stage Internal Breath Realm. Of course, this was not a problem for the current Chu Nan. Although the strength of his current internal breath was only at the 4th stage Internal Breath Realm, with his various powerful cultivation methods and even stronger data ability, his strength was enough to defeat all 5th stage Internal Breath martial artists. To be honest, the current him was simply invincible among Internal Breath Realm martial artists. Establishing a foundation of 10 consecutive wins not only meant that Chu Nan finally had the qualifications to challenge the Arena Master, but it also allowed him to obtain the basic reward of 100 contribution points. However, if he failed in the Arena Challenge, his 100 contribution points would be erased, which meant that he would have to start over. Of course, there was more than one Arena Master in this virtual arena. After Chu Nan glanced at the Arena Masters who were currently online, he quickly chose one and issued a challenge invitation. Chapter 436. Montgomery left the virtual combat room proudly. He opened his personal information and discovered that he had successfully defended the arena 99 times. He could not help but laugh. As long as he successfully defended the arena again, he could rely on succeeding 100 times in a row and not need to challenge a 3-star arena master to automatically advance to a 3-star arena master. The reward he obtained would also greatly increase. Of course, the opponents the 3-star arena master encountered were usually much stronger than when he was the 2-star arena master. However, he was fully confident that with his powerful strength that was only a step away from breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, he could still defend the arena of the 3-star arena master. Just as he was about to browse the forum to see what good things he could exchange with his new contribution points, a light flashed and a familiar figure appeared in front of Montgomery. The place where Montgomery was now was his private space in Martial Soul. Apart from himself and his approved friends, it was impossible for anyone else to enter. Looking carefully, the guy who suddenly appeared was indeed a good friend he had made in the forum. The name on the forum and the name in the game were both called Cautious Fool. Seeing Cautious Fool's depressed expression, Montgomery asked in confusion, "What? Did you encounter something?" Cautious Fool waved his hand in frustration and cursed softly, "Damn, I actually lost." Lost? Montgomery was stunned. He used his friend Authority to inquire about the records of Cautious Fool's battles. As expected, he discovered that the results of his latest competition were negative. Although Cautious Fool was slightly weaker than him and was only a 4th stage Internal Breath Realm martial artist at the moment, it had been a long time since he had tasted defeat as a 1-star arena master. He could already be considered the very outstanding one among the 1-star arena masters. If not for the fact that Cautious Fool liked to stay in the 1-star arena master to attack those newbies who came to challenge, he actually had hope of breaking through to the 2-star arena master. However, he, who could be considered to have suppressed most novices with his strength, had actually lost. The arena master was different from the challengers. If the challengers lost, they could at most try again. If the arena master lost, he would be gone. He would become a newbie like those challengers and start over. Moreover, the reward obtained after every battle would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Cautious Fool was so depressed and angry. A new expert. Montgomery could not help but ask, how's his strength? There were actually such things. Although the virtual arena organized by the Star Martial Artist Forum was similar to the levels of the players in Martial Soul, gradually solidifying with time, and the higher levels were stronger, there would still be new experts joining occasionally to break this situation. Therefore, Montgomery was not surprised that Cautious Fool had been defeated. He was only curious. It had been a long time since such an expert had suddenly appeared. Of course, he had to ask around. Hearing Montgomery's question, the expression on Cautious Fool's face became very strange. That guy is not very strong. I fought him a few times and felt that the strength of his internal breath was not much different from mine. At most, it was the strength of a 4th stage internal breath martial artist. However, his moves. Cautious Fool frowned as if he did not know how to describe it. It feels like he knew what I was going to do in advance. He was always able to be a step ahead and make me feel very uncomfortable fighting. I was always passive. In the end, I had no choice but to lose. Is that so? Montgomery nodded and was slightly disappointed. If it was as Cautious Fool had said, that guy was at most a 4th stage Internal Breath Realm martial artist, then he was not worth paying special attention to. Although Cautious Fool had said that person's moves were strange, Montgomery did not take it to heart. To him, the most important factor in determining a martial artist's strength was still the strength of their internal breath. No matter how strange that person's moves were, if he encountered a 5th stage internal breath martial artist like him, he would only be easily defeated because of the huge difference in the strength of his internal breath. There was no possibility of winning. Of course, there was no need to say this in front of Cautious Fool so as to not affect his fragile self-esteem that had just been defeated. How could Cautious Fool not see what Montgomery was thinking? He frowned slightly and said, "Don't take it lightly. That guy is really a little strange. I've never encountered such a guy. I keep feeling that his strength shouldn't be as simple as a 4th stage internal breath realm." Montgomery laughed and waved his hand. "So what if I take it seriously? Can he still challenge me now?" Cautious Fool immediately froze. Montgomery was right. Unlike Cautious Fool, who was only a 1-star arena master, because Montgomery was a 2-star arena master, there were still conditions to challenge him. That was, he had to successfully challenge 10 1-star arena masters in a row before he was qualified to challenge a 2-star arena master. The guy who had defeated Cautious Fool was clearly a newbie. If he wanted to challenge a 2-star arena master like Montgomery, he had to first obtain the 10 consecutive wins of a newbie before he could obtain the qualifications to challenge a 1-star arena master. After this, he had to successfully challenge 10 1-star arena masters before he could challenge Montgomery. Although he could directly challenge the other 1-star arena masters because he had just defeated Cautious Fool and replaced him as the 1-star arena master, as long as he lost any one of them, he would become an ordinary newbie like Cautious Fool and start from scratch again. If he was unlucky and lost another round, he would have to start again. Therefore, if he wanted to challenge Montgomery, he had to win at least 20 consecutive rounds, including the 10 rounds where he defeated a 1-star arena master. This difficulty was not something ordinary challengers could complete. The challengers Montgomery had encountered in the past had all accumulated the number of times they had defeated a 1-star arena master after failing again and again. Only then did they obtain the qualifications to challenge a 2-star arena master. No challenger had ever directly obtained 20 consecutive wins. In fact, after many challengers finally became 1-star arena masters, they did not dare to casually challenge other 1-star arena masters. They wanted to guard their position as 1-star arena masters well and rely on it to obtain more contribution points than the challengers. Cautious Fool was one of them. Therefore, in short, the guy who defeated Cautious Fool might indeed be slightly stronger than him, but it was impossible for him to defeat 9 1-star arena masters in such a short period of time without any failure. Alright, you should study the battle recording carefully and see where you lost. Montgomery patted the shoulder of Cautious Fool. You've been a 1-star arena master for long enough. It's normal for you to lose. Next time. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Montgomery, someone is challenging you. Do you accept? Montgomery and Cautious Fool were stunned. They had just been talking about challenging Montgomery, but they did not expect one to come now. Which 1-star arena master is impatient and came to challenge me? Montgomery sneered and muttered. He opened the notification and was stunned. Virgin 001? What kind of lousy name is this? Is he really a virgin? Cautious Fool's expression immediately changed when he heard this. It's him. Chapter 437. Chu Nan stood in the virtual combat room and looked at his opponent in confusion. Ever since this guy called Montgomery appeared, he had been looking at him from head to toe as if there was something puzzling about him. Hey, I say, quickly accept the challenge. Don't waste time. After waiting for a long time and seeing that his opponent was still not prepared to accept, Chu Nan could not help but urge him. What's the hurry? Montgomery replied. Tell me first, are you a newcomer who came today? Chu Nan glanced at him in confusion. Yeah, why? What's wrong? Montgomery widened his eyes. You mean that as soon as you came today, you could directly come and challenge me, a 2-star arena master? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. What's so strange about that? Alright, let me ask you again. Do you accept the challenge? If you're still not prepared, I can apply for the system to directly determine it. You should know very well that if you're unwilling to accept it, the system will definitely determine that you're afraid to fight. Tisk, I'm a 2-star arena master. Why would I be afraid to fight you? Montgomery spat and looked at Chu Nan. He could not help but ask, I'll ask you one last question. I'll accept it if you answer. Chu Nan sighed helplessly. Alright, ask. It's really troublesome. I'm in a hurry, okay. Tell me, did you also obtain 10 consecutive wins after challenging a 1-star arena master? Hey, aren't you talking nonsense? According to the rules, if I didn't obtain 10 victories against a 1-star arena master, how could I have the qualifications to challenge you? No, I'm not talking about 10 wins, but 10 consecutive wins. Consecutive wins. Do you understand? That's right, it's 10 consecutive wins. Alright, can we begin now? Chu Nan impatiently issued another challenge to the other party. He had already decided that if this guy still planned to waste time, he would definitely apply for the system's arbitration judgment. In any case, what he needed now was the contribution points rewarded after the successful attack. It was the same for him whether he personally won or the system determined victory. It's really 10 consecutive wins. Montgomery looked at Chu Nan with a trace of caution. When Cautious Fool told him that this challenger called Virgin 001 was the person who had defeated him, Montgomery was a little surprised. As long as a participant successfully challenged a 1-star arena master in the virtual arena, they would leave a mark in the competition records. However, Cautious Fool had checked 3 times and discovered that Virgin 001 had never become a 1-star arena master before. Therefore, the greatest possibility was that he was a new participant in the arena today. He had just arrived today and was actually able to obtain the chance to challenge a 2-star arena master like Montgomery. That meant that he had definitely obtained a string of consecutive wins, and it also included defeating a 1-star arena master. Although Montgomery felt that he could easily defeat most of the 1-star arena masters with his strength, he did not dare to guarantee that he could easily win every battle, let alone 10 consecutive wins. Since Virgin 001 could do this, his strength naturally could not be underestimated. However, through the information provided by Cautious Fool, when he fought with him, the strength of Virgin 001's internal breath was only at the 4th stage internal breath realm. It was clearly much inferior to a 5th stage internal breath martial artist like him, so there was no need to worry too much. As long as he was careful of his strange external moves, Montgomery was confident that he could easily defeat the other party. Seeing the challenge appear in front of him again, Montgomery did not hesitate to accept. When the countdown jumped past, Montgomery immediately raised his foot and threw a punch at Chu Nan. To be able to be a 2-star arena master for a long time in this virtual arena, Montgomery's strength was naturally not weak. Apart from his internal breath having long been cultivated to the 5th stage internal breath realm, he was even only a step away from breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. The flaming red fist he grasped was also a rather unique fist technique that was evaluated as an A-rank martial technique. Coupled with his B-rank heavenly fire heart technique and the same B-rank 8-step sun-chasing movement technique, he could be considered an outstanding person among 5th stage internal breath martial artists. The strength of Virgin 001's internal breath was only around the 4th stage internal breath realm, and it was clearly inferior to him. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to master an extremely powerful external martial technique. However, if he wanted an external martial technique that surpassed his flaming red fist and 8-step sun-chasing movement technique, only a set of A-rank martial techniques or even the top S-rank martial techniques were possible. Montgomery did not believe that Virgin 001 could master such a powerful external martial technique. This was because how could a martial artist who was qualified to master such a top-notch martial technique come to participate in this virtual arena for no reason? Seeing Montgomery move and a ball of fiery red aura appearing on his body, attacking like a ball of flames, Chu Nan's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. As expected of a 2-star arena master, this guy's strength clearly surpassed the 1-star arena master he had defeated previously. This punch looked simple, but the combination of internal breath, movement technique, and fist technique was very good. Most importantly, it revealed an overwhelming aura that pressed forward courageously and speechlessly matched. With a glance, people could not help but feel that they were speechlessly matched and lost from the beginning. According to the opponents Chu Nan had fought, just this punch could definitely compare to Rudy Carl, whom he had fought in the entrance examination. Of course, Rudy Carl was not even 20 years old this year, and just from his appearance, this guy was definitely past 30. Moreover, Chu Nan's strength had greatly increased compared to the entrance examination. At that time, he could already defeat Rudy Carl, so how could he be afraid now? Seeing Montgomery attack like a flame, various statistics flashed through Chu Nan's mind. After Montgomery arrived at a precisely calculated distance, he took a step forward and twisted his body lightly before slapping out with his left palm. With a move of his palm, his internal breath was naturally activated. At the same time, it had already mobilized the spatial energy in the surrounding space. It happened to pierce through Montgomery's terrifying fist force and aimed at his lower abdomen. This palm strike was not a profound palm technique, but the modified March God killing palm. Compared to Montgomery's ferocious fist force that was like a raging fire, Chu Nan's palm looked light and powerless. It was simply like a leaf falling into a raging fire. It was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. However, Montgomery was clearly shocked and forcefully stopped his punch. He pressed down and his right fist still maintained its attack. His left fist struck out from below and pointed at Chu Nan's elbow. It was a continuous defense and attack, so his reaction was fast. However, just as he moved, Chu Nan seemed to have predicted it. His wrist instantly changed and the shadows of his palm changed like flowing clouds. It was the flowing cloud indefinite palm he had learned from Xue Changhao. Unlike the March God killing palm that seemed to be simple but could naturally mobilize spatial energy, although the flowing cloud indefinite palm could not naturally mobilize spatial energy, it was still an A-rank martial technique. The exquisiteness of the palm technique was far from what the March God killing palm, which was only an F-rank martial technique, could compare to. With this palm strike, Montgomery felt as if the palm shadows filled the sky and enveloped his entire body. He could not dodge at all. In his shock, he could only completely retract his attack and quickly retreat. However, his actions seemed to have been predicted by Chu Nan. While he retreated, Chu Nan's feet had already moved lightly and he arrived beside him like a ghost. In the next moment, Chu Nan had already slapped Montgomery's right shoulder. Slap! A crisp sound sounded and Montgomery's body swayed. Chu Nan's body suddenly shook and he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 10 meters away. He had clearly struck Montgomery with this palm, but he actually looked like he had suffered a loss. Chapter 438. Montgomery was stunned for a moment before he reacted and looked at Chu Nan in the distance before laughing. Earlier, when he was slapped on the right shoulder by Chu Nan, he was already mentally prepared to be injured. However, he did not expect that after Chu Nan's palm struck, the force and internal breath on his palm were far weaker than he had expected. In the end, not only was Chu Nan's palm unable to injure Montgomery, he was even injured by his powerful internal breath. After figuring out this result, Montgomery could not help but heave a sigh of relief and feel proud. It seemed that Cautious Fool was right. This Virgin 001's external martial technique was indeed very exquisite. Moreover, it was as if he could always predict his opponent's actions in advance, causing Montgomery to be restrained everywhere and fight very uncomfortably. However, his internal breath was really too weak. Cautious Fool had also said that Virgin 001's internal breath should be equivalent to the strength of a 4th stage internal breath realm. However, from the palm just now, even if his internal breath was slightly stronger than ordinary 3rd stage internal breath martial artists, it was still limited and could not reach the average standard of a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist. No matter how exquisite this guy's external martial technique was, what was the use? Montgomery even felt that even if he stood on the spot and allowed Virgin 001 to attack, his powerful internal breath was enough to make him helpless. When he thought of this, he pointed at the distant Chu Nan and laughed. "Hey, kid, I don't know where you learned a good external martial technique, but you dare to challenge me, a 2-star arena master? Ha, with your weak internal breath, do you think you have any hope of winning?" Chu Nan glanced at him and could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Instead, he continued to quickly calculate in his mind. The external martial technique he had used just now was indeed the March God killing palm and the flowing cloud indefinite palm, but the internal breath cultivation method he used was not the 9 revolutions technique. Instead, it was an F-rank internal breath cultivation method that he had exchanged from the martial arts database, the 3 suns scorching technique. Although he had already cultivated this internal breath cultivation method skillfully, it was only a crude F-rank cultivation method in the end. In the battle just now, not to mention mobilizing his internal breath in all aspects, he had almost failed to successfully complete the basic internal breath combined with the palm technique. If not for the fact that Chu Nan had studied this cultivation method deeply and relied on his powerful data ability to immediately react, the palm strike he had slapped on Montgomery's shoulder would not only be weak, it might not have been able to fuse with his internal breath. If that was the case, he might really be injured by Montgomery's internal breath counterattack. From the looks of it, the meridians suitable for this 3 suns scorching technique should be like this. Chu Nan calculated and deduced in his mind before confirming a new plan. He looked at the laughing and mocking Montgomery and tapped his feet before slapping him. The corners of Montgomery's mouth curled into a mocking smile. So what if this guy's palm technique and movement technique were very exquisite? If his internal breath was insufficient, it would be his fatal weakness. Seeing Chu Nan rush in front of him, Montgomery roared. His entire body flickered with fiery red light and he threw a punch at him. Chu Nan changed his palm technique and dodged Montgomery's punch again before pointing at the place he had to save. However, it was as if Montgomery did not see Chu Nan's palm. He ignored it and continued to punch him. Haha, kid, your internal breath is so weak. So what if you hit it? If I dare to receive a palm strike from you, do you dare to receive a punch from me? Montgomery sneered in his mind and watched as his fist quickly approached Chu Nan's chest. It was as if the scene of Chu Nan being blasted into a ball of white light had already appeared in his mind. However, in the next moment, Chu Nan's body strangely flashed, allowing his punch to pass through his chest by a hair's breadth. Chu Nan's palm had already struck his lower abdomen. Bang! Montgomery only felt an unbearable, terrifying force coming from his stomach, and his entire body instantly flew high into the air. He was shocked and quickly adjusted his internal breath. He forcefully flipped twice in the air and staggered to the ground. Then, he tapped his feet and took a few steps back before looking at Chu Nan in surprise. The strength of the internal breath on Chu Nan's palm earlier was clearly much higher than the first palm, causing him to be unable to completely offset it with his internal breath. Therefore, he was slightly injured. What surprised him even more was that the internal breath in Chu Nan's first palm was clearly the ferocious and unyielding type. Therefore, when he faced him head-on, he suffered a huge loss. However, in this palm strike earlier, the internal breath in Chu Nan's palm had immediately changed to a soft and weak type, turning the internal breath brought about by his ferocious heavenly fire technique into nothingness. With a slap, he suffered a little. If not for the fact that Chu Nan's internal breath was still not strong enough, this palm strike might have heavily injured him and he would have been judged by the system to be weak. Damn, how does this kid know 2 different internal breath cultivation methods? Is there something wrong with him? Montgomery looked at Chu Nan in confusion and discovered that he could not see through this guy. Chu Nan still ignored Montgomery. After attacking, he had already stored all the data contained in the palm strike in his mind and started to analyze it. Just as Montgomery had felt, he had changed to an internal breath cultivation method in his second palm. It was also an F-rank cultivation method from the martial arts database called the weak water heart technique. The internal breath mobilized by the weak water heart technique was on the soft side and was completely different from the 3 suns scorching technique. Moreover, the meridians circulated by the internal breath were very different. It could be said to be 2 completely different internal breath cultivation methods. Under normal circumstances, no martial artist would cultivate these 2 cultivation methods at the same time. Not to mention that the time needed to cultivate 2 cultivation methods at the same time was doubled. Just the completely different characteristics of these 2 cultivation methods could cause internal breath to be chaotic and damage the meridians when cultivating. Of course, this was not a problem for Chu Nan. In fact, with his powerful data ability and perfect control of his internal breath, coupled with the completely open meridians in his body, he had already successfully cultivated all the internal breath cultivation methods he had obtained from the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and exchanged from the martial arts database. He did not encounter any obstruction. What he was doing now was only experimenting with these cultivation methods in actual combat. It was not only this station. In the previous 20 consecutive battles, he had used different internal breath cultivation methods in every match or even every move. The 2 internal breath cultivation methods that he had used to slap Montgomery earlier were already the last 2 he had tested. Through these experiments in actual combat, he could clearly sense the changes brought about by these different internal breath cultivation methods circulating in his meridians. Chapter 439. Montgomery did not give Chu Nan much time to think. Seeing that Chu Nan had actually stood on the spot and pondered after slapping him away, Montgomery immediately felt that he had been underestimated. He was furious and stomped his feet. He activated the heavenly fire cultivation technique with all his might and transformed into a ball of flames that rushed toward Chu Nan again. Compared to his contempt for Chu Nan earlier, the current Montgomery was even more shocking when he went all out, fully displaying his powerful strength as a 2-star arena master. In an instant, he had already invaded Chu Nan's space and thrown a punch like a burning meteor. Chu Nan woke up from his thoughts. With just a glance, he immediately determined that if he still used those low-level internal breath cultivation methods to face the enemy, he would definitely be unable to receive Montgomery's punch. However, one of his goals was to test the use of cultivation methods in actual combat. Now, even if he saw such a terrifying momentum from Montgomery, he was unwilling to directly use the 9 revolutions technique. With a thought, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Chu Nan's mind. Since one low-level cultivation method could not match it, he might as well use two cultivation methods at the same time. Chu Nan's feet moved slightly, avoiding the most ferocious point of Montgomery's fist. He slapped out with his palm, and it transformed into palm shadows that filled the sky. The internal breath in his dantian surged, but it split into two at the same time and flowed into two different main meridians. The three suns scorching technique and the weak water heart technique were activated at the same time. These two internal breaths began to circulate along the trajectory of the two internal breath cultivation methods. In the next moment, the two internal breaths had already gathered in another main meridian. Pew! Chu Nan's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer support his predetermined actions. Boom! Although Chu Nan had already avoided the fiercest point of Montgomery's punch, he was still firmly struck in the left shoulder. The terrifying force immediately caused Chu Nan's entire body to fly up. At the same time, he spun dozens of times in the air counterclockwise at high speed before flying more than 10 meters fast and landing on the ground with a bang. Then, he rolled more than 10 times before barely stopping. Montgomery looked at his fist in surprise. From the previous battles, although Virgin 001's internal breath was indeed not strong, he was indeed very skilled in external martial techniques. Montgomery originally thought that his punch would still be dodged by the other party and had thought of his next move in advance. He did not expect that his punch would directly hit. What was even more surprising was that as soon as this guy started fighting, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What the heck? Looking at Chu Nan, who was lying on the ground motionless in the distance, Montgomery still regretted it. In order to change his next move, he had held back quite a bit of strength in this punch. If he had known that this guy would suddenly be unable to dodge, he should have used his full strength in this punch and guaranteed that it would cripple him directly. He would not have only beaten him down like now. Damn, this kid is quite tenacious. Seeing that Chu Nan swayed and actually got up quickly, Montgomery could not help but frown and sneer. But so what? Can such a weak guy like him play tricks? Before Chu Nan could stand up, Montgomery had already rushed over and thrown another punch. Seeing Montgomery approaching like a fireball, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled up into a smile. The experiment just now had undoubtedly failed, but through the various data feedback obtained from this test, he clearly discovered that his bold idea was not an illusion, but really possible. The reason why two internal breaths collided in his meridians and caused him to suffer internal injuries was completely because the attributes of these two internal breaths were completely opposite. The internal breath brought about by the three suns blazing sun technique was as fierce as fire, but the internal breath brought about by the weak water heart technique was as soft as water. It would be strange if there was no conflict when they rushed together without any adjustment. However, through this conflict, Chu Nan experienced a trace of change from various extremely subtle data and thought of the possibility of adjustment. Seeing that Montgomery was already approaching, Chu Nan gently took a deep breath and activated his internal breath. He injected two different main meridians at the same time and instantly circulated them smoothly according to the trajectory of the three suns blazing sun technique and the weak water heart technique. Then, they gathered in the main meridian that had collided earlier. However, it was different from before. Before the two different internal breaths collided, Chu Nan adjusted them and weakened some of their attributes. A moment later, the two internal breaths collided. Although one side was still as fierce as fire and the other was still as soft as water, under Chu Nan's deliberate control, these two internal breaths of different attributes did not directly collide. Instead, they directly fused together and transformed into a perfect fusion of water and fire. After flowing out of this main meridian, the two internal breaths circulated along the remaining trajectory and entered Chu Nan's right arm at the same time before converging in his right palm. Chu Nan slapped out. Boom! This time, Chu Nan did not dodge and directly slapped Montgomery's fist. Their fists collided, and the red light on Montgomery's body flourished. It was as if someone had suddenly added a ball of oil to the fire, and the momentum soared. The internal breath contained in his fist also soared, and the power of this punch immediately became extremely terrifying. After hitting Chu Nan's right palm, Montgomery stood firmly on the spot without moving, but Chu Nan was sent flying. However, this time, it was different from before. Chu Nan's body landed steadily, and he did not look miserable. This time, it was obvious that Montgomery had the absolute advantage, but his expression was gloomy with a trace of surprise. What internal breath cultivation method did Virgin 001 cultivate? The characteristics of his internal breath in the previous two palms were completely different. One palm was fierce, and the other was soft. This third palm was even stranger. When their fists collided, Montgomery felt that the internal breath that surged out of Chu Nan's palm was clearly extremely firm and fierce. However, in the next moment, his internal breath actually became extremely soft, causing his firm and fierce internal breath to seem to have lost its point of support. It felt extremely uncomfortable. Just as he reacted to deal with it, the internal breath that surged out of Virgin 001's palm became firm and fierce, and then it immediately became soft. This guy's internal breath could actually be fierce one moment and weak the next. It was both hard and soft, and the fusion was almost perfect. How was this possible? If this guy cultivated such a terrifying cultivation method, how could his internal breath be so ridiculously weak? On the other hand, Chu Nan's mood was completely different from Montgomery's. Through his previous attempt, he had successfully fused the two different internal breaths of the three suns scorching technique and the weak water heart technique. These two internal breath cultivation methods were the lowest F-rank martial techniques, so their power was naturally extremely weak. However, after Chu Nan successfully fused them together, his internal breath immediately became much stronger. Most importantly, such internal breath actually fused the characteristics of two cultivation methods at the same time and became both hard and soft. The effect was far from comparable to pure hardness and softness. Although he had only tested it in a hurry earlier and there were still many details that were not perfect and mature, in terms of the fused cultivation method, not to mention an internal breath cultivation method that far exceeded F rank, even Chu Nan felt that it was not an exaggeration to be evaluated as a C rank or even B rank cultivation method. However, this was not important to Chu Nan. The really important question was, if these two different internal breath cultivation methods could be fused, could two other different internal breath cultivation methods also be fused? Most importantly, if fusing two cultivation methods could be successful and effective, could three different internal breath cultivation methods be fused? Or could four or even more different internal breath cultivation methods be perfectly fused? Chapter 440. In the 23 years that Montgomery had been practicing martial arts, he had already sparred with people and even fought thousands of times. However, none of them made him as depressed and puzzled as the competition today. This guy who had a strange name like Virgin 001 was simply as strange as his name. Clearly, his external martial technique was indeed as high level as Cautious Fool had said. This could be seen from the fact that he could always take the initiative in his moves, causing Montgomery to feel very uncomfortable. However, his internal breath cultivation method was really baffling. In the beginning, Montgomery thought that he was cultivating a firm and fierce internal breath cultivation method, but next, he immediately changed to a soft internal breath cultivation method. Immediately after, his cultivation method seemed to have fused the first two cultivation methods and became hard and soft. However, just as Montgomery felt that he was indeed different from ordinary martial artists and had successfully cultivated two different internal breath cultivation methods at the same time, his internal breath in the battle changed again. In the subsequent exchanges, not only did this guy use various techniques and external martial techniques, but his fists, feet, hands, and legs also attacked at the same time. All kinds of exquisite moves appeared endlessly, and his internal breath actually changed every time. Every time Montgomery collided with him, he could clearly sense that his internal breath was clearly different from before. He was clearly using a different cultivation method. At first, Montgomery was extremely shocked. In his common sense, every martial artist should clearly focus on cultivating an internal breath cultivation method. Only then could it help them increase quickly. Even if he wanted to cultivate other internal breath cultivation methods to enlighten himself, he could at most cultivate one or two. However, he had fought with Chu Nan for a long time and had already exchanged dozens of rounds. Every time, Chu Nan's internal breath was different and the internal breath cultivation method he used was different. With a rough calculation, this guy had actually grasped dozens of internal breath cultivation methods. How was this possible? However, the battle between the two still continued. Virgin 001's internal breath still changed continuously in the battle. Gradually, Montgomery became numb. This guy was clearly a freak. While he was numb, Montgomery was also very impatient. Although this freak had somehow grasped dozens of different internal breath cultivation methods, his internal breath was still clearly inferior to Montgomery's. Therefore, Montgomery had always been absolutely confident in his victory. However, the external martial technique this guy grasped clearly exceeded the internal breath cultivation method by too much. Although Montgomery's internal breath clearly won, Virgin 001 basically did not give him a chance to unleash his full strength, causing him to fight extremely aggrieved and depressed. In his anxiety, he wanted to quickly deal with Virgin 001 and end this battle, but he immediately revealed flaws and was struck many times. If not for the fact that Chu Nan's internal breath was not strong enough to pose a threat to him, the person who would have been defeated would have been him. Helpless, Montgomery could only continue to fight the other party. In the end, this guy's internal breath was so weak. If they continued to fight, he would definitely be the first to exhaust his internal breath, so he would definitely be the one to be defeated. Chu Nan did not think so. Or rather, he no longer had the thought of victory in his mind. After successfully fusing the three sun scorching technique and the weak water heart technique for the first time, Chu Nan was inspired and immediately began to experiment with other different cultivation methods circulating in his body. Although there were a few mistakes in the middle and many flaws in the details, after repeated experiments, Chu Nan finally believed that different cultivation methods could be circulated in his body at the same time. Not only could he circulate two cultivation methods at the same time, he could also circulate 3, 4, or even more. After experimenting with all the low-level cultivation methods he had grasped and successfully circulating 4 cultivation methods at the same time, Chu Nan made a new discovery. When the internal breath brought about by different cultivation methods fused together, the characteristics of the internal breath that originally belonged to the respective cultivation methods became less obvious. However, as long as Chu Nan was willing, one of the characteristics could be displayed at any time. For example, now that he had slapped Montgomery's arm, the internal breath that surged out of his palm contained 4 different attributes. Although the strength of Montgomery's blazing internal breath was clearly far stronger, it could not completely stop Chu Nan's internal breath from invading, forcing him to retreat and avoid his pursuit. Chu Nan did not pursue him. Instead, he stood on the spot and pondered another problem. In the experiment just now, he had actually tested a total of 47 different internal breath cultivation methods. Because the cultivation methods were different, every main meridian and secondary meridian in his body had been mobilized. This was impossible for other martial artists because the meridians in their bodies were not completely open like Chu Nan's. This was also the greatest problem that had been troubling Chu Nan during this period of time. It was how to change the 9 revolutions technique so as to not waste the other meridians that he could not use after completely opening the 9 revolutions technique. The current experiment gave Chu Nan an inspiration. Just because he could not use the 9 revolutions technique did not mean that he could not use other internal breath cultivation methods. The experiment just now proved that it was also feasible to use 2 or even many different internal breath cultivation methods at the same time. In that case, why not use the 9 revolutions technique and mobilize all the meridians with other cultivation methods? He did as he thought. With a thought, Chu Nan's powerful internal breath was used from his dantian. It was divided into many strands and surged into different main meridians. The strongest one was naturally the strongest 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan cultivated. Apart from this, Chu Nan had actually used another 35 different internal breath cultivation methods at the same time. Coupled with the 9 revolutions technique, his internal breath instantly filled all the main and secondary meridians in his body. To any other martial artist, this was an extremely crazy and impossible action. This was because there was definitely a conflict between different cultivation methods. It was already impossible to use 2 at the same time. If Chu Nan used 36 different cultivation methods at the same time, not to mention how he could divert his attention to 36 cultivation methods, even if he mobilized them, it would only cause his internal breath to completely lose control and his meridians to collapse because of the extremely complicated conflict between the different attributes. However, these problems that were completely impossible for other martial artists were not too difficult for Chu Nan, who had the ability to process data like an artificial intelligence. The first time he circulated his internal breath, he was still a little careful. However, under the control of his extremely precise internal breath, it quickly circulated in all the main and secondary meridians in his body for a cycle. His internal breath returned to his dantian. Apart from the increase in the 9 revolutions technique, it also carried the different attributes of the other 35 internal breath cultivation methods. At first glance, this internal breath that seemed to be a mess of attributes fused into one under Chu Nan's precise control. After it entered his dantian, it could no longer be separated. With a thought, another internal breath flowed out of his dantian, and he began the second revolution 9 revolutions technique. Originally, only the 9 revolutions technique could obtain the second revolution increase, but now, it easily brought in the other 35 internal breath cultivation methods, causing them to obtain the same increase. Due to this, these internal breath cultivation methods were further fused into the 9 revolutions technique. Chu Nan even felt that all the meridians in his body had fused into one. Soon, the second revolution was successfully completed. Chu Nan felt the different internal breaths that had been increased enter his dantian again and could not help but laugh. Ha, so it's that simple. That's great. Ha ha ha. Damn you. An angry shout suddenly sounded in front of Chu Nan. It was Montgomery, who had an angry expression. His entire body glowed red and he threw another punch. Chu Nan glanced at him and sneered. I've solved the most important problem now. I'm not in the mood to play with you. After saying that, Chu Nan slapped out and mobilized the second revolution internal breath in his meridians to frantically converge in his right palm. He struck out like lightning and slapped Montgomery's fist. Boom! Under Montgomery's shocked gaze, an extremely terrifying internal breath surged out of Chu Nan's palm and actually shattered his fist and arm before slapping his chest. Then, Montgomery turned into a white light and instantly disappeared. Chapter 441. It was already 3 in the morning, and the night was even darker. The forest outside the male dormitory of the Martial Arts Academy was much darker and quieter than usual. However, if one listened carefully, faint, slow, and steady breathing could be heard coming from the trees. Looking in the direction of the sound, under the dim light of a street lamp, a figure sat cross-legged in an empty clearing, completely motionless. If not for his breathing and the faint rise and fall of his chest, anyone would take him for a statue at first glance. Of course, Chu Nan was not a statue. All his attention was focused on the internal breath continuously flowing through his meridians. He did not dare to lose focus for a single second, let alone waste energy moving his body. In his battle with Montgomery just moments ago, Chu Nan had unintentionally discovered and successfully tested the potential of combining the 9 revolutions technique with numerous other internal breath cultivation methods. After striking Montgomery down and winning the match, he ignored his victory notifications. He immediately logged out of the game and slipped out of the dormitory, returning to the quiet forest. Although the Martial Soul game was created using the latest virtual technology from the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, it was still just a virtual simulation. Even if it could accurately replicate a martial artist's movements, the circulation of their internal breath, and even spatial energy after its latest update, it was still not reality. The incredible realism of Martial Soul was built on a massive, highly detailed dataset provided by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, and everything simulated within the game relied on models derived from those numbers. Therefore, if a situation exceeded the game system's calculation limits, it could not guarantee an accurate simulation. Chu Nan believed that no other martial artist before him had ever attempted to fuse 36 different internal breath cultivation methods as recklessly as he had. Although he had successfully tested it against Montgomery, that was merely a calculation performed by the in-game system. In reality, it might not work at all. For that reason, he returned to the real world to test it himself. A stream of internal breath flowed out of his dantian, splitting into 2 strands that traveled into 2 major meridians. After circulating through a portion of his main and secondary meridians, both strands gathered within the same primary pathway. Seeing the internal breath generated by the 3 sun scorching technique and the weak water heart technique about to collide, Chu Nan felt a surge of nervousness. If it worked in the game, could it succeed in reality? With a single thought, he drove the 2 internal breaths with completely opposite attributes to merge. Instantly, both strands fell into chaos, completely escaping his control. The main meridian containing both streams was torn apart by the surging force. Chu Nan's body shuddered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. He immediately mobilized his remaining internal breath and suppressed the two chaotic streams, preventing them from damaging any more meridians. After finally stabilizing his internal breath, Chu Nan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of feeling disappointed, a happy expression appeared on his face. Although his first attempt had failed, he realized that fusing the two internal breaths was not impossible in reality. He simply needed to adjust the fine details. As long as there is a possibility of success, it can be done. With a thought, Chu Nan quickly activated the flame of life, combined with a high-frequency vibrating internal breath, to repair the damaged meridian. Then, he drew another stream of internal breath from his dantian. This time, the stream was slightly weaker than the first. Once again, the internal breath split into two and entered different main meridians, circulating along the pathways of the three-sun scorching technique and the weak water heart technique. Drawing from his previous experience, Chu Nan made precise micro-adjustments to his body's data. After a few repeated trials, he successfully fused the two opposing internal breaths. Feeling the harmonious blend of hard and soft energy flowing smoothly through his body, Chu Nan was overjoyed. Taking this first successful step meant there was hope for his next set of calculations. His greatest fear had been that his experiments in martial soul could not be replicated in the real world. Now, it seemed the virtual reality technology of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was truly impressive. While it was not a perfect one-to-one copy, the core concepts held true. Having successfully merged the three-sun scorching technique and the weak water heart technique, Chu Nan drew upon the experience he gained while fighting Montgomery in martial soul, attempting to combine the other internal breath cultivation techniques he had mastered. Reality proved that although many details differed from the game, the fundamental principles remained sound. After a few initial failures, Chu Nan quickly identified the underlying pattern and began replicating his in-game success. Eventually, he even managed to achieve the simultaneous fusion of 4 different cultivation methods. After confirming that his body was stable, Chu Nan inspected his dantian and meridians once more. Seeing that everything was in optimal condition, he took a deep breath and centered his mind. A powerful surge of internal breath erupted from his dantian. 9 revolutions technique, activate. The moment the internal breath left his dantian, it split into several distinct streams. One stream began circulating along the path of the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, the method he knew best. After passing through several meridians, the remaining streams divided further, surging into numerous pathways at once. All 35 internal breath cultivation methods were activated simultaneously. Guided by the dominant 9 revolutions technique, every primary and secondary meridian in Chu Nan's body was mobilized at once, filled to capacity with circulating energy. Streams with entirely different attributes converged within shared meridians, blending smoothly before flowing into new pathways alongside other merged energies. If the meridians in a normal martial artist's body were compared to a network of roads, running the 9 revolutions technique alongside a single extra cultivation method was like having a solitary car driving across an entire highway system. Half the roads would remain entirely unused and abandoned. Now, with Chu Nan operating the 9 revolutions technique alongside 35 other methods simultaneously, every main pathway and secondary branch surged with internal breath. It was as if traffic was flying down every single lane, bringing his entire meridian system fully to life. If any other martial artist attempted such a feat, they would inevitably lose control of the internal circulation. Their conflicting internal breaths would collide, tearing their body apart from the inside and resulting in total internal collapse. Chu Nan, however, relied on his extraordinary data processing ability to handle the overwhelming complexity with flawless precision, maintaining complete control over every single strand of energy. Although countless variations of internal breath flowed through his body, they remained entirely harmonious. His entire meridian network was fully occupied and intensely active, yet perfectly ordered. Before long, his internal breath filled every primary and secondary meridian in his body. With a focused thought, tens of thousands of smaller strands separated from the main channels, pouring into tens of thousands of tiny, microscopic meridians. He had performed this action countless times when he first opened those minor pathways while testing and refining the 9 revolutions technique. The process was second nature to him. Managing the different attributes of energy presented no challenge to his refined control. Soon, even the tens of thousands of microscopic pathways were fully integrated into the grand circulating network. If the main and secondary meridians were wide, high-speed expressways capable of carrying massive amounts of traffic, these tens of thousands of tiny pathways were the interconnected local roads. They offered endless routes for the energy to travel, vastly enriching the entire system and allowing his internal breath to reach every microscopic corner of his body without leaving a single spot untouched. As the energy continuously surged through him, Chu Nan guided the internal breath back to his dantian, then unleashed it once more. Second revolution internal breath. Effortlessly, the powerful energy continued to circulate through the pathways of the 9 revolutions technique and the 35 supporting methods. What appeared to be a chaotic web of energy was actually a perfectly orchestrated flow through every meridian in his body. Then came the 3rd revolution. When all his internal breath successfully completed the 3rd revolution, Chu Nan felt the energy generated by the 35 supporting methods receive the exact same multiplicative power boost. In that moment, an epiphany struck him. Whether it was the 9 revolutions technique, the 3 sun scorching technique, or the weak water heart technique, none of these cultivation methods were fundamentally different at their core. A cultivation method was simply a framework designed to regulate and direct internal breath. The perceived differences between techniques came entirely from how they mobilized specific meridians and altered circulation pathways. The energy they triggered might appear distinct, but at the foundational level, there was no true difference between them. Having realized this truth, Chu Nan safely drew his internal breath back into his dantian. Then, he released the entire reservoir of energy at once, instantly filling every meridian in his body, including the tens of thousands of microscopic pathways. As the internal breath flowed through every channel without the slightest hint of resistance, Chu Nan felt more complete than he ever had before. From top to bottom, from head to toe, from his hair down to the core of his bone marrow, his internal breath was perfectly connected as one unified whole. At the same time, he felt an overwhelming abundance of spatial energy surrounding him. It was as if his entire body was submerged in an ocean of natural forces. Chu Nan's heart swelled with excitement, and he could not help but laugh out loud. He had finally broken past the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, successfully reaching the legendary 6th level outlined in the manual. In fact, his current state was far more powerful than the 6th level Su Su Anshan had originally described. He had officially mastered a divine technique. Chapter 442. The next morning, the students of the martial arts branch gathered to prepare for the official start of the combat trial the following day. After the faculty announced the trial details, the students began discussing the information in their own groups. Angie Prairie walked straight over to Chu Nan. "Hey, did something good happen to you? Why is your smile so disgusting?" After watching Chu Nan's silly smile for a long time, Angie Prairie finally spoke up. "Disgusting? Is it really that bad?" Chu Nan touched his face and tried to hold back his laughter, but he found it impossible. He chuckled and replied, "Well, I guess I did run into something good, or rather, something incredible. Ha ha." Chu Nan smiled happily, not even bothering to hide his joy. To finally resolve the cultivation method issue that had troubled him for so long not only boosted his strength immensely, but it also meant he had taken his most important step toward breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. He had a perfect body as his foundation, paired with an almost perfect cultivation method. If he still failed to break through the cosmic heaven's gate now, it would be downright unreasonable. "What's so great about it? Can you tell me?" Angie Prairie asked curiously. About that." Chu Nan looked around and saw that no other classmates were paying attention to them. He leaned toward Angie Prairie's ear, lowered his voice, and said excitedly, "Let me tell you, I successfully broke through to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique last night." "Ah, really?" Angie Prairie gasped in surprise, unable to keep her voice down. Her shout instantly drew the attention of nearby students. When the surrounding classmates saw Angie Prairie and Chu Nan leaning in close and whispering, most of them simply smiled. Over the past 2 months, Angie Prairie had spent so much time with Chu Nan that no one doubted they were a couple. At first, many students had been surprised by their closeness, but by now, everyone was used to it. A few male students, however, glared at Chu Nan with envy and anger. Angie Prairie was stunning, looking like a goddess. Even if one set aside her status as the disciple of supremacy Elvy, she remained the dream of countless male students. Seeing her so close with Chu Nan naturally made many people resentful. If the students of the martial arts branch did not already know that Chu Nan possessed outstanding talent and ranked near the very top of the new class, he would likely face daily challenges from jealous suitors. Realizing she had attracted everyone's attention, Angie Prairie quickly lowered her voice, though she could not hide her excitement. She asked, "You really broke through to the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique? Didn't you say you couldn't find a way forward? How did you pull it off? Why so suddenly?" She paused, exclaiming again with a puzzled look. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. Chu Nan, didn't you say you wanted to create a brand new cultivation method that could make full use of all your meridians? There is no way you could develop something like that so fast, right?" "Ha, that was actually an accident." Chu Nan thought for a moment and gave her a brief summary of how he made the unexpected breakthrough. Angie Prairie possessed incredible martial talent. As the disciple of supremacy Elvy, her knowledge and comprehension were top tier. After listening for a moment, she understood his process completely. However, the realization shocked her even more. "You actually came up with that method. More importantly, you actually had the guts to try it, and you actually succeeded." Angie Prairie had to admit that ever since she met Chu Nan, he had constantly surprised her, but he had never shocked her to this degree. Listening to his explanation, she felt a genuine chill run down her spine. "Were you really not worried that your internal breath would lose control and shatter every meridian in your body?" Angie Prairie stared at Chu Nan in disbelief, waving her hand to interrupt him. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the flame of life. In a situation like that, if something goes wrong, you might not even have time to react. You could die before you even get the chance to mobilize the flame of life. Do you understand? Your method is extremely powerful, but the control it demands over your internal breath is terrifying. The margin for error is practically zero." Seeing the genuine concern on Angie Prairie's face, Chu Nan opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain. He knew very well that his data processing capability was equivalent to an artificial intelligence, allowing him to control his internal breath with absolute precision without fearing a total meltdown. But he obviously could not reveal that secret to her. After a moment's thought, he shrugged casually and smiled. "I even managed to master the high-frequency vibration internal breath. Are you still worried about my control?" "That's true." Angie Prairie nodded reluctantly, though her expression remained stern. "But this is completely different. This requires far more precision than high-frequency vibrations. If you fail, every single meridian in your body gets wrecked. If all your meridians collapse at once, you won't even be able to lift a finger. You said you tried this breakthrough all by yourself yesterday. If something went wrong while you were alone, you could have died. It's really not as dramatic as you're making it out to be. Chu Nan rubbed his nose, looking at her helplessly. I know my limits. Angie Prairie stared straight into his eyes, her expression unusually stern. Chu Nan, promise me you won't take a risk like that alone again. You're my friend, and you're the most important person to me besides Master. I don't want you in danger. Do you understand? In all the time he had known Angie Prairie, this was the first time Chu Nan had ever seen her so serious. Stunned for a moment, he nodded blankly. All right, I promise you. But, Angie Prairie, do you realize that if people hear you say things like that, they'll misunderstand? Misunderstand what? They'll think you're my girlfriend. Oh, who cares? It's not like people haven't assumed that already. Besides, I've told you before that I don't mind being your girlfriend. I just still don't really get what being a girlfriend actually means, Angie Prairie replied casually. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Alright, I know there's no point debating this with you. Let's get back to serious business. What serious business? The trial tomorrow. Angie Prairie blinked, looking at him with renewed interest. The trial starting tomorrow is important, but what I want to ask you about is even more critical. Oh, is it something you can only discuss with me? That's right. Chu Nan nodded, pausing for a moment before asking with a wry smile. So, Angie Prairie, look at my current state. My body tempering and cultivation methods are pretty much sorted out. Can you finally tell me how an internal cosmos is created? Chapter 443. Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan and chuckled. Chu Nan was furious. I am asking you a serious question. What are you laughing at? Angie Prairie smiled even more happily. As she smiled, she replied between giggles, I am laughing at you for solving the most difficult and most important problem. Now, you are stumped by the simplest problem. It is too funny. Chu Nan's face darkened and he sneered, why do I not think this is the simplest problem? I tried for a long time yesterday, but I still do not know how to construct my internal cosmos. Angie Prairie barely held back her laughter and asked, is it not written in the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshen? Of course not. When he mentioned this, Chu Nan was a little angry. Do not mention that Su Anshen. In the 9 revolutions technique he left behind, the first 5 levels are still considered complete. From the 6th level onward, it is very vague. He only casually mentioned the 6th level and did not say anything else. Otherwise, I would not have been stuck on the 5th level for so long and only successfully broke through now. Angie Prairie blinked. Stuck for a long time? Why do I remember you saying that you only broke through to the 5th level before entering the academy? It has only been a little over 3 months, right? That is a long time for me. Chu Nan waved his hand. Alright, do not worry about this. Tell me how to build my internal cosmos. About that. Angie Prairie composed herself and thought for a moment before shaking her head. In fact, the reason why I said that constructing an internal cosmos is the simplest problem is because as long as your internal breath reaches a certain level, your understanding of spatial energy is deep enough, and your physical conditioning is sufficient, you should naturally construct an internal cosmos. Whether it is your physical condition or cultivation method, they are already perfected. What difficulty do you have in constructing an internal cosmos? No, I am not talking about difficulty in that sense. Chu Nan shook his head. I know that as long as I guide the spatial energy to form an automatically complete cycle in my body and maintain stability, I will be considered to have successfully constructed an internal cosmos. However, what should this internal cosmos look like? Angie Prairie frowned and shook her head again. I am afraid I cannot help you with this. The internal cosmos of every martial artist is produced according to the situation of their body and cultivation method. It is not completely the same. I can only tell you that the internal cosmos that can mobilize as much of the human body as possible to combine with internal breath and form a cycle with spatial energy is the most suitable for you. As for how it is most suitable for you, you have to try it yourself. After saying that, Angie Prairie patted Chu Nan's shoulder and smiled. However, since you can even get a perfect body in such an exaggeratedly perfect cultivation method, I believe this problem is not difficult for you. Hearing Angie Prairie's explanation, Chu Nan roughly understood. In other words, as long as he stabilized the circulation channel of spatial energy in his body, it would be considered an internal cosmos. With his nearly perfect body and cultivation method, if he only wanted to casually construct an internal cosmos, it would definitely be very simple. However, if he did this, it would completely waste his perfect body and the perfect cultivation method to open all the meridians in his body and truly mobilize his internal breath. Therefore, he still had to construct an internal cosmos that could perfectly encompass his entire body according to his own situation. Only then would he not waste his previous efforts. This was really not a problem for Chu Nan. Although it was very troublesome, with his rich experience in experimenting with cultivation methods and his powerful data ability, it was very easy to deduce the most suitable internal cosmos construction plan. Alright, then the last question is, what should I do to break through the cosmic heaven's gate after preparing my body, cultivation method, and internal cosmos? Are you joking? Angie Prairie blinked her large eyes and looked at Chu Nan in surprise. These conditions are all settled. Breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate is only a natural thing. You only need to successfully construct your internal cosmos and the spatial energy will form a stable fixed cycle in your body. When your body and spatial energy fuse, you will naturally break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Do you still need to consider how to break through? Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before he slapped his head. Alright, I was thinking too much. Angie Prairie pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly stretched out her hands and pinched Chu Nan's cheeks, smiling as she spoke. I know that you must have been frightened by those two star-grade martial artists and feel that it is very, very difficult to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Therefore, you still cannot believe that you can break through, right? Feeling Angie Prairie's soft hands rubbing his face, Chu Nan blushed and hurriedly took a step back to break free from her demonic claws. My classmates are all watching. Chu Nan rubbed his face and sighed. He nodded and said, yes, I am indeed not too convinced. Those two are star-grade martial artists. If they say together that it is almost impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, I naturally think their judgment will not be wrong. Although I have been working hard, because of their judgment, I cannot be completely confident. Not everything a star-grade martial artist says is right, Angie Prairie said with a relaxed expression. Look, my master is also a star-grade martial artist, but she has always said that there is nothing wrong with you breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. Do you believe her, who already knows you very well, or do you believe those two guys who only took a few glances at you? Chu Nan could not help but grin. Angie Prairie was indeed the disciple of a star-grade martial artist. In her eyes, a star-grade martial artist was not that legendary, so she could naturally say this easily. However, she was right. Compared to Mu Yatong and Norman, Supremacy Overly had interacted with him much more. Her understanding of him was far from what Mu Yatong and Norman could compare to. Supremacy Overly had always disdained the judgment of those two and expressed that it was impossible for Chu Nan not to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Of course, this was also because Chu Nan had relied on his powerful data ability and various experiences to increase his strength greatly in the past half a year. He was no longer comparable to when he was still on West Cloud Planet. If Mu Yatong and Norman saw the current Chu Nan, they might change their opinion and think that he could break through the cosmic heaven's gate. After figuring this out, the last trace of doubt in Chu Nan's heart instantly disappeared. He took a deep breath, smiled brightly, and nodded at Angie Prairie. You are right. What a star-grade martial artist says might not be right. Did I not work so hard to prove to others that their judgment of me is wrong? Chu Nan clenched his fists, and the smile on his face was filled with confidence. They said that I cannot break through the cosmic heaven's gate, so I will break through for them to see. Chapter 444. Doraman slapped out with his palm, and his hand immediately brought about a whistling wind. It struck the huge rock in front of him, emitting a deep, muffled bang. Crack! There was a slight sound from inside the stone. Doraman focused his gaze and actually saw a long crack appear on the surface of the stone. It stretched all the way down from above, as if it had completely split down the middle. This is too exaggerated, right? Doraman looked at the crack in surprise and joy, almost unable to believe his eyes. Looking down at his palm, he composed himself and took a deep breath. He took a step back, twisted his body, and slapped out again. As soon as he struck, the internal breath in his body was activated at the exact same moment, perfectly fusing into his palm at the ideal instant. Bang! After striking the rock, the sound was much louder than before, as if a huge hammer had smashed into the stone. Crack! 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 Doraman had just retracted his palm when a series of crisp sounds suddenly echoed from inside the rock. A moment later, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone and quickly stretched to all parts, covering the entire rock like a spider web. Doraman was stunned for a moment before pointing at the stone. Boom! Boom! The huge rock instantly fell apart, turning into stones of different sizes that scattered on the ground and smashed into dust. Doraman stood on the spot in a daze. He did not even think about avoiding the cloud of dust. There was only one thought in his mind. This rock had been shattered by his palm? How was this possible? After being stunned for a long time, when the dust had completely settled, Doraman finally reacted. Looking down at his right palm that had struck the huge rock just now, ecstasy surged in Doraemon's heart. He could not help but put on a brilliant, exaggerated smile and laugh loudly. The current him actually had the terrifying strength to shatter a huge rock with a single palm strike. Such a terrifying force should at least be equivalent to a third-stage overlord body martial artist. One had to know that in the past, he could at most be considered an initial-stage overlord body realm martial artist. All of this was thanks to the student, Chu Nan. Yesterday, Chu Nan had guided him in the mountain suppression palm technique and the lightning steps, allowing him to easily defeat Piroth, who was completely unmatched by him in the past. This afternoon, Chu Nan came again and guided him through a brand new internal breath cultivation method, actually allowing him to shatter a huge rock with a single palm. Well, in truth, it was not achieved with only a single palm strike. After Chu Nan left, Doraman had been experimenting with that rock and had slapped it dozens of times. However, this was not important. What mattered was that Doraman had only followed Chu Nan's guidance and cultivated the new method modified from the foundation of the Saxon cultivation technique. He could actually fuse the palm technique and his internal breath perfectly, allowing every strike to blend with his internal breath and greatly increase its power. Before this, he could not do it at all. Moreover, shouldn't only internal breath martial artists be able to do this? Doraman knew that his internal breath was still very weak. According to common sense, it was impossible to easily fuse his internal breath into a palm technique. However, under Chu Nan's guidance, he did it. Doraman could not understand the exact reason, but this did not dampen his good mood. According to Chu Nan, as long as he persisted in cultivating this new internal breath cultivation method, not only would his strength increase very quickly in the future, he might even have hope of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. Breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate? Doraman simply assumed Chu Nan was joking. After all, even Chu Nan had clearly not broken through it yet. However, when Chu Nan said that his strength could quickly increase and that he would become a true internal breath realm martial artist in the future, Doraemon was still very willing to believe him. One had to know that Doraemon's dream had always been to become an internal breath realm martial artist. However, his martial arts talent was really not good. Coupled with the fact that he did not have a master to guide him, he had never been able to learn any profound martial techniques. Therefore, it was difficult for him to even become a high-level overlord body realm martial artist. As for the internal breath realm, he could only look up to it. However, now that Chu Nan had given him this hope, it truly made him extremely happy. "Hey, Doraemon, what are you laughing at?" A voice suddenly sounded from afar. Doraemon stopped laughing and looked back to see Perrault walking over. Perrault walked to the side of the smiling Doraemon and glanced at him in confusion. He looked at the gravel on the ground in front of him and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you go this afternoon? What they handed out this time is an E-rank martial technique. It's a pity that you missed it." In the battle between the two groups yesterday, the final result was that Doraemon's group won with a slight advantage. Therefore, according to the rules, the martial technique handed out this time belonged to them, and they had the right to cultivate it. He should have gone to collect this martial technique this afternoon and listened to the guidance of the person distributing it, but he missed it because of Chu Nan's arrival. At that time, Doraemon was still a little unhappy that he had been delayed by Chu Nan in obtaining an important martial technique. Now, he had long thrown that trace of unhappiness to the back of his mind, completely filled with joy. Hearing Perrault's words, he did not feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he felt a trace of disdain and sneered, "It's only an E-rank martial technique. If I didn't get it, so be it. It's nothing." Perrault looked at Doraemon in surprise and could not help but reach out to touch his forehead. "Are you having a fever? This is an E-rank martial technique. They usually give us F-rank martial techniques. It's not easy to find an E-rank technique, but you actually don't care for it." Doraemon sneered through his nose and pointed at the pile of gravel on the ground. "Can an E-rank martial technique shatter a rock like this?" Perrault glanced at the gravel on the ground and suddenly recalled that in the past, a huge rock that was half a person tall had stood right here. Why had it turned into gravel now? "Don't tell me you shattered that rock with a strike?" Perrault asked with a frown. Doraemon laughed. "That's right, I shattered it." Perrault curled his lips and frowned. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Why are you talking nonsense today?" Doraemon knew that Perrault definitely did not believe him. He looked around and walked over to a tree by the river. After standing still, he took a deep breath and slapped out. Crack! Boom! This tree, which was as thick as Doraemon's thigh, actually snapped when he struck the trunk. The upper half of the tree crown fell to the ground with a bang, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Perrault stared at the half-broken tree trunk in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. This tree was so thick that if he wanted to break it with a palm strike, the force behind it clearly had to be terrifyingly strong. However, with Doraemon's usual strength, how could he possibly do it? Seeing Perrault's shocked expression, Doraemon smiled proudly. "How is it? Do you think I still need to care about a mere E-rank martial technique?" Perrault swallowed with difficulty and asked in a bitter voice, Doraemon, tell me what's going on. You want to know?" Doraemon chuckled. When he saw Perrault nod, he continued calmly, "In the afternoon, that student called Chu Nan came again." Chapter 445. A huge interstellar spaceship that was 13 kilometers long jumped out of the Stargate and flew toward the fourth planet of the Hubble star system, 37 light-minutes away. "Dear passengers, welcome to the Sapphire star field. We are about to arrive at the Hubble star system, which is the closest system to the United States of Meleta. The Hubble star system is one of the 7 inhabited star systems in the Sapphire star field. The fourth planet, planet Lepler, is the only planet in the Hubble star system suitable for human habitation. Currently, the population has exceeded 200 million. The main demographic consists of..." When he heard the broadcast begin to introduce the local customs of the Sapphire star field, Chu Nan retracted his gaze from the window and turned around. He discovered that Mondeo was still sleeping like a dead pig on the bed opposite him. It seemed that if he did not wake him up, Mondeo would probably remain unaware that the spaceship had arrived at planet Lepler. "Hey, get up!" Chu Nan jumped up and kicked Mondeo to wake him up. Mondeo jolted awake. He flipped over and nearly fell to the floor. "Ah, Chu Nan, where are we now?" Seeing that he was still in a daze, Chu Nan kicked him again. "We are almost at planet Lepler. Wake up quickly. The teacher said we have to gather for a meeting before we arrive." Only then did Mondeo grunt and roll out of bed. Chu Nan ignored him and walked out of the room. Looking outside, he discovered that many students in the uniform of Star Cloud Academy had already left their rooms and gathered together. With a casual glance, he estimated that there were at least 200 Star Cloud Academy students present. Looking at the lively scene around him, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. As expected of the number 1 academy in the Federation, Star Cloud Academy was immensely wealthy and impressive. The Sapphire Star Field was 1,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. To get here, one had to pass through 3 different countries and jump through the Stargate at the border of the United States of Meleta. The journey was extremely long. Setting everything else aside, the travel fees alone amounted to a massive sum. Yet, to allow these new students to participate in this combat trial, Star Cloud Academy had brought over 200 students. Including the 6 teachers and a logistics team of 23 people in charge of organization and management, nearly 300 people had traveled together. The money spent by Star Cloud Academy to cover their travel expenses was an astronomical figure in Chu Nan's eyes. Furthermore, according to the information provided before departure, they still had to undergo an actual combat trial in the Sapphire star field lasting anywhere from half a month to a full month. During this period, the academy was also responsible for their food, lodging, transportation, and other miscellaneous expenses. The total cost was staggering. Chu Nan believed that no matter how rich Star Cloud Academy was, they would not hold such a large-scale combat trial that consumed so much capital without a good reason. The primary purpose of bringing these new students here was most likely to broaden their horizons. Heh, Angie Prairie, how was your rest? Seeing the two girls walking over with Angie Prairie in the distance, Chu Nan raised his hand and greeted them. When Angie Prairie heard his voice, she looked over and smiled at Chu Nan. Just as she was about to walk over, a figure suddenly stepped in from the side and stood between them, blocking Chu Nan's view. Chu Nan focused his gaze and was stunned. The person who had suddenly appeared was Feng Mingzi. What is it? Are you looking for me? Chu Nan glanced at him in confusion. Don't tell me you have another martial technique you want me to analyze for you. Yes, something like that. Feng Mingzi nodded and gestured for Chu Nan to open his personal terminal. He established a connection and transmitted a file to him. There is information on a martial technique here. Try studying it. Chu Nan took a quick look and noticed that the technique did not appear complex based on the initial data. However, he knew very well that anything Feng Mingzi specifically brought to him for research would not be simple. Wait, why should I help you study it? Is there any benefit for me? Chu Nan asked. Don't ask so many questions for now. In short, I guarantee that if you can analyze it the way you did with the March God Killing Palm, you will definitely benefit, Feng Mingzi said. Chu Nan looked at him in confusion. This guy had always been proud of his talent and acted like a loner. Logically speaking, he did not seem like someone who would speak so vaguely. Why was he adopting such an attitude this time? If you do not tell me clearly, how am I supposed to study it? Chu Nan could not help but ask. I do not even know what direction you want me to focus on. How can I confirm my research objective? Regardless of the direction, just study it as deeply and meticulously as possible. In short, the more research results you obtain from this martial technique, the greater the benefits you will receive. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Nan rolled his eyes, confirming that Feng Mingzi was indeed himself, as he remained as arrogant as ever. Alright, but you should at least reveal the main benefit I will receive. For example, a large sum of Federation coins. If so, I am very interested. Feng Mingzi frowned and looked at Chu Nan. You still think Federation coins are that important? You must realize there are many things Federation coins cannot buy. Chu Nan spread his hands and sighed. That is just how I see it. You have to understand that my tuition fees for the next semester are not even settled yet. Is that so? Feng Mingzi seemed slightly surprised. He glanced at Chu Nan, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Alright, I will inform the other party of your request. As long as you perform well, providing some Federation coins as a reward should not be a problem. Chu Nan's interest was piqued. Feng Mingzi had said he would pass the request to another party, which meant this martial technique research was not his own idea, but rather something entrusted to him by someone else. Who could it be that had the influence to make Feng Mingzi take the initiative to ask for his help? Chu Nan knew Feng Mingzi would not answer if he asked now, so he refrained from probing further. Instead, he lowered his head to review the information on his personal terminal and asked another question. When do you need this by? I have to undergo the trial during this period, so I do not think I will have much time to review it. I will leave it with you for now. Come find me when you feel ready, Feng Mingzi said, turning around to leave. Chu Nan glanced at his personal terminal, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had essentially become a low-level martial arts research expert. Even a genius like Feng Mingzi was placing his hopes on him, which was entirely unexpected. Still, Chu Nan did not reject the task. Studying martial techniques helped deepen his understanding of martial arts in general. If there was also a reward to be gained, there was no reason to turn it down. Chapter 446. Why did Feng Mingzi look for you again? After Feng Mingzi left, Angie Prairie walked over and asked curiously. Chu Nan waved the personal terminal on his wrist. This guy asked me to help him study martial techniques again. Oh. Angie Prairie blinked and smiled. Feng Mingzi has always thought of himself as a super martial arts genius, but now he came to ask you to help him study martial techniques. This is too funny. Who asked me to be so powerful? Chu Nan mimicked Feng Mingzi and bragged before asking. Right, Angie Prairie, you said that you have been to the Sapphire Star Field many times in the past. Have you been to the planet that we are about to go to? I have been there, and more than once, Angie Prairie replied with a nod. Only the Stargate we jumped out of can enter the Sapphire Star Field from the direction of the Orion constellation, and the closest planet is planet Lepler. The Sapphire Star Field does not allow other countries' space companies to enter, so they will definitely land on planet Lepler first. Oh, is that so? Then you have been here so many times, so you should be very familiar with this place, right? Chu Nan asked again. When we land later, I will have to rely on you to guide me. Angie Prairie chuckled. I promised a few female classmates that I would accompany them to shop later. Do you want to go with us? Chu Nan's face immediately darkened and he waved his hand. Then forget it. I will go shopping myself. I won't accompany you. Seeing Chu Nan's polite expression, Angie Prairie laughed. After laughing for a while, she suddenly leaned closer to Chu Nan and the smile on her face disappeared. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, Can you take the time to accompany me to planet Leviathan? Planet Leviathan. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in shock. When he saw the complicated expression on her face and a trace of sadness in her eyes, he could not help but sigh softly. What? Aren't you afraid that you will be sad after going? It is precisely because of this that I have to go, Angie Prairie continued in a low voice. Master said that the reason why I have always been unable to cultivate the flame of life to perfection is that there is an obstacle in my heart. I know what this obstacle is, so I have to take advantage of the trial to resolve it. Mental obstruction caused the cultivation method to be unable to be perfected. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in disbelief and thought to himself that this statement was too fantastical. However, when he recalled that the effect of the flame of life cultivation method was very mysterious, and that some especially powerful martial techniques were indeed very profound when cultivated to a high level, Chu Nan was immediately relieved. If you want to resolve your psychological barrier, shouldn't you face it alone? Can you really go with me? Chu Nan asked. Yes, Angie Prairie nodded. Master said that after knowing you, my flame of life realm has clearly increased, so she suggested that I go with you this time and said that it might help me resolve this problem. Is that so? Chu Nan was a little surprised. He thought for a moment and nodded. Since Supremacy Overly has said so, alright, I will go with you. Seeing that Chu Nan agreed, Angie Prairie's slightly dim eyes immediately lit up and her face shone again. That is great. If you go with me, I won't be afraid of anything. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. I am not Supremacy Overly. Then, he recalled a question. However, how can we go? Planet Leviathan is more than 100 light-years away from planet Lepler. We still have to participate in the trial. How can we run over? That is simple. Angie Prairie clearly had a plan. She replied readily, there is an interstellar flight from planet Lepler to planet Leviathan. I am very familiar with this. I will just bring you along. But the trial. I will go tell the teacher. Angie Prairie looked indifferent. Just say that Master instructed me to do it. I don't think teacher will stop us. If there is really no other way, we can just sneak away. Sneak away. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows. Do you think this is eloping? Do you believe that if the two of us suddenly disappear, teacher will not be anxious? Angie Prairie laughed and clearly did not take Chu Nan's words to heart. Seeing her nonchalant appearance, Chu Nan could only shake his head helplessly. This girl had followed Supremacy Overly since she was young and had long developed this personality. She had no worries. If not for the fact that she wanted to go with him, she might have slipped away alone one day. Now that Chu Nan knew, he could think of a way to resolve this matter. However, how should he resolve it? Chu Nan had a headache. This time, Star Cloud Academy had brought out more than 200 students in a row. They definitely did not want anything to happen to any student. If they knew that he and Angie Prairie wanted to move alone, the teacher would definitely not agree, because this was too dangerous. If Angie Prairie had not raised this idea on the way to the trial and had normally invited Chu Nan to planet Leviathan, it would not have been so troublesome. How can I convince teacher? Chu Nan smiled bitterly. The problem Chu Nan was worried about was quickly and perfectly resolved, which surprised him. Before getting out of the airship, the teacher gathered the students who were participating in the combat trial and held a short meeting. Apart from reminding the students of some things to pay attention to, he also officially announced the content and standards of the test. According to the trial assigned by their teacher, they would stay on planet Lepler for about 10 days depending on the situation. Next, they would transfer to planet Leviathan and stay for 10 days. This way, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie would have enough time to stay on Leviathan and could take the time to head to the place she wanted to go. Sneaking out from the same planet for a period of time was completely different from sneaking to another planet more than 100 light-years away. However, just as Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief, he was shocked by the evaluation standard announced by his teacher. There is only one standard that determines your results in this test, and that is to fight continuously. The teacher in charge of this combat test, Golostan, had a passionate expression. Your mission is to fight actual combat with those martial artists from different places on planet Lepler and even the Perseus arm. The more victories you obtain, the better your results will be, and the better your evaluation in this test will be. It is that simple. Teacher, I have a question. A student raised his hand high. Planet Lepler is so huge and there are so many people. Where should we find so many martial artists to fight us? This is your own problem, Golostan said coldly. The Academy only sent you over. As for how to find your opponent, fight with the other party, and win, this is all part of the trial. Whether you can do it or not, it is all up to you. The Academy won't provide any help. Then how do we settle our meals and accommodation? Another student asked loudly. Does the Academy not care? Golostan glanced at that student and said coldly, I am not your nanny. Settle things like food and accommodation yourself. The Academy won't provide any help either. However, if you are really too hungry and feel that you can't endure it, you can announce your forfeit. We will guarantee your food and accommodation after that. Of course, don't count on having a good result in this trial. The students looked at each other. Did this mean that the Academy would not care about anything and let them rely on themselves? Chu Nan was first stunned before he smiled. He had just felt that the Academy had taken over all the activity funds of these students and needed to spend a large sum of money. He did not expect that Golostan would announce that he did not care at all. Although this method looked very cruel and could be said to be a little irresponsible, in Chu Nan's opinion, it was the most suitable method. If the Academy really arranged everything well like a nanny, what was the meaning of them participating in the trial? Chu Nan's gaze swept past the students who looked troubled and even directly complained as he sneered. If they were afraid of such a small problem, how could they be martial artists? Chapter 447. The Toyer Tavern was noisy. It was filled with young men and women who had entered the revelry. As the dancing lights and violent music crazily twisted their bodies, the atmosphere was extremely heated. A few young girls had even taken off their tops and were dancing with them in their hands. They ignored the fact that their bouncing jewels were exposed in front of everyone and shook their bodies. They did not care about the hot gazes shot at them. Instead, they puffed out their chests proudly and displayed their tall figures. However, in such a fanatical atmosphere, a corner had always been quiet. The passion flowing everywhere in the tavern seemed to have disappeared as soon as it collided with this corner. This small corner was like an iceberg in the flames, looking out of place. However, when everyone passed by this corner, they automatically avoided it. No matter how fanatical they were, they did not dare to disturb this place at all. Father Hassman sat in this corner. His gaze swept past the naked girls and he sneered. He was certain that the wine those brats handed to these girls must have been spiked. They would definitely fall into the hands of those brats and be played with tonight. Then, they would appear in a corner naked tomorrow morning. As for whether they were dead or alive, it would depend on their luck. Father Hassman had seen too many of these things, so he naturally did not feel any sympathy for these girls. Since they dared to come here, they had to be mentally prepared to accept this outcome. As for what would happen to those brats who played them, Father Hassman was even more uninterested. This was the Sapphire Star Fields planet Lepler. There was no damned government here or any binding laws to follow. If the people living here wanted to live well, they only needed their fists to be strong enough. Because Father Hassman's fist was strong enough, although he looked out of place sitting here, no one dared to provoke him casually. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open and a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old walked in. Father Hassman habitually glanced at this new guest, but he was slightly stunned. He narrowed his eyes and his gaze involuntarily landed on the young man as he seriously sized him up. This young man was not especially strong, but he was very well proportioned. His body and footsteps did not look special, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that he seemed to maintain a very special rhythm. Old Master Hassman deliberately confirmed that if anyone wanted to attack him now, they would definitely be counterattacked by him directly and fiercely. This young man was actually a good martial artist. Father Hassman felt strange. The most famous thing about the toy tavern was the wine and women here. This little guy who was clearly not even 20 years old looked slightly delicate and innocent. It could be seen that he had been taught well and should usually be very obedient. Why did he come here? Father Hassman even noticed that he was clearly not used to the environment of the tavern after entering. After observing his surroundings and seeing the few naked girls in the field, he immediately avoided eye contact and actually revealed an embarrassed expression. Oh, God. He had only seen a few pieces of flesh that did not have any outstanding characteristics, but he was actually shy. Father Hassman was a little surprised and amused as he looked at the young man, or rather, the boy moved over with difficulty in the crowd and finally walked up to him. Hello. The boy glanced at Father Hassman and politely greeted him. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask, "Are you Father Hassman?" Father Hassman could see all kinds of people in this tavern every day, but it was really rare to see such a young rookie in front of him. Hearing him say his name, Father Hassman was not surprised. It seemed that although this boy was clearly here for the first time, he had already asked about the information of the toy tavern in advance and knew of his existence. I am. Why, kid, what's the matter? Father Hassman was just feeling a little bored. Now that such a special boy had appeared, his interest was piqued. If you want a drink, go to the bar and ask for it directly. On account of your first time here, you can say my name and I'll treat you to a drink. If you want to find a woman, there are many over there. As long as you fancy them or are willing to pay a little, most of the women over there can sleep with you at any time. Moreover, many little girls like delicate-looking boys like you. You don't even have to spend money. The boy immediately blushed and waved his hand. No. I'm not here to drink or find a woman. I'm here to find you. At this point, the boy looked around and leaned slightly closer. He whispered, I want you to help me register for a fist fight. Fist fight? Father Hassman was immediately stunned. He looked at the boy carefully and recalled his observation when he entered. His eyes narrowed. Who introduced you? The boy raised his hands and crossed them in a strange gesture. Seeing this gesture, Father Hassman's expression softened slightly. He sized up the boy and asked, since they introduced you, there's no problem. Follow me. Father Hassman stood up, waved at the boy, and turned to the back of the tavern. The boy obediently followed behind. The two of them walked out of the back door of the tavern and took a few steps in an extremely quiet alley. They turned around and entered a door beside them. As soon as he opened the door, a huge cheer sounded from inside. The sound wave seemed to want to collapse the entire house. The outside of the door looked inconspicuous, but inside was a huge hollow space that was almost equivalent to a standard basketball court with 3 floors. Around the space were more than 2 rows of seats. At this moment, they were already filled with people, but no one was sitting. All of them stood on the spot and continuously screamed and cheered in the middle of the venue. They looked extremely excited. In the middle of the space was a huge empty venue. At the center of the venue, 2 figures were crossing each other. From time to time, muffled bangs sounded. It was 2 martial artists fighting intensely. From the close-up on the virtual screen above the venue, it could be seen that these 2 people were already covered in blood and injuries. It could be seen that the battle was extremely intense. Father Hassman glanced at the boy beside him and saw that his gaze was on the center of the venue. He did not look afraid or uncomfortable at all and was extremely calm. He could not help but be a little surprised. Kid, let me ask you again. Are you sure you want to participate? Father Hassman asked in a low voice. Since you found me, you must know the rules here. We won't be responsible for your injuries or even death. Do you understand? Understood. The boy smiled and nodded. Father Haskman sneered and opened a virtual screen before pushing the boy in front of him. Alright, fill in your personal information. Seeing that the boy was about to fill it, Father Haskman reminded him. It's best not to use your real name. Is that so? The boy was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment and filled in a line for his name and his personal information. Virgin 001. Chapter 448. This Virgin 001 was naturally Chu Nan. Although the teacher from Star Cloud Academy announced before they got off the spaceship that he would not be responsible for anything on planet Lepler, he still sent a document to all the students containing a lot of martial artist-related information. In the information, it was mentioned that the underground fist fighting on planet Lepler was very prosperous. More than half of the martial artists participated. It could even be said that underground fist fighting and its extended gambling industries formed an important part of the tourism industry on planet Lepler. The information did not clearly tell the students what to do, but as long as they used their brains, they would know that if they wanted to quickly come into contact with the martial artists on planet Lepler and fight them, participating in the underground black fist matches was one of the most direct methods. Chu Nan was originally worried that he would be unfamiliar with the place and would not be able to find a way to participate. However, after getting off the spaceship and entering the largest city on planet Lepler, Nightclub City, he discovered that the so-called underground fist fighting did not exist underground. To other countries and planets, the underground fist fighting that was strictly forbidden from gambling was simply an open industry here. Looking around, there were signs promoting competitive martial arts everywhere, and recruitment signs were all over the place. Chu Nan did not spend much effort and easily found a so-called combat agency. After signing an agreement with the other party, he was recommended to the Toy Tavern and told to find Father Haskman himself. Reality proved that the combat agency was still reliable. After Chu Nan found Father Haskman, the man did not ask too much and brought him right over. Virgin 001. Father Haskman glanced at the personal information Chu Nan filled in and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Heh, kid, could it be that you're really still a virgin? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched and he retorted, What, is there a problem? No, there's no problem. Father Haskman laughed and patted Chu Nan's shoulder. Do well. If you can win the first round, I'll invite 2 girls to help you resolve this issue. There's no need. Chu Nan waved his hand and recalled the scene he saw in the tavern. He could not help but blush. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, Father Haskman smiled even more happily. He instructed Chu Nan to finish filling in his personal information and patted him before grabbing him by the back of his neck. It's pretty good. Kid, I don't care why you came here to fight, nor do I care what strength you have. You just have to fight well. In a while, I'll arrange a match for you to try. If you win, you'll have money, girls, and a chance to continue fighting. However, if you lose, you're just trash in my eyes. You're worthless, understand? When it came to women, Chu Nan was still a little unnatural, but when it came to battles, he was immediately filled with confidence. He nodded at Father Haskman and struck his left palm with his right fist. He smiled and said, No problem, arrange it for me as soon as possible. Wait here, Father Haskman instructed and stood up to leave. After waiting for a moment, Chu Nan felt a little bored. He walked over to the fence and looked down at the center of the venue. When he came in just now, the 2 people fighting seemed evenly matched. Now, one of them had gained the advantage and began backing the other into a corner, beating him up. The person who had the advantage struck his opponent mercilessly. While it brought about a loud sound, it also sent blood and even a few pieces of flesh flying. The scene looked extremely bloody. However, the bloodier and more violent the scene was, the more excited the surrounding audience became. As that person punched his opponent again and again, the cheers of the audience erupted in waves. The atmosphere was extremely fiery. However, Chu Nan only took a few glances and felt that it was very boring. The battle between these 2 fellows was very lively, intense, and exciting. However, in his opinion, it was only at a very low level. Not to mention triggering spatial energy, these 2 fellows had not even been able to release their internal breath. Clearly, they were only relatively low-level overlord body martial artists. As for the external martial techniques they were using, Chu Nan did not pay much attention to their initial battle, but how could it be considered martial arts when they merely threw punch after punch? A communication request suddenly chimed from the personal terminal on his wrist, drawing Chu Nan's attention away from the arena. Looking down, he saw that it was a message from Angie Prairie. Heh, Chu Nan, how's it going on your side? As soon as the call was picked up, Angie Prairie asked excitedly, I've already finished a round. Unlike Chu Nan, Angie Prairie had come to planet Lepler a few times in the past, so she was naturally much more familiar with it. According to her, she could actually find many ways to fight the local martial artists, but when she saw that Chu Nan had chosen to join the underground fistfights, she chose the same method. However, in order not to compete for resources with Chu Nan, she had chosen another agency and had already completed a battle. So fast. Chu Nan was a little surprised. I've just registered my name. They said that they'll arrange a match for me, but I don't know when I can go on stage. Yes, because I'm a rare female martial artist who came to fight in the underground arena, they arranged it for me very quickly. However, you don't have to worry. Martial artists like you who are very young and look like good kids rarely appear. I believe they should arrange a match for you quickly, Angie Prairie replied with a smile. Right, I also asked around. As long as you make a name for yourself here, you can participate in higher level combat. I wonder if you have any of those on your side. I don't know. I'll ask in a while, Chu Nan replied. He raised his head and saw that Father Haskman had appeared out of nowhere and was walking toward him. He said to Angie Prairie, it seems that it's my turn. I'll talk to you later. See you later. Yes. Chu Nan closed his personal terminal and faced Father Hassman. Father Hassman sized Chu Nan up and nodded in satisfaction when he saw his expectant expression. "All right, kid, pack up and prepare to go on stage." Chu Nan was a little surprised that Angie Prairie was right. "About that, can I ask who my opponent is?" Father Hassman glanced at Chu Nan and sneered. "What, kid, are you afraid? Let me tell you, even if you're afraid now, you don't have the chance to go back on your words. Fight obediently. Otherwise, your outcome will only be worse than being beaten into meat paste." Hearing the threat in Father Hassman's tone, Chu Nan curled his lips indifferently. In fact, he was only asking out of curiosity. It did not matter who his opponent was. In any case, even if Father Hassman told him, he would definitely not know the person. "All right, you should at least tell me what counts as a win, right?" Chu Nan asked again. "Nonsense. If you beat him until he can't get up, it's your win. Or if you have the ability to directly kill the other party, it's your win. What other explanation do you need?" Father Hassman glanced at Chu Nan with an impatient expression. "That's all. Hurry up and get ready." Chapter 449. 10 minutes later. Now, I'll grandly introduce the next two contestants in this battle. One of them is Bull Wharton from the Republic of Reuben. Accompanied by the commentator's voice, an extremely burly man more than 2 meters tall suddenly jumped out into the arena. He landed with a bang, emitting a huge sound that seemed to make the floor buzz. Seeing him appear, the waiting audience erupted in loud cheers. The atmosphere instantly became extremely noisy after the slight silence when the competition ended. Wharton has already obtained 7 consecutive victories before this. All his opponents have been crushed by his huge fist. Cooperating with the commentator, Wharton clenched his fists and raised them high. He waved them at the surrounding audience, causing another round of loud cheers. His fist was indeed extremely huge. Although it was clenched tightly, it was already comparable to a child's head. Coupled with his extremely burly body, everyone knew how terrifying the consequences would be if they were struck by his punch. Now, let's welcome Wharton's opponent, an expert who dares to challenge the bull. The commentator's voice sounded, and the atmosphere in the venue rose again. All the audience members shouted with all their might, and their gazes focused on the contestant exit opposite Wharton. However, a moment later, when they saw Chu Nan walking out slowly wearing only a pair of shorts that were clearly oversized, they were stunned. When Chu Nan appeared and walked into the venue, there was an extremely rare period of silence. Everyone looked at Chu Nan in shock and could not understand why this guy, who was several times smaller than Wharton and was no different from a child compared to him, was actually his opponent. This challenger is the young expert from the distant Earth Federation, Virgin 001. Let's welcome him and look forward to him defeating the bull and bringing us an exciting competition. The commentator's words did not arouse the enthusiasm of the audience. After being stunned for a moment, they suddenly erupted in ear-piercing boos and curses. "What bullshit, young expert. Can this kid block the punch of the bull? That's right. Wharton can crush him with a finger. Virgin 001? Could this kid really be a virgin? I think he has not even been weaned. Heh, kid, this is not the amusement park you want to go to. Hurry up and get lost and drink your mother's milk." High up on the side, a middle-aged man wiped the sweat on his forehead and said nervously to Father Hassman beside him, "Hassman, do you really plan to let this child fight Wharton?" "Why not?" Father Hassman replied indifferently. "If he's killed by Wharton's punch, so be it. However, the audience will definitely not be happy to see such a scene. Look, they're starting to protest. Oh my god, many people are starting to shout that they want a refund." "Relax, my friend," Father Hassman chuckled. "These guys are only shouting. No one will really refund their tickets. Don't worry, it's not the first time Wharton has come. He knows what to do to please the audience the most and won't kill that kid with a single punch. I'm sure he'll slowly torture that kid later and satisfy everyone. You know, people who come here actually like to see such cruel scenes the most." The middle-aged man frowned and muttered. He shook his head and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Father Hassman sneered in disdain. "Idiot." He lowered his head to look at Chu Nan, who was quietly standing in the field as if he did not hear the voices of the surrounding audience, and a smile appeared on his face. He was certain that this kid's strength was definitely not as weak as he looked. Even if his internal breath might not be very strong, judging from his actions and posture just now, his external martial technique must be very solid. Wharton might not be able to easily deal with him. The reason why he insisted on arranging for this kid to go on stage immediately was not only because he wanted to figure out this kid's strength as soon as possible, but also because it would be more fun to arrange for him to be Wharton's opponent. Thinking about it, anyone would assume that Wharton would definitely win a battle between two fellows whose sizes were worlds apart. If Wharton could properly toy with and torture Virgin 001 in front of everyone, it would be enough to satisfy the audience's bloody desire. They would occasionally arrange 1 or 2 battles like this just for that. If Virgin 001 unexpectedly possessed powerful strength and defeated Wharton, they would not lose out either. That would be a huge surprise. As the bookmakers, they would definitely earn a lot through this battle. At the same time, they would obtain a good fighter. How could they lose anything? Therefore, kid, whether you can earn a profit or not will depend on your own performance, Father Hassman muttered in his mind, staring at Chu Nan. Chu Nan looked at Wharton with interest and was not nervous at all. He had long heard that the main race of the Republic of Reuben was a little special, and all of them were extremely strong. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, this Wharton was still fine, standing only slightly more than 2 meters tall. There were also many people of such height in the Earth Federation, but there was almost no one as tall and burly as him. Just one of this guy's arms was twice as thick as Chu Nan's leg. His chest muscles might even weigh more than 10 kilograms. His entire body might weigh more than 150 kilograms, making him simply like a human tank. With such a terrifying physical condition, if he paired it with a suitable internal breath cultivation method while tempering and perfecting his body, his strength would clearly be extraordinary. However, Chu Nan had long passed the stage where his strength was determined by his body alone. Looking at the terrifyingly strong guy in front of him, he felt a little amused. If this guy had used more energy to train his muscles to cultivate his internal breath and refine his body reasonably, his current strength would definitely be much higher. As for now, he was strong enough for ordinary people, but from the perspective of a martial artist, his strength might not be sufficient. When Wharton saw Chu Nan sizing him up, he sneered and pointed at him. "Kid, if you're willing to kneel and surrender, I can spare your life. If not, don't blame me for accidentally punching you to death later." Chu Nan smiled and could not be bothered to pay attention to him, let alone the boos and curses of the audience. A moment later, the commentator finally warmed up the audience's atmosphere with his words and grabbed the time to announce the start of the competition. After the countdown ended, Wharton did not attack immediately. Instead, he stood on the spot and curled his pinky at Chu Nan with a disdainful expression. "Come, kid, I'll let you fight for a while." Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Really?" "Nonsense," Wharton cursed. "Come on, if you can beat me back a step, I'll lose." "You said it." Chu Nan smiled and tapped his feet, his figure instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. In the next moment, Wharton felt a terrifying force slam into his chest, and his huge body involuntarily flew into the air. Phew! Wharton wildly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body collided with the wall 10 meters away from him, smashing a huge pit into the hard metal surface. Then, he fell and lay motionless on the ground, as if he were dead. All the audience members on the side suddenly seemed as if they had been strangled. All the commotion instantly stopped. The entire venue fell into an extremely strange silence. Chapter 450. Old Father Hassman, can you arrange a stronger opponent for me next time? Chu Nan stared at Old Father Hassman with a sincere expression. Wharton is too weak and can't even count as a warm-up. It's really meaningless. Father Hassman looked at Chu Nan speechlessly. If Chu Nan had spoken like this when they first met, he would definitely have chased this arrogant kid away. However, now that Chu Nan had heavily injured Wharton with a single strike in front of everyone, he no longer doubted the truth of Chu Nan's words. The strength this kid possessed was actually much higher than he had imagined. Father Hassman pondered for a moment and asked, "I forgot to ask before. Can you tell me what your current martial artist level is?" Chu Nan shrugged and replied, "Around the 5th stage internal breath realm." 5th stage internal breath realm. Father Hassman immediately widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Of course, it was not that he had never seen a 5th stage internal breath martial artist, and he had even seen many stronger martial artists. However, he had never seen a young 5th stage internal breath martial artist like Chu Nan in his life. A guy who could cultivate to the 5th stage internal breath realm at such an age could be considered an outstanding genius even in the Declan Empire. Why would such a super genius martial artist come here to participate in the underground fist fights? Chu Nan saw the doubt in Father Hassman's eyes and smiled. "You don't have to ask me why I'm here. You only need to know that I only want to fight more powerful martial artists. How about it? Father Hassman, can you arrange some powerful opponents for me?" It took Father Hassman a long time to recover from the fact that this Virgin 001 was actually a 5th stage internal breath martial artist. He thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid I can't find an opponent of your level in my place." "Is that so?" Chu Nan frowned and was a little disappointed. However, he also knew that what Father Hassman said was probably the truth. The underground arena he controlled was not large, and the martial artists he commanded were definitely not especially strong. It was definitely impossible for him to find a suitable opponent here. This was something Chu Nan had long expected, so it was not surprising. His original intention was to use this place as a springboard to come into contact with stronger martial artists on planet Lepler. "Father Hassman, why don't we make a new agreement?" Chu Nan suggested. "An agreement?" Father Hassman frowned and looked at Chu Nan warily. After personally witnessing Chu Nan's powerful strength and knowing that he was actually a 5th stage internal breath realm martial artist, Father Hassman knew very well that he could no longer treat Chu Nan like before. No matter if such a super genius was really from the Earth Federation, his background could not be underestimated. It was better to treat him carefully. "To tell you the truth, I came to planet Lepler this time to participate in a trial. In the trial, I have to fight enough powerful enemies. As for the other benefits I obtain after fighting them, I don't mind." Hearing Chu Nan's last sentence, Father Hassman's eyes immediately lit up. "I can help you arrange some opponents, but this will take time. I won't be here for long. If you can give me a result tomorrow, it'll be easier to discuss our agreement," Chu Nan said meaningfully. Father Hassman looked around and glanced at Chu Nan. "Let's talk here." Half an hour later, Chu Nan walked out of the tavern with a smile. In the discussion with Father Hassman earlier, he and Chu Nan had reached a verbal agreement. Father Hassman would use his network to help Chu Nan contact suitable opponents, but Chu Nan had to split the benefits related to this with him. Chu Nan knew very well that this share was undoubtedly a huge advantage for Father Hassman, because he was only using his network to do this. In fact, the person who had to fight was Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan did not mind the benefits. His greatest goal was to fight more experts. Apart from satisfying the requirements of the trial, he also wanted to use this intense battle to further polish his cultivation method, make it more perfect, and fuse it better with his body. Moreover, Chu Nan was also trying to construct his internal cosmos. Through battle, he could come into contact with more martial artists from different places and understand more different martial techniques. Perhaps he could obtain inspiration from them. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. However, Father Haspman expressed that he needed at least a day to settle these things, so Chu Nan did not have anything to do for the time being. What should I do now? Chu Nan looked around and happened to see a group of young men and women walking out of the tavern. His gaze swept past those people and Chu Nan's heart stirred. These girls were clearly the ones who had taken off their tops in the tavern just now. Although they had put on their clothes again, they looked drunk and could not even walk. They were carried by the surrounding boys and walked toward an alley diagonally opposite the tavern. Of course, Chu Nan could guess what they would do, but he did not plan to pay attention to them. These girls were clearly not serious people. They had asked for this. After glancing at those guys, Chu Nan thought for a moment and planned to go elsewhere. He was not familiar with this city. If he could familiarize himself with it during this period of time, he might be able to find more opportunities to fight experts. Just as he took a step, he suddenly heard a few shouts behind him. Chu Nan turned around in shock and saw that the group of young men and women had already fallen into chaos. One of the girls waved her hands and struggled with all her might. It seemed that she wanted to break free from the arms of the young man holding her. However, her strength was naturally inferior to the young man, so it was useless no matter how she struggled. The young man fussed for a while and seemed to be a little impatient. His hand moved and touched the girl. Then, her entire body went soft and she seemed to have fainted. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that the young man had taken out a small, round, stick-like thing from his bosom and touched the girl before she fainted. That thing even emitted a strange, weak light. It was obvious that it was not a good method. Perhaps seeing that the guy's method was effective, the companions beside him looked at each other and nodded. Then, they touched their chests in unison and took out the same small round stick. They touched the other girls, and they went from being drunk to being unconscious. Chu Nan immediately frowned. If those girls were willing to leave with these young men, he would not care. However, it was obvious that these young men had used some despicable methods. He could not tolerate this. Chu Nan moved his feet and his figure seemed slow but was actually fast. He happened to block the path of the young men. Glancing at the group of people, Chu Nan shouted, "Put them down." To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.